mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 351 The First Righteous God. I want this thing. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and an invisible force swept out, pushing the jade box to the opposite side, and said in a calm tone. The middle-aged man smiled heartily, but shook his head and said, Haha. Senior is really straightforward, but I'm afraid that these elixirs on the table are not enough for you to exchange for such a rare treasure. After all, the Chamber of Commerce has taken on a huge responsibility for you for this decree of deification. Oh, really? Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked back without comment. What the man said was true. The Edict of Conferring the Gods was a treasure that was strictly controlled by the Shyandao sect. If it were 1,000 years ago, the Edict of Conferring the Gods would never have fallen into the hands of the Chuang Chamber of Commerce. But in the last 1,000 years, the morale of the Shyandao sect has been demoralized, corruption has become rampant, and the rules and doctrines of the sect have almost become a decoration. Even the current pope has taken the lead in poaching his own people. So the upper level follows the lower level, and the wind of corruption is becoming more and more rampant. Today, even the various ranks in the sect have become a kind of open trade, not to mention the vast treasures in the treasury. The treasures, skills, cultivation resources, etc., that flow out of the hands of the insiders of the Shyandao sect every year are simply incalculable. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately cried out, Bao Xianghui, Senior, since you want to buy this rare treasure, you should have inquired about its market in advance. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is no market for it at a price. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly when he heard this. The middle-aged man was invigorated and struck while the iron was hot, saying, You should know that every conferred god edict has a divine seal inscription on the conferred god book, and it is absolutely impossible for a fake to appear on the market. Moreover, the maximum number of conferred god edicts is 12,965. Excluding the nearly 10,000 that were used in the past, each one used up is one less. The transaction price is soaring every year. If we don't sell it now, the Chamber of Commerce will hold it for dozens or even hundreds of years. By then, you can guess what a sky-high price it will be. Zhao Sheng obeyed and laughed. Haha. That has to be delayed for 100 years. I dare say that this conferred god edict should be nearing the final activation limit. Otherwise, how could your Chamber of Commerce be willing to take it out for trade? The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard this, without being moved. It seems that the senior is also a knowledgeable person. But even so, what you have is not enough. Zhao Sheng's eyes fixed when he heard that, and he said directly, Name your price. The middle-aged man was in high spirits and said with a smile, Senior, you should be a master of alchemy. I wonder if you have considered moving to Chuang City. My Chuang Chamber of Commerce is eager to recruit talents. As long as Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted, No need, just name your price. I have been a wandering wanderer for a long time and don't want to be constrained. The middle-aged man wanted to persuade him again. Senior, you. A nasal sound suddenly arose, and the majestic pressure in the room disappeared in an instant. But it shocked the middle-aged man's heart and made him speechless. Okay, the middle-aged man barely suppressed the shock in his heart, and after restraining his expression, he said, If Senior really wants to exchange, in addition to the elixir in the box, at least add a treasure equivalent to 1 million spirit stones. This is the lowest price I can offer. It's expensive. After hearing this, Zhao Sheng felt a sharp pain in his teeth and was heartbroken. However, the treasure had to be bought. The 5-power god would eventually have to come out into the open, and he couldn't always be suppressed as an evil god. Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, then took out 8 jade slips and pushed them in front of the middle-aged man. Here are 3 high-quality cultivation techniques and 5 third-level pill recipes. See how many spirit stones they can be worth. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard this. More than an hour later, the middle-aged man respectfully escorted the old man in the green robe to the gate and watched Zhao Sheng walk away. A moment later, in Kangmo City, 100 miles to the west, Zhao Sheng changed his clothes, transformed into a young man with red lips and white teeth, and walked into Kashikau Street. After walking a few steps, he moved to a red willow tree and skillfully knocked on the trunk 4 times, injecting 3 strands of spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the red willow tree suddenly opened countless ghost eyes, and a green light flashed, and the man suddenly disappeared into thin air. After a dizzying moment, Zhao Sheng opened his eyes and suddenly found that the ghost market was much more dilapidated and less popular than before. The narrow street seemed much shorter than before, and there were many potholes on the ground, and no one had repaired them. Many shops on both sides had collapsed, and among the broken walls and ruins, there were all kinds of traces left by the fierce battle. The number of stalls on the street was sparse, nearly half the number before, and the number of zombie and ghost-related items on the stalls had greatly increased. Zombies of varying heights lined up in 2 neat rows on both sides of the street, standing against the wall. In front of some stalls, coffins of various colors, black, red, yellow, and white, were placed majestically. Next to the coffins were 2-foot-tall ghost-suppressing altars with countless talismans engraved on their surfaces. Looking around, Zhao Sheng was secretly surprised because the stall owners behind the stall seemed to have completely changed, and he didn't see a single familiar figure. Even the ghost market has suffered. It seems that the impact of the ghost disaster and the Black Plague is far more severe than imagined. I hope that not all the old friends have run away, Zhao Sheng thought secretly, and then walked along the street to the end of the street. The objects on Ghost Street are all ordinary goods, and the real treasures are all in the ghost market on the 2nd floor. Zhao Sheng walked quickly, his eyes only sweeping over the stalls on both sides. As long as there is nothing he likes, he will not stop. However, no matter how many junks there are on the Ghost Street stalls, there are still a few treasures that have been overlooked. After walking a short distance, Zhao Sheng stopped 3 times, and 3 times he exchanged for a piece of Shangsing iron, a broken bone hammer and a half-broken copper spear stained with blood. After a cup of tea, the Ghost Street came to the end, and the round black stone platform came into view. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank, and he saw that the gatekeeper corpse ghost Chishira was no longer under the stone platform. Instead, there was a 9-foot-tall golden armored corpse with muscles bulging like armor, and a layer of fake golden light all over the body. When they reached the black stage, a golden armored corpse suddenly blocked their way. Zhao Sheng saw this and gave the command, "At dawn, ascend the path of the gods," without worrying about the path of the ghosts. Fortunately, the passcode has not changed. The golden armored corpse immediately retreated, and Zhao Sheng successfully climbed onto the black stone platform. A black light flashed, and the stone platform was empty. The ghost market was shrouded in black fog. The ground was still made of sticky and soft flesh and blood. The white bone chairs in front were scattered in the forest, looming in the dim fog. Zhao Sheng walked forward slowly, and step by step he actually stepped out a row of shallow footprints, and soon a trace of blood-red mucus seeped out of the footprints. Zhao Sheng was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. He had been here many times before, but this phenomenon had never occurred. This time he came a little early, and there were not many people sitting on the white bone chairs. Zhao Sheng walked to a bone chair on the periphery, sat down casually, and then silently waited for the arrival of the people behind him. Time passed slowly, and the number of people in the ghost market gradually increased. There were already more than 30 white bone chairs with people sitting on them. After another half an instant stick of time, after a strange owl sound, the ghost market transaction officially started. As usual, Zhao Sheng waited for others to make deals. A bottle of heart-cleansing pill, highest bidder wins, a 1,000-year-old ghost locust wood marrow, weighing 9 pounds and 9 ounces, in exchange for a mid-grade spiritual artifact, with bells, banners, and swords preferred. I have a map of the ruined cave. The owner of the cave was a giant and chief priest from 1,000 years ago. I'd like to explore the caverns. Any fellow Taoists interested, please speak with me privately. A 100-year-old bronze-armored corpse, 3,000 ghost altars, each guarded by a fierce ghost. Interested parties, please make an offer. The soul-breaking sect is seeking a disciple with a yin-ming ghost, with the aptitude of 4 spiritual roots or higher. After a long while, Zhao Sheng felt the time was almost up. He suddenly stood up and addressed the assembled figures, announcing his request. My name is Ugui. I've already told you all before. I need a statue of the 5 spirits snake god. The more powerful the incense, the better. Those Daoists who have heard of this will naturally know. I have a small fortune, and as long as you can satisfy me, I will definitely satisfy my Daoists. In recent years, Zhao Sheng has been known as the prison ghost and has become quite famous in the ghost market. The monks who have heard of his name certainly know that this gentleman is very wealthy, has many treasures, and more importantly, is very generous. Haha. I've been waiting for so many days, and finally I've been waiting. Prison ghost, come here. Let's go to the side and talk. Laughing loudly, a tall figure suddenly stood up from a distance and waved towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng was delighted to see this, so he stood up and walked towards the man. After a while, in the depths of the black fog, the two stood a foot apart. Bang! A golden light flashed, and in front of Zhao Sheng, there was a statue of a human-headed snake god, emitting a faint light and a strong smell of incense. Zhao Sheng released his spiritual sense and carefully examined the statue, saying with approval, "This statue has divinity inside, and it is smart and natural. The power of incense on it has been accumulated for at least 500 years. What a good thing. Fellow Taoist, what do you want to exchange it for?" The tall figure chuckled and couldn't help rubbing his hands. He asked nervously, I heard that you have many treasures and skills. My soul was severely damaged by the ghost's howl in my early years, and it has not been healed for a long time. Do you have any way to heal this kind of soul injury? It's very simple. I hold 2 elixirs, called the Soul Nourishing Pill and the Soul Returning Pill. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and his companions returned from the depths of the black fog, one after the other. Just as Zhao Sheng reached the edge of the forest of bone chairs, a cold, aged voice reached his ears. The rewards for Wulan Sanrun, Wendoran, the remnants of the Xiangxin sect, and others have been increased by another 30%. Any fellow Taoist who can recapture any wanted criminal on behalf of the city magistrate will have their reward doubled. Fellow Taoists, if you know the whereabouts of any wanted criminals, please come and speak with me. If you can prove the information is true, I will immediately distribute a portion of the reward. As Zhao Sheng walked over to the bone chairs and sat down, he was secretly astonished at the collusion between the government and the ghost market. They even dared to publicly announce wanted bonuses in the ghost market, in front of so many evil demons. I wonder what the ghost market owner's relationship is with the imperial court and the Xiandao cult? Enemy? Friend? Or perhaps they're all in cahoots. Suspicions and speculations filled Zhao Sheng. Without waiting for the ghost market to end, he sat down and immediately rose again, heading out, quickly disappearing into the depths of the black fog. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in a flash. During these days, Zhao Sheng, in the Shulin caverns beneath the Zhao mansion, devoted all his energy to refining the 5-powered snake god and the rat god. Hard work pays off. 3 months later, the final 2 minions were successfully refined. With this, all 5 5-powered god statues were complete, and the 5 divine beasts were also equipped, allowing the process to smoothly move on to the next stage. On the altar in the center of the cave, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, with 5 towering statues of gods radiating a dazzling golden glow behind him. 3 feet above his head, a small golden seal undulated, emanating layers of divine light. Around the small seal, 5 colored balls of light, blue, black, red, white, and yellow, formed a circle, slowly rotating around it. Each of the 5 balls of light held a little figure, imitating Zhao Sheng's posture, sitting cross-legged with solemn and holy demeanors, like individuals who had attained enlightenment. However, the 5 little figures each bore the characteristics of a snake, a rat, a hedgehog, a toad, and a bat. At this moment, the 5 minion gods each formed a magical seal with their hands, continuously casting a series of 5 colored light spells, blue, black, red, white, and yellow, that landed on the decree. Most of these spells were swept away by the divine light released by the decree before they could even reach it. Only a few managed to reach the main body of the decree, with white spells being particularly prevalent. About half an hour later, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light radiating from them that stretched over a foot. He roared, "The way of heaven is boundless. The decree of the conferred gods has been issued. Return the 5-way kidney rat." With this roar, Zhao Sheng formed a strange and complex seal with his hands. A crimson beam of light, as thick as an arm, shot up from between his hands, striking the decree of the conferred gods. Simultaneously, 4 rays of light, blue, black, red, and white, scattered and instantly sank into their corresponding 5-way divine statue. The remaining white light, representing the kidney rat, suddenly burst through the layers of divine light, pounced upon the decree of the conferred gods, and devoured it whole. Zhao Sheng didn't even raise his head, but his powerful spiritual awareness had already enveloped the area above him. Spiritual energy surged from his hands. In an instant, the crimson beam of light suddenly grew 3 times thicker. Suddenly receiving a tremendous boost, the kidney rat god's expression became overwhelmed with excitement, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant of white light, 8 feet tall. A golden seal loomed in the giant's stanchion. Approximately half a month later, the decree of conferring the gods successfully merged with a 5-way kidney rat god. This marked the birth of the first of the 5-way gods recognized by heaven and earth as a righteous god. In the netherworld, gods are divided into 5 levels: hairy gods, wild gods, ghost gods, righteous gods, and emperors. Generally speaking, the rank of these 5 gods is not directly correlated with their power. Although righteous gods are second only to emperors, many are pitifully weak, some, such as the ear-reporting god, even unable to defeat hairy gods. For example, the newly decreed 5-way kidney rat was 3 points weaker than the average Foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, Zhao Sheng didn't usually use the 5-way god to kill his enemies. In a sense, the 5-way god was merely a tool for him to explore the truth of the great Tao and break through the realm. Using him to kill enemies was a waste of talent. We still have a month left, which should be enough time to find a place where Wu-Tuang is prevalent and build a temple. Zhao Sheng stood up, muttering to himself, and waved his hand to store the 5 statues into the Nakang seal. He looked around, and in a flash, he disappeared from the platform. Chapter 352, Nameless Wild Temple. 10 days later, southwest of Songlin Prefecture, on a highway outside Kainan City, more than a dozen red-armored knights nervously surrounded 3 carriages, slowly advancing. Each of these red-armored knights exuded an extraordinary aura, their powerful innate Xiangqi emanating uncontrollably. They were, surprisingly, all members of the Xiantian martial sect. The leader's face was as pale as a date, and at his waist hung an unsheathed longsword. The blade gleamed coldly, radiating a faint aura. It was a top-grade magical sword. This group of red-armored knights were the renowned Red Dragon Cavalry of the Great Gushan dynasty, specifically responsible for protecting high-ranking officials and nobles. Their leader was none other than a Red Dragon captain. Dusk gradually fell, and the official road became deserted. Suddenly, a dilapidated temple loomed in the distance. "Sir, it's already dark, and the road is almost obscured. Would you like to find a place to rest for the night and continue your journey tomorrow morning?" The Red Dragon captain rode up to the carriages and whispered inside. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice, in a cold tone, rang from the carriage. "Well, I understand. Captain Zheng, please see if there's a suitable place to stay nearby." Captain Chilling immediately replied, "Sir, there's a dilapidated temple a few miles ahead that would be perfect for a night's rest." "Yes, let's go to the temple and rest for the night." "Yes, sir." With that, Captain Chilling spurred his horse and rode away, then ordered his knights to spur their horses. The convoy sped up. Soon, the convoy arrived at the dilapidated temple and parked in the open space outside. A dignified, plump, white-faced Taoist priest stepped out of the carriage. Beside him, by his side, a young woman, her face veiled in a thin veil, had a graceful figure and a fragrant air. The Red Dragon riders surrounded the old man and approached the temple's entrance, where a fire flickered. Faint sounds of laughter and playfulness could be heard. "Come in, take a look." Captain Jiang's face darkened upon seeing this, and he ordered the knights nearby. One of them immediately obeyed the order and rushed into the temple. A moment later, he emerged, clasped his fists, and replied, "Captain, these are just 3 passers-by on an errand. I've already questioned them. One is a doctor selling medicine, one is a weak scholar, and the last is the scholar's servant." "Well, even so, let's go in. We've been traveling all day, and everyone is tired," the pale-faced old man ordered immediately after hearing this. "Yes, sir." Captain Zheng, upon hearing the Lord's words, immediately waved his hand for his men to enter. Then, a group of knights, flanked by the pale-faced old man and the woman in gauze, filed into the dilapidated temple. 2 bonfires, one large and one small, had been lit beneath the altar in front of the earthen temple. Beside the larger bonfire sat a handsome young scholar, absorbed in his writing, seemingly unaware of the uninvited guests. Beside him stood a half-grown servant boy with sideburns, feebly throwing branches into the fire. Beside another, smaller fire, sat a middle-aged man with a mustache and a yellow cloth jacket. His face was sallow and thin, his brows gleaming with shifty eyes, a look that betrayed no good. The mustache-wearing man held a handful of incense sticks, lit them by the fire, and then stuck them one by one into the ground near his feet, forming a 5-foot-wide circle that encircled him. Immediately, a faint scent of sandalwood filled the temple. After the other knights entered the earthen temple, Captain Zhang gave a command, and the knights skillfully divided the work. Some cleared a space, others went out to find firewood, and others unloaded bedding, tables and stools, lacquer boxes, and tea sets from the carriages. Soon, the fire was lit, and all the supplies were placed in their proper places. The old man and the woman in the gauze sat on the mat, with more than a dozen exquisite dishes placed before them, and even a jug of sake beside them. At this moment, the Red Dragon Knights drew their swords from their waists, and began to manipulate the meat slices. With a few slashes, the meat flakes fell like snowflakes, each one as thin as a cicada's wing. The Red Dragon Guards were truly the elite of the elite, each a master with a knife. Captain Zhang, if you don't mind, why don't you come up and have a meal with us? After all, you've been working so hard on this journey. The gauze-covered woman glanced at the armored Captain Zhang and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, madam, for your kindness. I'd rather eat with my brothers." Captain Zhang glanced at her, then shook his head and declined. "Haha, sir, let's eat." Seeing this, the gauze-covered woman could only admit to being bored. Suddenly, she nudged the pale-faced old man beside her and said arrogantly, "Yes, madam, you are right. Let's eat, let's eat," the pale-faced old man said in a low voice, as if waking from a dream. About half an hour later, the old man and the woman in gauze had finished their meal, and the leftovers had been cleared away. The Red Dragon riders scattered around the two of them, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to close their eyes and regulate their breathing. At this moment, the young scholar, who was engrossed in his book, suddenly burst out laughing and praised him repeatedly. "Excellent, wonderful. Humans and ghosts have different paths, and good and evil will be rewarded. Taoist Zhao has killed another ghost." The ancients said that books contain beautiful women, but who knew that the beautiful woman was actually the painted skin demon? Oh, right, this awakening spell should also be written down, so that some people won't confuse humans and ghosts. The middle-aged doctor at the fire on the other side seemed startled by the scholar's words and looked up at him in surprise. But then, the two-horned servant boy beside the scholar suddenly seemed to get excited. He dropped the branch he was holding and shouted with disgust, "Hey, sir, don't you think it stinks in here? And are you going to do anything about it? If you don't, if something from outside rushes in, I won't stop it later." The servant boy had a childish face, but his voice was unusually mature, with a hoarse tone, like that of an old man who had experienced many hardships. "No, there's movement outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Jiang's face changed. He suddenly jumped up from the ground with a loud shout, and at the same time drew the magic sword from his waist, holding it in front of him, staring expressionlessly at the temple gate. At that moment, the temple was silent and quiet, with no sign of movement. But the next second, there was a sudden rustling outside the temple gate, and the ground shook slightly, as if countless small animals had gathered outside and were crawling and scurrying around the dilapidated temple. The night was dark. Suddenly, from the cracks in the wall near the door and the leaking roof, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared out of thin air, their gazes filled with greed and hunger. Captain Jiang's brows furrowed as he saw this. Suddenly, he swung his magic sword, and 3 streaks of white sword light shot out, piercing through the doorway in a flash. A scream echoed, and the blood-red eyes outside the temple vanished in an instant. At the same time, the other Red Dragon Knights drew their weapons, solemnly protecting the 2 white-faced old men and retreating behind the altar. After one strike, Captain Zhang turned abruptly, pointed his sword at the 3 scholars, and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you attack an official appointed by the court? Aren't you afraid of having your entire clan executed?" Seeing this, the scholar jumped 3 feet high in anger, put his hands on his hips, and shouted back arrogantly, "Boy, don't try to scare me with a broken sword. Although I am in dire straits, I am not someone a mere key-refining cultivator can bully. Besides, it's not us two who are going to deal with you, but that bastard who recognizes a demon as his father." Captain Jiang's expression changed slightly when he heard this. At this time, the white-faced old man who was protected behind the altar suddenly spoke up, "Well, Captain Zhang, don't be fooled by others. These 3 are acting suspiciously, they must be in cahoots. Why don't you take them down quickly, sir? You must leave this place immediately. Captain Zheng, his eyes fixed on the scholar, the servant, and the middle-aged doctor, shouted simultaneously without turning back. No one can leave this place alive without my permission. The middle-aged doctor chuckled as he spoke, his mustache twitching in a strange and comical way. But as the rustling sounds outside resumed and the densely packed bloodshot eyes reappeared, most of the people present couldn't laugh. At that moment, a foul odor, mixed with gusts of cold wind, rushed into the temple, quickly filling the air with a thick, fishy, and pungent stench. Suddenly, the middle-aged doctor collapsed to the ground, his body rapidly covered in thick, gray-black hair. His head began to twist and deform, his lower jaw jutting forward, his two front teeth protruding from his lips, appearing huge and sharp. His mustache suddenly spread out like rat whiskers. At first glance, the man looked like a reincarnated rat spirit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, countless gray rats, the size of cats, seemed to pour into the temple like a tide, from the doorways, cracks in the walls, roofs, and everywhere else. Countless rats huddled together, creating a vast gray blanket on the floor and walls. From this blanket jutted out densely packed rat heads, blinking with a dense bloody light. The rat blanket slowly crawled toward the crowd. The space inside the temple was visibly shrinking. Sir, stand back, Red Dragon Cavalry, form a formation, escort you out immediately, be careful of that man rat, and also keep an eye out for any rat demons outside. On 1, 2, 3, everyone charge out. Captain Zheng remained calm, quickly retreating to the front of the group, giving hurried commands. Suddenly, the magic sword in his hand erupted with dazzling brilliance. With a flash of lightning, he slashed continuously, sending shards of sword light blazing out. But this time, the target wasn't the swarm of rats in front of them, but the wall behind them. As the temple wall collapsed, the man-rat screamed in exasperation. The next moment, a swarm of gray-haired rats, gliding from the ground and walls around the ruined temple, leaped up and leaped, fearlessly pouncing on everyone present. Get out of my way! From the other side of the temple, the two-horned servant yelled in disgust, extending his white fist and striking out with all his might. Boom! A massive, bewildering fist of light swept out, scattering countless gray rats. As soon as they touched the light, the hidden, surging force crushed them into pulp, instantly clearing a large area. However, these large gray-haired rats, unfazed by life or death, charged at the two-horned servant with even greater audacity, controlled by their leader. Hey! Seeing this, the two-horned servant felt a surge of anger. With a strange laugh, he lowered his waist and sat on his horse, then launched another punch. The fist light was like a pillar of light as thick as a man's arms, rushing out with unstoppable force, clearing out the entire swarm of rats in its path. Not only that, but the light column also blasted a huge hole more than a man's height through the entire temple wall. After breaking through the temple wall, the light column still had strength left, plowing the ground 3 feet wide and disappearing into the deep night. This punch seemed to have consumed a large part of the two-horned servant's strength. After throwing the punch, his face paled. He suddenly turned and shouted at the scholar, "Master, I only have 1 punch left. Now either release my restraints or attack quickly. Otherwise, we'll all die here tonight." "There's a giant beast out there." The handsome scholar listened, but without even looking up, he said, "Hold it for now. I just started riding Grandma Y of Yinshan and can't stop, fuck. I'm so unlucky." "You've tricked me," the boy cursed, retreating slowly. Meanwhile, the main battleground lay on the other side. The middle-aged man-rat was targeting the incoming county magistrate. With a series of loud booms, the temple walls shattered, and through the breaches poured a dense swarm of large, gray-haired rats. A handful of gray rats were significantly larger than their companions, almost the size of ordinary wolfhounds. They exuded a faint demonic aura. They were truly first-tier demon rats. Upon their appearance, these first-tier demon rats proactively approached the Red Dragon Riders, immediately engaging them in combat. The Red Dragon Riders, all Xianshan martial masters, could barely handle 1 or 2 first-tier demon rats. Any more would be prey. Captain Zheng wielded his magic sword, slashing with blade-like slashes, each strike clearing an area. But the rats before him were too numerous, and no matter how many he killed, their numbers remained undiminished. Suddenly, a sharp rat cry echoed from the darkness near the ruined temple. The sound ignited the rats into frenzy, their fearlessness even greater. A shadow flashed, and the human rat lunged forward. Its power was remarkable, its movement swift as the wind, its claws flying, its demonic power radiating like the wind. It single-handedly stopped Captain Zhang and drove him back. In a flash, the pale-faced old man and his companions were forced to retreat back into the temple, their situation precarious. A squeak. A streak of black light pierced the night, landing outside the temple gates and transforming into a black-haired rat, roughly a foot long. The rat was petite, its eyes cunning and agile, its fur sleek as silk, and a rich demonic aura surging from it. It was a second-level demonic rat, comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon seeing the true master emerge, Captain Jiang's face darkened, and he cried out, "Oh no! Sir, quickly retrieve the official seal." The pale-faced old man, as if hearing nothing, remained expressionless and motionless, but he remembered to cling tightly to the gauze-clad woman's arm. Captain Zhang, seeing this, was terrified. "Sir, it's too late. Quickly, bring out the official seal. It carries the blessing of national destiny and is the nemesis of all demons and evil spirits." At this moment, Zhao Sheng put down his brush, stood up, stretched, and then spoke. "Stop shouting. You've been guarding us all the way. Didn't you see that woman was a demon? Your master has long been her puppet." As he finished speaking, a powerful aura gradually rose from him. A flash of red light suddenly shot out from between his brows. After soaring into the air, it instantly expanded countless times, transforming into a massive 9-petaled flaming red lotus, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "What?" Squeak. "Ah, it's the Karma Fire Red Lotus, sir, we're saved." No scholar, but a master, a Red Lotus practitioner of the state religion, looking at the faces of ecstasy, surprise, and fear, Zhao Sheng suddenly smiled and turned his gaze to the silent woman in the gauze. "I was hoping to wait for the little mouse to fall into my trap today, but I didn't expect a ghost cultivator to come to me while I was trying to catch the rabbit." Amazing. The theory of luck is truly amazing. Chapter 353 Conquer. Seeing the master's gaze directed their way, and sensing the growing pressure of his aura, the woman in gauze shuddered, a hint of fear in her dark eyes. Instantly, a dark mist rose from her, engulfing the area several feet around her. Within the mist, a ghostly figure, Tong, twisted and struggled furiously. Woo-woo, waves of ghostly howls followed from the ghostly mist, echoing throughout the ruined temple. Captain Zhang felt as if countless steel nails were simultaneously piercing his brain, thrashing relentlessly. His head split, his head spun, his vision blackened, and he felt dizzy. The other Red Dragon riders fared even worse. They barely held out for a few breaths before their swords and spears dropped, and they rolled on the ground clutching their heads. Bang, bang, bang. With the ghostly howls, countless gray-haired rats collapsed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying instantly. Then, one by one, their heads exploded, their brains splattering in a bloody mess. Squeak. The black-haired demon rat was incredibly clever. Seizing the opportunity of the ghostly howl, it pushed its claws against the ground, transforming into a streak of black light with a rustling sound. It instantly vanished into the night, escaping at top speed into the wilderness. Who says all demonic beasts are mindless and foolish? The black-haired demon rat had successfully grown into a second-level demonic beast in the core territory of the human race. Strength wasn't important, what mattered most was its timidity and cunning, its exceptional ability to survive. When Zhao Sheng revealed his strength, it immediately realized it had provoked the wrong person tonight. It knew it hadn't messed with anyone tonight. It was time to take advantage of the demon cultivator's rampage. Humph! Zhao Sheng silently observed the expanding ghost fog and suddenly snorted. Instantly, the karmic red lotus in the sky erupted in a dazzling display of light. Billions of sparks burst forth from the lotus, like a shower of meteors and fire, instantly filling an area 100 feet in radius. The ghost fog, struck by countless sparks, immediately let out a shrill wail. The fog was rapidly incinerated, its area shrinking rapidly. Ghosts were seen ignited one after another by the karmic fire, struggling only to be incinerated into wisps of black smoke. Karmic fire is the nemesis of ghosts and demons. For a female ghost cultivator to encounter Zhao Sheng was unfortunate. Still trying to escape, Zhao Sheng's gaze fixed, his mind shifting. The karmic fire lotus instantly erupted into a series of volcanic flaming lotuses, each as large as a ton. These flaming lotuses shot out in all directions, instantly encircling the entire ruined temple. Thousands of flaming beams emanated from each other, intertwining and interweaving, forming a dense, impenetrable web of fire. Senior, spare my life. In a corner of the ruined temple, a shadowy ghost suddenly materialized before the web of light. A charming and alluring face emerged, and the ghost pleaded with Zhao Sheng in a tearful voice. Zhao Sheng showed no mercy. With a single flip of his hand, a dark jar appeared in his hand. Collect. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire net suddenly contracted 1,000-fold, enveloping the female ghost cultivator. A sizzling sound. The female ghost cultivator tried to resist, but as her ghost body touched the fire net, it was consumed by the karmic fire. Sizzling and wisps of black smoke rising from her body. Senior, I know a great woo. Before he could finish his words, the fire net enveloping the female ghost suddenly transformed into a line of fire, instantly shooting into the ghost's sealing jar. After affixing 2 sealing talismans to the jar's mouth, Zhao Sheng casually put the jar away and turned to look outside the temple. At that moment, in a wasteland a dozen feet away from the temple gate, 2 streams of light, one black and one white, were chasing each other at an incredible speed, frequently colliding. With each collision, intense demonic energy erupted, overturning vast tracts of soil and rapidly creating numerous pits. The aftermath of the 2 demonic rats' demonic energy swept across a mile of wasteland, leaving the soil in ruins. The scene of the 2 demonic rats battling and chasing each other was a bizarre one. The clash was silent, with barely any other noise besides the thud of earth splattering and hitting the ground. The black light repeatedly attempted to escape, but was always pursued by the white light, unable to escape. When Zhao Sheng turned his attention, his spiritual sense expanded, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The black light froze, revealing the petite, black-haired demonic rat. This second-level demonic rat was now covered in blood, its flesh torn in many places, looking utterly miserable. Its eyes were filled with fear as it suddenly dropped to the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Zhao Sheng, emitting a squeaking sound that carried unmistakable resentment and a plea for mercy. Swish! A streak of white light descended from afar, landing on Zhao Sheng's shoulder before transforming into a large, snow-white rat. 10 sharp, silver claws gleamed coldly on its 2 front paws, their tips dripping with blood. Squeak, 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 Dabei licked his beloved claws, chirping as he reported his accomplishments to his master. Zhao Sheng casually fed it a demon essence pill and praised Dabei. Then, turning his gaze to the black-haired demon rat, he sneered, "Evil beast, I have come today specifically for you. If you surrender, I will spare your life. If you refuse to change, then, squeak." The black-haired demon rat, having been worshipped for 100 years and in the temple for over 200, had long since understood human speech. After hearing this, it hesitated for a moment, then suddenly sensed a strong murderous intent emanating from the terrifying human. It trembled violently and immediately ran obediently to Zhao Sheng's feet, lying on the ground with its belly turned up. This move was a sign of surrender. Zhao Sheng's stern expression softened slightly upon seeing this. He gathered his spiritual consciousness into a single wisp, and like lightning, it penetrated the demon rat's brain. With a thought, he transformed into a series of mental restrictions. A moment later, the master servant's contract was concluded, and the black-haired demon rat collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of any interest in life. At this moment, a hairy human rat suddenly scurried to Zhao Sheng's feet. He was seen convulsing violently, and soon his gray fur shrank back into his flesh, his head returning to normal, and his human form reappeared. "Master, spare me. I was ordered by the rat god, and I had no choice. I have never done anything against the will of heaven or earth." The middle-aged man with a mustache kowtowed profusely. Fearing that the master would use him as a sacrifice, Zhao Sheng ignored the man and shouted directly at the demon rat, "Evil beast! Take your offspring and retreat immediately. Wait in the temple first. I'll see you later." Upon hearing this, the black-haired demon rat leaped up excitedly, squeaking wildly, and flashed into the darkness. The swarm of rats quickly retreated, leaving the ruined temple in ruins. Seeing this, the middle-aged man with a mustache also climbed up from the ground and was about to sneak away, but a look in his eyes trembled and he knelt down again, awaiting his fate. Sir, what's wrong with you?" By then, the Red Dragon Knights had gradually recovered. One of them quickly rushed to the pale-faced old man, pushing the county magistrate vigorously while injecting streams of an ki into him. But the pale-faced old man lay motionless on the ground, still unconscious. Seeing this, the Red Dragon Knights were filled with anxiety and fear. The laws of the Great Gu dynasty were strict, and military law was even more stringent. If an official was killed on his way to his new post, the soldiers escorting him would also be severely punished, ranging from imprisonment in the death squad to public beheading. Therefore, upon seeing the old man unconscious, everyone was distraught. Captain Zheng, holding his magic sword, approached Zhao Sheng, saluted respectfully, and expressed his sincere gratitude. Zhang Wuang, thank you, master, for saving my life. No need for formalities. Your master seems to be possessed. Let me go and take a look. Captain Jiang's face lit up with ecstasy as Zhao Sheng finished speaking, but then a two-horned servant suddenly appeared before them and shouted, Master, you are confused. Zhao Sheng turned to look at the great master and gave him a cold glance. The servant shuddered and whispered something in his ear. Zhao Sheng listened, nodded slightly, and hummed. Then he stepped in front of the pale-faced old man, and with his hands, he emitted a stream of spiritual light, which penetrated the old man's 7 orifices, then they went palace. Soon, the pale-faced old man's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he groaned as he slowly regained consciousness. Where is this official? Seeing this, the two-horned servant rushed in front of him and thrust his hands outward. A circle of green light rolled out like a tide, pushing the Red Dragon Knights who were about to advance back more than 10 steps. Everyone's face paled with horror. Liu Junsheng, if my master hadn't intervened today, you would have been dead. Tell me, how will you repay your life-saving grace? The servant crouched on the ground and teased with a strange chuckle. The two-horned servant's real name was Yishianayan. He was the first subordinate Zhao Sheng recruited in Kainan County. Speaking of Yishianayan, his life story was quite legendary. His parents died at a young age, forcing him to seek refuge with his uncle, a hunter. From the age of 9, he followed his uncle into the mountains to hunt. At the age of 12, lost in the deep mountains and forests, he stumbled into a deep valley and accidentally ate an unknown, miraculous fruit. From then on, his appearance and figure remained forever frozen at 12, yet he was also reborn, ascending from a playful child to the realm of the innate. From then on, Yishianayan seemed to be blessed with good fortune, achieving unparalleled success and exponentially increasing his strength. With his vast innate ki and iron fists, he dominated the Kainan County martial arts world, earning him the title of Immortal Child Venerable. After reaching the age of 100, sensing his limited time, Yishianayan frantically searched for a way to prolong his life. However, mortals have their own limits, and even Yishianayan, already a step removed from godhood, could not break the shackles of heaven and earth. He was forced to seek help from the gods and spirits. Legend had it that the 5-direction snake god could grant a secret method to prolong life. This person had actually volunteered at the 5 Directions temple. Later, by chance, Yishianayan, using the secret technique of the 5 channels, successfully broke through to the Tongshan martial realm. Not only did his strength rival that of a foundation establishment cultivator, but his lifespan was also greatly increased. He quickly became a fervent devotee of the 5 channels god. Thanks to Yishianayan's unwavering support, the already deeply rooted 5 channels divine sect grew even more rapidly. In recent years, it has become the second largest religious force in Kainan County, second only to the Shyandao sect. As a result, he assumed the position of Dharma protector of the 5 channels divine sect, suggesting he was the mastermind behind the scenes. A few days ago, Zhao Sheng arrived in Kainan County and immediately sought out the county's largest Wutuang temple. Yishianayan happened to be there, so Zhao Sheng easily captured him with a single move. Yishianayan was accustomed to wielding power and was unruly. Because he had been subjugated so recently, he was unwilling to submit, resulting in a certain sarcastic tone in his words. Today, Zhao Sheng and his companions had specifically targeted this dilapidated temple. Their target, of course, was the black-haired demon rat. This rat was worshipped as the incarnation of the Wutuang god and served as the guardian beast of the Wutuang temple. Because of it, and the obstruction of several temple officials, Yishianayan's ambition to unify the entire county's followers was repeatedly thwarted. Therefore, when Zhao Sheng first revealed his intention to unify the Wutuang sect, Yishianayan eagerly brought him to the dilapidated temple to wait. As for how he knew the demonic rat would attack and kill the newly appointed county magistrate, the matter involved not only internal power struggles within the government but also religious disputes. Of course, Zhao Sheng paid little attention to the open and covert struggles between the Kainan County Temple and the Wutuang sect. With the throne of the righteous deity in hand, the Wutuang god was no longer a shrine to an evil deity, And he was not afraid of the Xiandao sect's suppression. He simply wanted to collect incense and replace the clay statue in the temple with a Wutong henchman god. Once he had settled matters in Kainan County, he would return to Chu City. A moment later, the pale-faced old man learned the whole story from Yi Xiannian, his face pale with fear. He had never imagined that his journey to his new post would be so treacherous. Not only was there a female ghost bewitching him, but he was also threatened with death. Yi Xiannian, cunning, took advantage of Liu Junchang's shock and gratitude for saving his life to cultivate a friendship with him. The Junchang was the second in command in the county government. If he successfully performed his duties, he would be of great use in the future. Having narrowly escaped death, the pale-faced old man dared not linger any longer and immediately urged Captain Zhang and the others to leave. He then expressed gratitude to Zhao Sheng and the others, hinting at his offer to escort him for a while. This was exactly what Yi Xiannian wanted, so he offered to escort Liu Junchang to his new post. This further moved the pale-faced old man to tears. Of course, Zhao Sheng, determined to maintain his image as a reclusive figure, would not condescend to such an offer. A moment later, the carriage slowly rolled into the night. Led by Captain Zhang, the 7 or 8 surviving Red Dragon Knights fanned out to protect the carriage, following on foot as it gradually receded. A few days later, 300 miles from Kainan County, a beautiful mountain peak stood halfway up a vast temple complex with yellow tiles and red walls. Hundreds, even thousands, of palaces and courtyards stretched for more than 10 miles. A densely packed plaza at the foot of the mountain was lined with carriages. Groups of believers, their faces filled with reverence, ascended the stone steps to the majestic temple gate halfway up the mountain, then entered the temple. This temple complex was the largest of the 5 divine sects in Kainan County and the home of Yi Xiannian. At that moment, within a plain shrine deep within the temple, a group of garishly dressed, strange-looking figures stood. Among the crowd were sorcerers dressed in bright red and green, smeared with rouge and powder, white-haired old women with small bells and drums hanging from their waists, and old men with strange black pythons coiled around their bodies and bulging cloth bags on their waists. Beyond these oddballs, there were several mysterious individuals cloaked in black robes, seemingly shielded from the light. Of course, the largest group was a group of middle-aged and elderly Taoists, dressed in ornate Taoist robes, with a distinguished appearance and a certain sage-like demeanor. These were all high-ranking members of the 5-power divine sect. Among them were mortals who pretended to be gods, as well as extraordinary individuals mastering various extraordinary skills. Many more were sorcerers and shamans who had inherited some of the 5-power secrets. Standing at the forefront of this group were the 5 great temple priests, led by Yi Xiannian. Zhao Sheng sat expressionlessly on the palace's only chair, his eyes darting as he scanned the crowd before him, feeling a sense of boredom. At his feet, crawling about were 6 of the 5-power divine beasts, a black-haired demon rat, a psychic white rat, a green snake, a golden clam, a black hedgehog, and a red bat. They unleashed their full might, a demonic aura surging and filling the entire palace. The pressure on those below paled, leaving only the 5 great temple keeper and Yi Xiannian to maintain composure. Yi Xiannian aside, the 5 great temple keeper were all key refining realm cultivators. Though their strength was low, they were undeterred by the pressure of the spirit beasts. Seeing even the rat god submit, the 5 great temple keepers maintained a calm expression, yet within, a wave of horror welled up in their hearts. Seeing the master hesitate to speak, Yi Xiannian suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He half knelt and shouted, "Your subordinate, Yi Xiannian, greets master," with this cry. The 5 great temple keepers could no longer stand, and involuntarily half knelt and bowed, shouting, "Greetings, master." Then, a host of sorcerers and shamans in the hall fell to their knees, saluting Zhao Sheng. Only then did a faint smile appear on Zhao Sheng's face. "No need to bow, stand." As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable, terrifying aura suddenly rose from him, instantly filling the entire palace and easily dispersing the auras of the 6 spirit beasts. Everyone sensed this vast, ocean-like aura emanating from above, and instinctively felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts, all of them bowing their heads deeply. Chapter 354 5 Virtues, 5 Lucks, and 5 Elements. On the 9th day of the 2nd lunar month, in the year 1203 of the 7th era of the Xiandao calendar, a chilly spring still lingered. On this day, the Wutong Temple on Nuanayu Peak suddenly announced a 3-day closure. For a moment, countless Wutong followers across the county were bewildered, unsure of the reason. Some devout believers even journeyed to the mountain gates, hoping for some information, but were stopped by temple guards at the foot of the mountain. As the twin suns gradually rose higher into the sky, the temperature soared rapidly. Meanwhile, within the largest hall of the Wutong temple, some sorcerers and shamans paled and trembled, a chill washing over them. With a roar, a massive statue, over 3 feet tall, collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. In the center of the temple, Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and a howling wind rose, sweeping away the smoke and dust. "Clean it up," he instructed calmly, looking at the shattered clay statue. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people immediately ran to the altar, each using their magical powers to clear away the broken pieces of the statue. Soon, the altar was clean, and the ground was bright and shining. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, and with his right hand across his waist, he gently threw it forward. In a flash of golden light, a golden statue of the 5-directional rat god landed on the altar. This was the last 5-directional god statue. The 5-directional god statues in the other 4 temples had just been replaced. Zhao Sheng was determined to personally smash the old false god in front of this group of people and personally re-enshrine the new god. During this period, a considerable number of the divine sect's senior members had extremely grim expressions. However, the warriors who had previously spoken up to stop Zhao Sheng from destroying the statue were now a pile of corpses. The only ones left were those who knew the situation, and no one dared to go against the will of the headmaster. "Raise the altar and bring the offerings." With Zhao Sheng's command, a massive white jade altar quickly rose in the temple's largest square. On the altar before it were placed the 3 animals and 3 livestock offerings for the deities. Zhao Sheng changed into a 5-toned robe embroidered with 5 sacred creatures: snakes, clams, rats, hedgehogs, and bats. He flew onto the altar and approached the altar. With a solemn expression, he suddenly stepped into the U-step, his hands moving like butterflies through flowers, forming countless incantations and muttering something. Over time, wisps of 5-colored light gradually emerged from the altar, quickly converging into a vast, multicolored cloud that filled the entire square. At this moment, golden rays suddenly shone from the 5 nearby temples, then rose and spread like a tide. The moment the golden light met the 5-colored light, blending seamlessly, the entire process seamlessly. Meanwhile, the sorcerers and shamans standing in the square held their breath, their expressions intensely tense. At that moment, a faint, oppressive aura suddenly erupted over the square. As the golden light grew stronger, the pressure intensified rapidly, finally like a surging tide, vast and overwhelming. Zhao Sheng's eyes barely closed, his hands forming hand seals, a fleeting flash of countless afterimages. Sensing the moment was almost right, he summoned thought. And the 5 minion gods suddenly leaped from the statues, soaring into the air, their bodies expanding 1,000-fold. In an instant, 5 massive golden beings, hundreds of feet tall, towered over the square, shrouded in a shroud of multicolored clouds. They were sacred and majestic, like divine beings descending to earth. With a roar, witnessing the appearance of the 5 gods, a vast crowd in the square knelt, kowtowed before the deities, their faces filled with fervent devotion. A moment later, the strange phenomenon dissipated, and the frenzied sorcerers in the square regained their composure, but their gazes upon Zhao Sheng were filled with awe and admiration. No one knew the true nature of the 5-directional gods better than they did. But after experiencing the recent event of the gods' arrival, they suddenly realized that the 5-directional god cult was completely different. From this day forward, the 5-directional gods were no longer evil gods, but true gods recognized by heaven and earth. After all, true divine might could not be faked. As soon as Zhao Sheng stepped down from the dais, he was immediately surrounded by Yi Xiannian and his men. "Sir, you are truly exceptional. You can even pull off something like this." Yi Xiannian gulped, his face filled with admiration. Though his words were vague, everyone around him understood and was filled with admiration. The Xiandao cult was known for its strict decrees regarding deities, rarely granting them to unconventional gods outside the sect. That the headmaster had even achieved the status of a true deity was simply incredible. These people had clearly been confined to their own corner for too long, leaving them completely uninformed. They had no idea of the depths of corruption that had plagued the Xiandao cult. Everyone was beaming with joy, rubbing their hands and eager to try. With the position of the righteous god, the Wutong divine sect no longer feared the suppression of the county temple and could preach openly. Zhao Sheng strode towards the temple, and everyone surrounded him and followed closely. Entering the rat temple, Zhao Sheng waved his hand and took out 3 incense sticks. He blew on the incense tips with his mouth, and the incense sticks ignited with a wisp of flame and were easily ignited. He bowed to the statue, then inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner, then turned to look at everyone and said loudly, "The new Wutuang God has returned. You need to be more pious and work harder to spread the Wutuang faith. Let more believers convert to our religion as soon as possible. Now, I have some words to tell you." After a cup of tea, when Zhao Sheng explained the power of the Wutuang God in detail to everyone, everyone's eyes were frighteningly bright, and their faces showed ecstasy. Zhao Sheng had clearly stated that he would entrust the 6 divine beasts to the temple, allowing them to suppress the aura and, if necessary, summon them to confront a formidable enemy. These 6 divine beasts were all highly spiritual, second-tier demon beasts, equivalent in combat power to 6 foundation establishment cultivators. 6 second-tier demon beasts were deployed in a mere county. Adding Yishianayan, the 5 divine sect would possess a full 7 foundation establishment cultivators. This level of strength far exceeded the standards of a county. Recalling the Zhao family during the Taiwu Mountain era and the present-day Temple of Requiem, the sheer scale of Zhao Sheng's ambitions becomes clear. In reality, his purpose for this arrangement extended beyond the small Kainan county to encompass the entire Songlin prefecture. The 7 prefectures and counties under Songlin prefecture had a long-standing tradition of worshipping the 5 divines, and devotion to them was deeply rooted among the mortal world, with followers numbering in the millions. Zhao Sheng didn't have the energy to manage matters here at the moment, so he instructed Yishianayan and others to slowly gather 5 Tong followers from other prefectures and counties, laying the foundation for the unification of 5 Tong faith within Songlin prefecture. With the assistance of the 6 great spirit beasts, this should be easy to accomplish with a few years of patience. Zhao Sheng also shared some secrets of the new 5 Tong God. As a newly enthroned righteous deity of heaven and earth, the 5 Tong Rat God possessed his own unique domain of magical power. While the other 4 gods weren't righteous deities, Zhao Sheng had refined them into divine authority, and thus possessed 1 or 2 unique magical arts. Zhao Sheng created the 5 Tong Minion God primarily to attract worshippers, so his magical powers and techniques leaned towards those desired by the common people. He based his work on the innate 5 virtues Dao, combined it with the innate 5 flows and 5 elements Dao, and drawing on his own understanding of the Dao. After much deliberation, he deduced a simple 5 flows magical power specifically for the 5 Tong God. Mortals worship deities simply to pray for blessings, wealth, and longevity. Zhao Sheng, a man of deep consideration, chose to cultivate the 5 internal organs. The kidneys, associated with water, govern reproduction, and rats are renowned for their prolific offspring. Therefore, Zhao Sheng inferred a reproductive power for the kidney rat god that stimulates kidney water secretion. Entering the temple and kneeling within 10 feet of the deity's statue will activate this power. As successful fertility prayers gather, the reputation of the 5 Tong rat kidney's efficacy will naturally spread, and worship will flourish. Following similar principles, the 5 Tong heart snake, associated with fire, governs longevity and is wielded with a magical power heart flame. The 5 Tong lung bat, associated with metal, governs fortune and is wielded with a magical power metal evil wind. The 5 Tong stomach clam, associated with earth, governs wealth and is wielded with a magical power earth splitting. The 5 Tong liver hedgehog, associated with wood, governs vitality and detoxification. Zhao Sheng, eager to share the 5 direction divine powers with as many people as possible, withheld nothing, revealing them all. Hearing the master's astonishing words, everyone was ecstatic. They finally no longer had to pretend to be mysterious and learn the costly 5 direction secret arts. Now blessed with divine power, they could instantly upgrade their skills and successfully enter a new world. Hearing the master's earnest expectations for them, most of them were filled with confidence, pledging to unite the fragmented 5 direction divine sect for him. Observing the high morale of the crowd, Zhao Sheng nodded gently with satisfaction. He then dismissed them, leaving only Yishianayan and the 5 great temple priests behind. Zhao Sheng led the 6 of them to the temple's innermost forbidden area. This area, located within Nuanayu Peak, was a vast cavern covering over 10 miles. The 6 divine beasts were kept captive within the cavern. In front of the 6, Zhao Sheng ordered the divine beasts to sign spiritual contracts with Yishianayan and the others, allowing them to be deployed against enemies in the event of a crisis. After this, Zhao Sheng produced 7 or 8 jade slips and 6 thread-bound books. The slips contain several 5-elements cultivation techniques, each capable of reaching foundation establishment perfection, and each contained a secret technique for creating a fake elixir. These slips were naturally intended for the 5 great temple lords. When the 5 lords read the techniques contained within, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads at first, but then they burst into tears of gratitude and prostrated themselves. These 5 old men were all pathetic, casual key refining cultivators, reduced to pretending to be charlatans in their early years. They had never before witnessed such exquisite cultivation techniques. Zhao Sheng's successive grandiose presentations astounded them, quickly earning their respect and accepting his leadership as the headmaster. Zhao Sheng ordered the 5 to stand, then turned to Yi Xiannian and handed over 3 books. Yi Xiannian took the books with great anticipation, but was stunned by the covers. The Beginning of the Divine Enlightenment, The Indestructible Body of Diamond, and the Martial Arts Classics. Wow, each title was more and more boastful, especially the Martial Arts Classics, which was incredibly boastful. Just as Yi Xiannian was about to flip through the books for a closer look, the headmaster said, "Don't rush to read them now. You'll have plenty of time to do so later. Take a look at these 3 books first. I hope you'll promote them as soon as possible." Yi Xiannian had no choice but to put the 3 martial arts books into his arms and accept the books. He glanced at them and saw the titles Journey to the East, Journey to the East Sequel, and the Theory of the 5 Virtues written on the covers. The 5 great temple clerks approached Yi Xiannian and glanced at the covers, their eyes pensive. Zhao Sheng nodded and added, "I'm preoccupied with other matters and have no time to attend to this area. All local affairs will be handled by the 6 of you. If there are any unresolved problems, they can be put aside for now. I'll deal with them upon my return." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiannian and the other 6 bowed and replied, "We will obey the master's orders." Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. "Well, if you all diligently spread the teachings, I will reward you generously. Great benefits await you in the future. We will remember the master's instructions and dedicate ourselves to the great cause of the divine religion, until our death," the 6 shouted in unison. 2 days later, the initial integration of the Wutong sect in Kainan County was complete. Zhao Sheng instructed everyone to diligently spread the teachings and then departed. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhao Sheng had traveled 8,000 miles across mountains and rivers, returning to Chu City, exhausted. Upon arriving at the Wamufang in the East City, he received a great surprise. In mid-air, Zhao Sheng, concealed in the air, gazed at the constant flow of people entering and exiting the Zhao residence below. His eyes lit with joy. His spiritual awareness suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the entire residence. The next moment, he was shocked to see Zhao Hongyan and his entire family. It turned out they were not dead, and had already returned to the Zhao residence. With a thought, Zhao Sheng suddenly plummeted, landing in the Zhao residence's backyard. "Hongyan!" Zhao Hongyan suddenly heard a voice calling from within the study, and he jumped to his feet in sheer surprise. Before he could finish his words, a very familiar figure appeared before him. Zhao Sheng looked at him with a smile, while Zhao Hongyan was so excited that he was at a loss for words. "Master, you're safe and sound." Hongyan is relieved, haha. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, jokingly saying, "That should be me asking you. The ghost plague is so dangerous, yet you're all safe and sound. How wonderful, it's all thanks to you. Thanks to the many talismans you left behind, my family and I were able to escape the city safely. Tell me slowly. I'm very interested in how you managed to escape." "Master, you don't know, over 2 months ago, after an incense stick of time, Zhao Sheng quietly left the Zhao mansion. Finding a deserted corner, his figure suddenly vanished into nothingness. When he reappeared, he was already in the cave used for retreat. 5 days later, on February 19th, an auspicious day. That morning, the cave door, which had been unopened for a long time, suddenly opened slowly, and a handsome young man with a bald head walked out. His aura seemed unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, as if he had just achieved a breakthrough and was not yet able to control his momentum. Between the bald young man's brows was a lifelike 9-petaled red lotus, his eyes radiating a divine light as he opened and closed, captivating everyone. Everyone he met along the way, upon seeing the young man's awe-inspiring demeanor, was filled with envy and bowed in greeting. Needless to say, this man was none other than the recently promoted Sanbei Taoist to the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 355, Appointment to the Library and Yushu's Summoning. Prison God Temple, Censorate. Zhao Sheng announced his Taoist name to the on-duty Taoist priest and produced a token, explaining his return to duty. Master Sanbao? You. The on-duty Taoist priest had been nonchalant, but upon sensing Zhao Sheng's fluctuating aura, his eyes widened and he stammered. It was a stroke of luck, just luck. I've successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and now I'm reporting to the elder, Zhao Sheng said modestly. After breaking through, he had also regained his youthful appearance. No wonder others didn't recognize him at all. Senior Sanbao, please wait a moment. The on-duty Taoist priest bowed and solemnly entered. A short while later, he quickly returned and, leading Zhao Sheng, entered the censorate. After passing through 7 or 8 temple walls and several courtyards, the two arrived at a small palace. After reporting to the guards, Zhao Sheng met the elder, one of the 3 masters of the prison god temple, for the first time. Rumor has it that this chief inspector was transferred from the demon suppression hall at the main altar. Zhao Sheng had initially imagined him to be a righteous, stern figure, his aura of murderous intent soaring into the air. But upon meeting him in person, he was shocked to discover he was merely an ordinary, portly old man with a serene expression and a perpetual smile. Have a seat. You are the Sanbao Taoist. Not bad, a truly distinguished figure. The chubby old man smiled and invited Zhao Sheng to sit. Zhao Sheng sat across from him with neither servility nor arrogance, secretly astonished. This unassuming-looking prison god chief inspector was actually a giant Zenran. Well, let me think about it. Sanbao Taoist, 62 years old, from the Hufang County Anhan Temple. He possesses dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, and has served as a prison guard for 45 years. His achievements: the chief inspector was able to recount Zhao Sheng's identity and decades of experience with remarkable clarity. His vast knowledge and profound understanding were truly astonishing. Zhao Sheng was secretly amazed, and couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of talent within the Xiandao sect. While corruption was rampant from top to bottom, this behemoth shouldn't be underestimated. The Xiandao sect was teeming with experts, its depth was unfathomable, and the man before him was only the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Sheng listened, then stood and saluted. My position today is due, firstly, to the careful training of this sect, and secondly, to the tempering in the divine prison. Excellent. Such humility, no wonder you managed to make it out of the divine prison, the inspector praised. Talent is hard to come by, and there's a vacancy for deputy palace master in the demon suppression hall of Xiangsha prefecture. Would you be willing to take the position? Zhao Sheng silently cursed this man for his guileless nature. He was originally from the prison temple, but he had tempted him to transfer to the demon suppression hall. It would be a deliberate trap. My lord, I am just a prison guard. I have never fought with anyone, so how can I take on such a great responsibility? What's more, I am a member of the temple in life and a soul in the temple after death. No matter how good the demon suppression palace is, it cannot compare to the kindness of the prison temple. Do you know that the resources required for cultivation in the foundation establishment realm are 10 or 100 times that of the key refining realm? Just for the elixir, the difference between the top-grade elixir and the low-grade elixir is like heaven and earth. The inspector tempted. The demon suppression palace has many opportunities to make meritorious deeds, and the Taoist salary is generous. It can also be exchanged for the top-grade exercises unique to the demon suppression palace. Among them are the great Dao scriptures that directly point to the nascent soul. It may not be impossible to achieve the nascent soul in the future. I was born in the Anyangyan, and it is lucky that I broke through the foundation establishment. I dare not expect more. I will be satisfied to continue to be a prison guard in the divine prison. Zhao Sheng refused again. You still want to test me, little guy? You are still far away. What's more, the prison temple and the demon suppression palace are 2 different systems. It is extremely difficult to transfer to them. In that case, stay in the temple. You don't need to go to the divine prison, it's fully staffed. You can take a position in the documents office as an archivist. The portly old inspector's face was as calm as water, his voice even, but with just a few words, he changed Zhao Sheng's position. Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment, then stood and saluted. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your grace. I will definitely live up to your high expectations. The divine prison was a dangerous place with no way out, and ordinary guards couldn't be transferred there no matter how hard they tried. Now, with just a word from the inspector, Zhao Sheng was freed from this suffering. Although he didn't know why this person had taken a liking to him, it would be highly unnatural for Zhao Sheng to refuse his kindness. Zhao Sheng left the censorate and was led to the Department of Duties. After receiving his new identity token and Taoist robes, he headed towards the documents office. In the hall, the old Taoist inspector was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Did you find anything abnormal?" He is of human blood, and he mainly studies the Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra. His spiritual energy is pure, and there is nothing abnormal. Just as the words fell, a dark shadow slowly rose from under the chair where Zhao Sheng was sitting, and a pale white face gradually distorted and appeared. "It's good that there's nothing unusual. Humph, the divine prison is in such a mess that a traitor sneaked in. Now our temple has caused a huge joke like a prison break. In this year's performance test, our province will definitely rank last. Now we have lost face and have become a laughingstock in temples in other provinces. Now with a living signboard of Taoist Sanbao, we can barely earn back some face. Hey, when did you start to consider the overall situation? That new temple priest will not get along with you. Yushu is the best at superficial work. A prison guard rarely breaks through to the foundation building stage. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? Instead of letting this guy take action to win over the hearts of the people, it is better for Bendu to be a good person first." The pale-faced chuckled and said, "So that's it. If I remember correctly, the Pope has given the Sword of God execution to Yeshu. That is a top-grade magic weapon. His transfer this time. Could it be to investigate that?" The old inspector did not respond. The matter involved too many people and there were many inside stories. He did not dare to judge easily. This 1,000-year-old demon possesses treacherous intentions and might surrender to Yeshu someday. Words can lead to disaster, so caution is paramount. The documents room is located southwest of the divine prison. It appears to be an ordinary courtyard, but beneath it lie several floors of vast warehouses, used to store confession slips and case files. The documents room is affiliated with the prison god temple's treasury, a department alongside the storage room. But compared to the lucrative storage room, the documents room is a completely unprofitable office. Libraries and archives have always been like this, idle, albeit unoccupied. Talent may be cultivated, but wealth is not forthcoming. Entering the treasury, Zhao Sheng met the head of the department, presented his identity token, and explained his purpose. The head of the treasury, surnamed Gu Mingliudan, was a reserved and stern man. Zhao Sheng sensed this man as a foundation establishment cultivator, somewhere between the third and fourth levels. The prison god temple was truly a provincial-level temple, filled with hidden talents. Even a mere treasury supervisor was already at the foundation establishment stage, capable of becoming the head of a temple if transferred to a prefecture or county. Seeing the newcomer report, Gu Liudan forced a smile. "Welcome, colleague, to our company. We'll all be in this together from now on. There are 2 managers in the document room. I've notified them. Old Zheng will probably be here soon." As expected, they arrived. In a flash, a thin, worried-looking old man walked through the door. "Haha, this guy doesn't look familiar. He must be our new colleague. My surname is Zheng, and my given name is Lang. I'm a few years older than you. May I ask your Taoist name?" "My Taoist name is Sanbao, and my common name is Zhao San." "Nice to meet you, senior brother Zheng," Zhao Sheng said, smiling broadly. Zhao Sheng was slightly surprised by the telepathic connection. He couldn't fathom the depth of this man's cultivation. Could he be another hidden master? Very good. Energy and spirit are the 3 treasures of human beings. It's a good name for you. It's even better for you to come to the document room. I can finally take a breath. I have a bunch of idiots under my command, and I always have to take the trouble to teach them. It's so annoying. HMPH, old Zheng, if you don't visit Yihan Courtyard more often, how could the document room be so messy now? If you give up your hobby, my position as the head of the document room would have been yours long ago. Oh, I dare not. I still want to enjoy it for a few more years. If I become the head of the document room, wouldn't I, an old donkey, be exhausted to death?" Gu Liudan interrupted with a look of disgust. "Okay, stop talking nonsense to me here. Take junior brother Zhao to familiarize yourself with the environment." "Yes, sir." "Junior brother Zhao, let's go." Zhao Sheng followed Zheng Lang out of the room, walked along the corridor, and went to the backyard. "Junior brother Zhao, you should be an old man in the temple now. You already know the other rules of discretion and caution, no need for me to remind you. Speaking of which, our document room isn't that complicated. and the rules aren't many. Our daily task is to collect and archive the jade slips and documents sent by the county government and the temple's divine prison. Junior brother, do you understand? It's simple, isn't it? I used to be a prison guard. I have a good understanding of the duties of the document room. Haha, I see. That puts my mind at ease. The two of them quickly entered an ordinary large courtyard. Within the courtyard, there were rows of small blue brick courtyards. Taoist priests in green robes, holding piles of jade slips and books, hurriedly moved between the courtyards, looking extremely busy. Zhang Lang took Zhao Sheng through the rooms in the courtyard. There was no sign on the courtyard door, but Zhang Lang knew them all: monster room, sneaky room, demon room, evil room, pagan room. There are a total of 13 sub-rooms in the document room, and each room is managed by 4 or 5 clerks. When these clerks saw the new manager, they hurriedly bowed their heads in fear and trepidation. The clerks were all mortals, and there was a world of difference between them and Zhao Sheng and Zhang Lang, so their attitude was extremely humble, and they did not dare to neglect it at all. There are 13 archives under our document library, and there are many restrictions inside. You must bring your identity token every time you enter, otherwise you will be killed by the prison god puppet guarding the archives. Remember. Zhao Sheng arrived at the underground archives and almost thought he was back in the god's prison. This underground warehouse is quite large, with a cold and dark interior, narrow corridors, and a thick and lingering evil spirit. It seems to be adjacent to the god's prison, or the two were simply excavated at the same time, otherwise it would not look like this. On both sides of the door of each floor, there are 2 tall puppet guards in black armor and holding spears. They exude a cold and ruthless aura, and are surprisingly similar to the golden elixir puppets guarding the Avasi prison. Only 2 managers can enter the 13th underground document library. Other clerks can only enter the corresponding floor. If they accidentally enter other floors, they will be killed by the puppets without a word. Zhang Lang led Zhao Sheng into several floors of the archives. The bookshelves inside were densely packed like a forest, and the case files and jade slips were piled up like mountains. It was full of stale air, and many files were covered with thick dust. Zhang Sheng explained to Zhao Sheng as they walked, "Our jobs are very simple. Every day we just watch our clerks file and organize the files, and sort out any useful information. As long as no one makes a mistake and no one leaks secrets, we'll be fine. Drinking a little wine and listening to some songs every day, we can live a more comfortable life than a god." Although this was not said, Zhao Sheng knew that the responsibilities of the two of them were far more important than Zhang Lang said. In the document room, being tight-lipped and diligent are the most important things, followed by loyalty to the Xiandao sect. Zhao Sheng's background was extremely clean, and coupled with his many years of career as a prison guard, he had gone through layers of tests before he was successfully promoted to the position of supervisor. Zhang Lang briefly explained the work process and reminded him of a few points to note. Zhao Sheng immediately understood how the document room operated normally. Collecting, sorting, summarizing, and archiving confessions and case files is a very boring and time-consuming job. Fortunately, the supervisor does not have to deal with these trivial matters. As long as the rooms do not go wrong, this position is really very leisurely. I've been on duty for a month and I'm already tired. Junior brother, you are young and energetic, so you can help me share the burden. Okay. Zhang Lang eagerly handed over his shift to Zhao Sheng, then vanished in a flash. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, a sense of alarm building in his heart. This man was probably at least in the late foundation establishment stage, perhaps even higher. Zhao Sheng quickly adapted to life in the archives room. It was both busy and simple and dull. As the archives manager, if one wanted to fulfill his duties, there was usually endless work to do, but if one wanted to slack off, there wasn't much to do. Take Zhang Lang, the veteran manager, for example. He didn't even bother to visit the various sub-rooms. He was happy to have his free time, as long as his clerks didn't come to him. Zhang Lang was genuinely happy when Zhao Sheng arrived. For the first 2 months, he had persuaded Zhao Sheng to sit out 2 months in a row, using the excuse of familiarizing himself with the affairs of the various rooms. He, on the other hand, had only come back 3 or 4 times in those 2 months. And each time he did, he was smelting of alcohol, a true pervert and drunkard. Zhang Lang spent spirit stones lavishly, his own pockets empty, and he even brazenly asked Zhao Sheng for several loans. After Zhao Sheng lent him over 300 spirit stones, he stopped borrowing again. After all, Having just risen from the humble position of prison guard, he couldn't afford to lose his image as a poor man. It was absurd that a master suspected of having attained the golden elixir stage had fallen into such a miserable state. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but wonder if what he saw was some kind of illusion. More than 2 months later, Zheng Lang suddenly arrived and urgently demanded, "Junior brother Sanbao, come with me. The temple priest is calling for you." "The temple priest is calling for me." Zhao Sheng was puzzled. After 2 months of service, he already knew the temple's newest priest was none other than Taoist Master Yeshu, an old acquaintance. But what was the reason for this sudden summons? As the saying goes, there's no sect in the temple, but 1,000 strange things can happen. Ever since Zhao Sheng accepted the inspector's goodwill, he had naturally become a member of his sect Yushu, and the inspector had a strained relationship that was practically out in the open, so Zhao Sheng naturally had heard about it. "Brother Zheng, what does the temple keeper want to see me about?" "How should I know? But it can't be a bad thing. Think about it, there aren't many foundation establishment cultivators in the temple. If they were placed in a prefecture or county below, they could become the head of a temple and manage 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The temple keeper probably just wants to see you. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator promoted from a prison guard is rare to see once in 100 years. Thinking back to when I was promoted to foundation establishment, I enjoyed a few decades of glory. Handling hundreds of thousands of spirit stones every year. The days back then were amazing, you can't even imagine." The two chatted as they walked, and soon entered a simple courtyard. Chapter 356 Gu appears. "I, Sanbao, greet the master of the temple, Zheng Lang." "I greet the master of the temple." "Well, senior brother Zheng, please excuse yourself. I'd like to reminisce with Sanbao alone." "Yes, sir." After Zheng Lang bowed and left, Zhao Sheng and Yeshu were the only ones left in the room. Having not seen Taoist Master Yeshu for over 30 years, he had lost some of his former gentle elegance. His face was more dignified and stern, though he still looked like he was in his 20s. "Sit down." Zhao Sheng unceremoniously sat cross-legged. This decisive move impressed Yeshu, who was sitting across from him. "It's been 30 years since we last met. As expected, you've successfully broken through. I knew senior brother Chiu had a purpose when he insisted on seeing you before his death. Seeing you again today, I see you are truly exceptionally talented. Your Excellency is too kind." "I was just lucky," Zhao Sheng said with mock humility. As he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly fixed on the wall behind the jade tree. The wall was bare, save for a 3-foot-long, jade-colored sword that resembled, but wasn't, jade. At that moment, this seemingly ordinary sword suddenly began to move without a breath of wind, emitting a continuous humming sound. Simultaneously, an incomparably terrifying aura gradually emanated from the sword, as if an unimaginable creature were awakening. Almost as soon as the humming sound began, the ear-reporting deity, which had been crouching behind Zhao Sheng's ear, suddenly panicked, as if encountering a natural enemy. As Zhao Sheng noticed the ear-reporting deity's abnormality, it instantly transformed into a streak of black light and fled for its life. As the ear-reporting deity fled, the jade-like sword suddenly fell silent, and the terrifying creature returned to its slumber. This, Zhao Sheng feigned surprise and began to ask, but was rudely interrupted. Yu Shu glared at him fiercely and demanded, "Have you had any contact with spirits recently?" "No, I was in seclusion cultivating, and after my promotion, I stayed in the document room on duty. I've never been out running around during that time," Zhao Sheng denied. HMPH, don't follow Chu Santong's lead and go astray. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite a spirit, but hard to send it away. I hope you don't risk your life for a few tricks. Yu Shu's attitude was strange, as if he hadn't bothered to put it past the obvious, as if to kindly remind him. "Your Excellency said this, and I will definitely keep it in mind," Zhao Sheng replied vaguely. Since Yu Shu hadn't exposed him and was expressing goodwill, he naturally wouldn't pretend to not understand. Yu Shu nodded slightly, his gaze softening once more. He spoke, "You should be fully aware of my purpose in calling you here today. Wu Yi is kind on the outside, but he's actually cold and cunning. Even though you've joined his tutelage, he won't trust you. No matter how hard you try, you'll always be an outsider. So, why don't you join me? For senior brother Chu's sake, I'll treat you like a confidant. This is a serious matter. How about giving me a few days to consider it?" Zhao Sheng hesitated, then said. "HMPH. Take this for now, Yu Shu snorted coldly and casually tossed a jade slip to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng took it in astonishment. His consciousness scanned the new slip, and a collection of notes titled Record of Ghosts and Gods suddenly flooded his mind. This Record of Ghosts and Gods wasn't a collection of magical skills, but rather a directory of ghosts and gods, arranged chronologically, recording the names and dates of their deification, as well as some general information related to them. The earliest recorded ghost god, named Shiguang, had an unknown date of deification, dating back to before the Xiandao calendar, at least 20,000 years ago. Zhao Sheng's consciousness didn't quickly scan the jade slips. In the abyss of the ocean, there is a god named Huri. He was a god for 13,000 years, but was beheaded by the god-slaying sword 6,000 years ago at the beginning of a solar eclipse. Beneath the ancient well, a water god was born, known as the well god, possessing the ability to control the flow of water. In the martyr's shrine of the previous dynasty, there are 6 martial gods, Jidu, Xing, and Wei. Their bodies were severed by the god-slaying sword 360 years ago. Zhao Sheng skimmed through the list, astonished. The universe is teeming with ghosts and gods. The ghost and god records alone contain over 10,000, and half of them have been obliterated by the Xiandao cult. However, ghosts and gods are easy to kill, and even easier to resurrect. As long as someone remembers a god's name and dedicates their thoughts to it, ghosts and gods are likely to resurrect from the netherworld. Sir, Zhao Sheng stopped talking mid-sentence. Yu Shu saw this and smiled faintly. Please keep this carefully and don't let anyone else know about it. I won't acknowledge you once you leave this room. Yes, sir, I know the importance of this, Zhao Sheng agreed, full of doubt. A moment later, he walked out of the room with a calm expression. As they left the courtyard, Xing Lang approached with a smile. Congratulations, Zhao Sheng bowed and said, may I ask, senior brother Xing, what are you so happy about? Xing Lang's eyes flickered at this, and he smiled. Junior brother, you are the first prison guard in the divine prison to advance to foundation establishment in nearly 100 years. Now, you have been favored by the temple priests and the 3 elders. You must have a bright future. Not at all, Zhao Sheng said with a smile. Senior brother Zeng is even more extraordinary. I've heard that you are deeply trusted by the Inspector General. Your name is the one he mentions most often. Xing Lang's face froze, and he quickly interrupted Zhao Sheng, saying he had something to do and left. Haha. You dare to play tricks on me, little brat. Zhao Sheng wasn't teasing Xing Lang. It was simply that after drinking, Xing Lang's mouth lost its restraint and dared to say anything. In the city magistrate's mansion, Jinggayu Palace, curls of green smoke rose from the soul-fixing incense. City magistrate Deng Jingyin wore a blue-gray Taoist robe, a scroll in his hand. Journey to the east. HMPH, a bunch of wicked beasts can use incense to conjure the bodies of ghosts and gods, granting them centuries of life. I've diligently governed the country, working diligently for decades. Under my rule, the people live in peace, yet I'm hampered by my lifespan. How unfair heaven is. Deng Jingyin flipped through the book expressionlessly, muttering to himself from time to time. His old servant, Dengbo, waited nearby. Jinggayu Palace was now empty, save for the master and servant. Deng Jingyin set Journey to the East aside and picked up the book on the table. It was Zhao Sheng's theory of the 5 virtues, borrowed from the ancients. The 5 virtues begin and end, with merit and virtue being the most important. The ancients said that merit is supreme, words are next, and writings are the worst. I wonder who wrote this theory of the 5 virtues, but every word is a gem of wisdom. It's a pity it didn't appear decades earlier. I'm running out of time, Alice. After a silent sigh, Deng Jingyin had a thought, and the book in his hands instantly turned to ash. Uncle Deng stood silently by. Everyone believed his master was an honest and selfless official, handling government affairs day and night, keeping the vast city of Chu in perfect order. Only he knew the depth of his master's inner resentment. In reality, he had long known that he would never receive a posthumous title. How unfair the court had been to his master. Uncle Deng, Deng Jingyin called out. Master, what are your orders? Uncle Deng stepped forward immediately. Pass the order down. The texts in Journey to the East and theory of the 5 virtues are treacherous and misleading. This very day, order the 6 government offices to seize, ban, and burn all copies of these books. No one is allowed to circulate or discuss these banned books in the future. As you say, Uncle Deng accepted the order without questioning, then vanished into thin air. This man was a master of the foundation establishment stage. A few days later, On the third floor of Yaoyu Tower, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes, graying hair, sat alone, a melancholy expression on his face, drinking before a table overflowing with delicious food. This man, handsome and refined, was none other than Guyu, the 13th master of the Gu clan, a man who had reached the great perfection of key refining. Guyu was burdened with worry, having not been seen since Senior Wu Ying's stunning appearance years ago. Although Senior Wu Ying had instructed him to practice arduously in seclusion to condense his golden core, Guyu remained perpetually uneasy, fearing his efforts would be in vain. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were less of a concern. The greatest fear was missing the opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, Senior Wu Ying had repeatedly urged him before his departure. To achieve this, Guyu and his companions spared no effort, even resorting to the help of their family. Things were looking up. The stories of Journey to the East had spread throughout the streets and alleys, becoming nearly universally known. Furthermore, in recent months, countless booksellers had caught wind of the story, printing millions of copies and rapidly distributing them to the lower prefectures and counties. But who knew that a sudden ban on books from the city magistrate's office would take a turn for the worse? Journey to the East was immediately declared a banned book, and all copies on the market were to be confiscated and burned, and it was forbidden from being printed or distributed. Guyu and the others had their connections, but City Magistrate Eng Jingyan wouldn't even meet with him, simply stating that the book must be banned, no room for negotiation. Although City Magistrate Eng Jingyan was a mere mortal, he had the official seal to protect him. The official seal represented the imperial power, and even the Gu family and other major monastic families could not openly disobey the official order. Storyteller Old Su, you've violated the law by publicly disseminating banned stories. Come with us, sir, I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me this time. I won't do it again. You know you're wrong now? Too late. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for chaining you. Go. Guyu awoke from his reverie and looked out the window, just in time to see two black-clad constables pushing an elderly man with a goatee out of Yaoyu Tower and towards the end of the street. Alice, Guyu sighed as he watched. Just then, a hoarse, aged voice echoed in his ears, young friend Gu, why are you sighing for no reason, Senior Wu Ying? Guyu was overjoyed and glanced around. At that moment, Zhao Sheng slowly appeared and calmly sat down across from him. Senior, could you, not yet. What's wrong? Are you getting impatient? Zhao Sheng teased. No, it's just that I'm too impatient, Guyu muttered incoherently. At the same time, he quietly channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the corner of his clothes. A message was instantly transmitted. Seeing Senior Wu Ying looking at him with a silent smile, Guyu's face changed, and he quickly changed the subject. Senior, have you heard? Journey to the East has been banned by the government. Yes. But that's just what I want, Zhao Sheng said slowly. That is right. Guyu's tone paused, then a sudden realization struck him, and a smile broke out on his face. Journey to the East is different from other obscene and absurd banned books. The techniques and martial arts described in it are extremely practical. Such use for banned books often become more popular the more they are banned. The more widely the book is circulated, the more deeply the story becomes ingrained in people's minds. Zhao Sheng's goal would also be subtly and overachieved. Huh? At this moment, Zhao Sheng's face suddenly changed drastically, and he was about to leave. But the next second, his expression suddenly calmed. For now, Zhao Sheng was standing opposite an elderly man in Taoist robes, his face childlike and his hair white, his aura as imposing as a mountain. Upon seeing the newcomer, Guyu immediately knelt. Gu family's 13th young master, I pay my respects to the high priest. You've done well. Now proceed, Taoist Q said calmly. Guyu, as if he had been pardoned, didn't even dare to look at Zhao Sheng and hurried downstairs. Zhao Sheng, upon seeing this, immediately bowed and respectfully said, Junior Wu Ying, I pay my respects to the high priest Q. Oh, you know me, I haven't seen you before, but I've heard of your might. Seeing you today, I realize the rumors are far inferior to the real thing, haha. You're quite sweet, boy. Get up and talk, Q chuckled, waved his hand, and released a burst of potential, helping Zhao Sheng to his feet. Zhao Sheng appeared cautious and nervous, but secretly, he was remarkably calm. His mind raced, trying to guess the purpose of this nascent soul high priest's sudden appearance. You were actually able to sense the fluctuations of divine consciousness just now. Such a keen sense is truly rare, Gu suddenly spoke. Even more rare is that you've already reached perfection in the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. With your extraordinary talent, you can expect to reach the nascent soul stage in the future. Senior, you're too kind. My humble cultivation level is no match for the High Priest. To reach the golden core stage in the future would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised at the other party's ability to see through his disguise. He simply found it odd that a nascent soul ancestor couldn't discern the depths of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, while Taoist Gu could sense his age and cultivation level, he couldn't necessarily see his true face. Concealment spells are easy to penetrate, but the physical distortion and movement of facial muscles makes it difficult to discern a true face. Zhao Sheng sensed something was amiss, a feeling that the other party's words held a hidden meaning. Could it be? His heart trembled. Looking at the enigmatic High Priest Q, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. As he expected, the other party's next words directly exposed the secret he had tried so hard to conceal. I can't be wrong. With your incredible teleportation skills, I dare say you'll definitely have a place among the many nascent soul seats in the Nether God realm. Zhao Sheng was startled by this, then calmed down in an instant. But on the surface, his expression changed drastically, a hint of fear etched in his face. Senior, what do you mean by that? How come I don't understand? Haha, interesting. You're still playing dumb with me, you deserve a beating. As the words fell, an overwhelming surge of divine consciousness enveloped Zhao Sheng. However, even before that, Zhao Sheng had vanished into thin air. The next moment, he reappeared in an alley 30 miles away. But then, Taoist Q's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Boy, I mean no harm, why are you running? Although Zhao Sheng didn't sense anything unusual around him, he knew that the entire city of Chu was enveloped by Taoist Q's divine consciousness. The range of the nascent soul's divine consciousness reached at least 100 miles, and a single phase shift wouldn't allow him to escape. With a flash of thought, Zhao Sheng's figure vanished into nothingness. He reappeared in a field over 60 miles away. However, as soon as he appeared, an invisible lightning bolt, transformed from divine consciousness, struck him on the forehead. Hey, you've been branded with my divine consciousness, and you still want to run? Zhao Sheng's vision darkened, and he fainted before he fainted. The difference in strength between the nascent soul and the foundation establishment stages was immense. Even with divine skills, he could not withstand the attack of divine consciousness. Chapter 357 What is the virtue and ability? After an indefinite amount of time in the darkness, Zhao Sheng gradually regained consciousness. Are you awake? Suddenly, Taoist Q's voice reached him. Zhao Sheng remained unconscious, his eyes still closed. A thought flashed through his mind, and countless points of light appeared in the darkness. Phase shift. With a flash of thought, Zhao Sheng instantly vanished from sight. HMPH, you're still trying to run. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Sheng, who had just emerged from a cellar 30 miles away, was struck by lightning and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. An indefinite amount of time passed before Zhao Sheng regained consciousness. As soon as he regained consciousness, Taoist Q teased, I've imprisoned your Danshan, so you're running this time. Zhao Sheng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He tried to channel his spiritual energy, but found it blocked by a layer of sword light, rendering it impossible to mobilize any. Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes and looked with dismay at the High Priest Q, seated cross-legged on the mat across from him. Old Senior, you are a high and mighty nascent soul realm expert. Please don't tease me, are you running or not? No, not again. Whatever you require, please tell me. I'll sell you this body of flesh. Zhao Sheng sat up from the ground and said submissively. Taoist Q glared at him and berated him, I'm not a heretic. What use would I have for your body? I'm asking you, where did you learn this strange teleportation technique? Zhao Sheng thought to himself, as he understood. It made sense. Beyond phase shifting, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possibly alarm the almighty nascent soul high priest? Furthermore, Taoist Q was the undisputed strongest person in Diankang province, at least in the late nascent soul stage. He was a legendary figure who could single-handedly suppress vast swathes of mountains and seas. The netherworld consists of 11 continents, with the Xiandao sect dominating Kangzhou and its influence extending to 2 smaller neighboring continents. Within Kangzhou, the Great Gushan dynasty reigns supreme, encompassing over 80% of the continent's territory. Its 16 provinces each extend over 1 million li, nearly equivalent to the southern border of central continent. Diankang province is slightly smaller than the southern border, but still encompasses over 1,000,000 li. Because the netherworld's spiritual energy concentration is generally higher than that of the Xianzhu realm, its high-end combat power is significantly greater. However, at the peak of the divine transformation stage, the number of warriors in the two realms is practically comparable. Zhao Sheng's current status was too low to be privy to such a crucial secret. Of course, he couldn't afford to worry about it at this moment, as he had already fallen into an extremely precarious situation. If he mishandled the situation, his life would end prematurely. Taoist Qiu's expression was unusually solemn. Zhao Sheng, noticing his expression, understood perfectly. Remember, he had also reached the nascent soul stage in his previous life, and he was well aware of the thoughts of his fellow Daoists. Unfortunately, reporting to the high priest, this junior's teleportation wasn't learned, it's innate, Zhao Sheng said truthfully. Impossible. You're lying. Qiu's robes rustled at this. And an indescribably terrifying sword intent suddenly surged into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the futon and square table were reduced to dust. Countless deep sword marks covered the surrounding stone walls, and faint light shone through from outside. Fortunately, the sword intent was fleeting, and Qiu quickly became calm and composed. Zhao Sheng spread his hands and said bluntly, "You can't disbelieve me. I don't believe you haven't repeatedly examined my body. I'm afraid you understand it better than I do." Taoist Qiu nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng seized the opportunity and said, "A divine skill like teleportation must be incredibly complex to learn. If a junior had mastered it, it would undoubtedly leave traces in his meridians, danshan, and even his physical body. With your methods, it shouldn't be difficult to detect. But in truth, I truly can't teleport. I simply possess an exceptional talent. It's like the legendary natural body of the Dao." Hearing the words natural body of the Dao, Qiu's eyes lit up, as if a thought had crossed his mind. A natural body of the Dao is a miraculous gift, a level higher than natural spiritual roots. Only one person possesses this kind of spiritual body in a billion. Legend has it that a natural body of the Dao instinctively absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from birth, building a natural foundation by the age of 11 or 12. After reaching adulthood, a few years of casual cultivation will allow them to successfully condense a golden elixir. A natural body of the Dao is truly a son of heaven. As long as they don't die midway, they will surely reach the rank of true Lord of Transformation, and even ascend to the spiritual realm is highly possible. Taoist Qiu had just spoken a word when he suddenly paused. Zhao Sheng's heart tightened at this, and he felt a rare sense of uneasiness. At that moment, Taoist Qiu's eyes shone with a golden light, like two blinding, bewildering suns. A ray of divine thought instantly pierced Zhao Sheng's mind and penetrated deep into his soul. "Look into my eyes." Zhao Sheng's eyes met the golden light, and he was instantly dazzled. His soul sea instantly churned, and a towering, earth-shattering deity descended upon him, suppressing his spirit. "Not good." Seizing a moment of consciousness, Zhao Sheng issued a final command. Phase shift. In an instant, he vanished from Qiu's sight. HMPH. This cold snort resonated like a resounding bell, resounding in his mind. 30 miles away, in a remote corner, Zhao Sheng had just returned to the present world when he stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. From then on, whenever Zhao Sheng regained consciousness, he unhesitatingly activated phase shift. During his many futile attempts to escape, his body wasted away at a visible rate. Activating phase shift is always a price to pay. Originally, one could use spiritual energy instead, but now that his danshan was sealed, he could only consume his own flesh and blood. Zhao Sheng's sudden flight at the slightest disagreement gave Master Qiu a headache. He could see that this youngster's teleportation talent was truly incredible. Despite all his efforts, he still couldn't stop him from escaping. What did this prove? It proved that he wasn't lying. This was pure talent, a perverted talent that involved the soul and spirit, unconnected to blood and flesh. Otherwise, the numerous restrictions placed on him wouldn't be completely ineffective. Taoist Qiu had tried to set up soul restrictions before, but this silent threat of self-destruction truly frightened him. In his 2,000 years of life, he had never met many brave men as fearless as Zhao Sheng. So, when Zhao Sheng attempted to escape for the 9th time, Qiu helplessly called a halt. All right. I'm afraid of you, kid. Don't run away, senior. What do you want? Zhao Sheng's voice was unusually hoarse. He was now skin and bones, emaciated beyond recognition. It's not about what I want, but what you want, Taoist Q said helplessly. I want to leave. Will you let me go, senior? Zhao Sheng said, licking his lips and twisting his neck, a crisp crackling sound. Taoist Q frowned and shook his head with a hint of embarrassment. He would never let the man in front of him go for nothing. Then there's nothing to discuss. I repeat, teleportation is my gift. No one can take it away. Taoist Q looked at the other man's confident expression and wanted to say, no one can do it while you're alive, but what about after death? What if your soul is extracted and refined into a soul puppet? Taoist Q thought this in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud, nor did he want to do it. He wasn't entirely sure. What if he extracted his spirit but couldn't recreate his teleportation skill? What then? Would his efforts be in vain? This wasn't what he wanted. Seeing the other person's determined expression, Q was torn. But then, a flash of inspiration struck him, and an idea struck him. Taoist Q's face shifted to a smile, and he suddenly said, young man, would you like to become my disciple? Zhao Sheng's face was filled with confusion. Over the past 2 days, shocking news had spread rapidly through the elite ranks of Dankang Province's monastic community. A few well-informed forces even learned the identity and origins of the lucky individual. 100 years later, High Priest Q had unexpectedly accepted another disciple. And this disciple's identity was completely mysterious, not even from any of Dankang Province's aristocratic families. Only a few prominent families in Chu City, such as the Gu, Wu, and Fang families, were aware of the situation. Gu, Wu Yifan, and the others were already brimming with envy. How could a shadowless Taoist priest of unknown origin deserve to be accepted as a disciple of the High Priest Q? Even though he had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, there were countless Jindan priests in Dankang Province who wanted to become the High Priest's disciples. A mere foundation establishment was nothing to him. I'm so foolish. If I had established a good relationship with Senior Wu Ying back then, Wu Yifan, envious and jealous, immediately felt a surge of regret. I'm so stupid. Taoist Wu Ying was clearly a guest of our clan, but if he hadn't just walked away, how much better it would have been. Gu, disheveled, stared at the red eyes of the surrounding elders with a wave of regret. I'm so wrong. Immediately order the printing of Journey to the East with all your might and promote it vigorously. Fang Xing, you go to the city magistrate's mansion immediately and try your best to persuade Deng Jingyin to lift a ban on the book. Yes, master. Even as the Fang clan tried to curry favor with Zhao Sheng, the Gu and Wu clans, along with other powerful figures, quickly came to their senses. Although the real culprit couldn't be seen for the time being, it was essential to proactively express goodwill through indirect actions. Consequently, within a few days, the more Journey to the East was banned, the more popular it became. The trend of private dissemination intensified, and a flood of beautifully packaged copies of the book appeared on the market. Simultaneously, a large number of copies appeared on the markets of the 12 prefectures under the jurisdiction of Dankang Province. At this time, Zhao Sheng was unaware of the flattering efforts of the Gu family and other families. After he was captured by Taoist Q, the ear reporting god had disappeared. Without countless ears, information channels were naturally scarce. Knock, knock, knock. Someone suddenly knocked on the copper ring of the gate of an elegant and refined courtyard. Beneath a peach tree in a corner, Zhao Sheng frowned and called out, "Who is here? Please come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the gate was gently pushed open, and a thin Taoist with sharp eyes, phoenix eyes, and a tall crown and white robe entered the courtyard. "Haha, junior brother, you're bored, aren't you?" "Senior brother, I see you're here." The thin Taoist, known as Zhikong, was the fourth disciple of the Taoist Master Q. His lowest cultivation level was the late Jindan stage, and he was also an external sword cultivator. Incidentally, the Taoist Master Q's lineage consisted entirely of sword cultivators. He himself was an internal sword Yuanying stage, yet of his 4 disciples, aside from his eldest, the other 3 were surprisingly all external sword cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng felt a strange feeling. He immediately stood up and stepped forward. "Fourth senior brother, please come in." "Ahem, this place is so, Zhikong hadn't finished his words when he spotted the ancient peach tree in the courtyard. Its branches and leaves were lush, laden with large, spiritual peaches. In Zhikong's eyes, the peach tree held an intense vitality, nearly bursting through its skin. "Junior brother, This peach tree is truly remarkable. It seems Master truly loves you. He's even willing to transplant such a precious tree. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, senior brother. After all, my health is too weak. Master simply wants me to recover quickly. Zhao Sheng invited Zhikong to sit on a stone bench beside the tree. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea. A red flame spontaneously ignited, and the water in the cup instantly boiled. Zhikong observed his junior brother's rosy complexion and nodded slightly. Then, an ancient painting on the stone table, depicting a sword piercing the clouds and shrouded in mist, caught Zhikong's attention. Cloud Sky Sword Intention. Zhikong was surprised, sensing that Master valued his fifth junior brother even more. The Cloud Sky Sword Intention was a secret treasure passed down through generations in our lineage, imbued with the sword spirits of generations of ancestors. Its lineage dated back even further than the Great Gu dynasty, and he had only examined it 2 or 3 times. The sword intention was of a rank comparable to any other ancient treasure, its value inestimable. He hadn't expected Master to be so willing to share this treasure with his junior brother, fresh from his initiation into the sect. As soon as the spiritual fire ignited, the spiritual tea in the cup immediately emitted wisps of green light and a rich, unique fragrance. Huh? That fragrance? Where did junior brother get this rare spiritual tea? Zhikong's eyes lit up in wonder. He immediately poured the tea and tasted it. Closing his eyes, he savored it for a few breaths before sighing. Excellent tea. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, Brother, there's no need for that. I still have a few ounces here. I'll give you half. When you get back, savor it carefully. That's what you said, not what I asked. Zhikong's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Brother, don't worry. I don't mind a mere piece of spiritual tea. By the way, senior brother, you're so busy, why did you find time to come to me today? Zhikong was not only Zhao Sheng's junior brother, but also the palace master of Chongdao Palace. He held a high position of power in Diankang province, second only to the high priest of the nascent soul. Chongdao Palace was the most unique and important of all the temples in the temple city. While other temples worshipped deities, Chongdao Palace was solely dedicated to the way of heaven and lacked any deities. There are countless temples in Diankang province. While other temples are referred to as temples, only Chongdao Palace is named palace, a testament to its high status. In reality, Chongdao Palace is the highest institution of the Xiandao cult in Diankang province, and Zhikong oversees countless temples within the province, wielding far greater power than even the average nascent soul high priest. Hearing his junior brother's question, Zhikong nodded and said, My identity is sensitive, so to avoid causing trouble, I simply snuck over here. Zhao Sheng exclaimed in admiration, Senior brother, you are not blinded by the lust for power. You truly possess an extraordinary character. It seems you're not far from the nascent soul stage, Alice, just one step away, and it feels like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhikong sighed, I've made no progress in 100 years. I came to see you this time to see if I can gain guidance from our master. Master? Senior brother, why don't you just go and see Master directly? Why? Zhao Sheng looked puzzled. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Traps, Enlightenment, and Harvest. Alice, I'm ashamed to say this. Brother, I've done some old things inappropriately, which has displeased Master. He once said that I was bewildered by power, and now my sword path has no way forward, my ceiling has been set. So, Alice, Zhikong said with a face full of shame. Brother, please don't mind. If I have the chance, I will definitely put in a few good words for you to Master, Zhao Sheng said warmly. Then I'll trouble you, brother. After saying this, Zhikong glanced at the young Xiao sword intent on the table, suddenly pointing to the sword diagram and smiling. Brother, this sword intent is a priceless treasure for sword cultivators like us. I studied this diagram for 3 days and benefited greatly from it, which is why I have achieved my current status. I wonder what kind of sword intent you have comprehended from it. Just a little bit. I haven't comprehended the sword intent, but I have understood a little bit of the basics. Oh? A gleam flashed in Zhikong's eyes, and he suddenly said, Junior brother, if you have any insights, please share them so I can hear them too. Who knows, My chance for enlightenment might just fall on you. Zhao Sheng smiled, his expression unfazed. Senior brother, you're exaggerating. My wisdom and skills are limited, so how can I compare to your genius? My understanding is like a child's swordplay, and I'm simply a laughingstock in front of you. Junior brother, don't underestimate yourself. Today, let's have a proper swordsmanship discussion. It's settled, Zhai Kong said, seemingly determined to test Zhao Sheng's abilities. His words betrayed the undeniable dominance of the Chongdao Palace Master. Since you have the time, I'll have to join you. Zhao Sheng's expression was resigned, but his mind was as clear as a mirror. A swordsmanship discussion, after all, was simply a contest of words, a test of who could speak better and who could justify the truth. He wasn't afraid of that at all. Of course, at Zhai Kong's level, casual boasting was out of the question. It required a certain level of swordsmanship. A glint flashed in Zhai Kong's eyes, and he immediately spoke. Junior brother, do you know how many major schools of swordsmanship there are today? And which one is the most respected? Zhao Sheng immediately replied, there are probably three main schools, outer swordsmanship, inner swordsmanship, and inner swordsmanship. As for which one holds the title of the most respected in swordsmanship, I don't know. In Kangzhou, there are three main schools of swordsmanship. The outer swordsmanship is renowned for its large numbers, and it also has the largest number of nascent soul sword cultivators. The inner swordsmanship, though fewer in number, is each unrivaled in its killing power, and few rivals of its level. As for the inner swordsmanship, this school prioritizes the mind, intention, and understanding. Without these two, even the most gifted will struggle to achieve mastery. But once the swordsmanship is fully developed, the inner swordsmanship can defeat 10,000 enemies, making him the most respected in the world. Although I am a humble outer swordsman, I do understand a thing or two about the inner swordsmanship. As he spoke, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed in Zhai Kong's eyes. A flash of white light, and Zhao Sheng felt a stinging pain in his eyes and a pain in his soul. The red lotus of karma instantly flew out of his body, transforming into a crimson lotus shield that tightly enveloped his entire body. Seeing this, Zhai Kong's eyes darkened with sword light. What a powerful heart sword. Please, senior brother, appreciate what I have learned. Zhao Sheng regained consciousness and exclaimed in admiration. A phantom sword light flashed in the depths of his eyes, piercing the void and piercing Zhai Kong's eyes. Heart sword. I didn't expect junior brother to have such extraordinary understanding. Now, look at my 5 elements sword intent. A look of surprise crossed Zhai Kong's face. With a single word, 5 sword lights emanated from his fingertips, rotating in a whirl of blue, red, yellow, white, and black. The sword intent was endless. Wait, senior brother, let's just discuss swordsmanship today. Don't fight. I can't withstand a single blow from you, senior brother. Zhao Sheng begged for mercy upon seeing this, and the crimson lotus shield around him instantly thickened by 3 layers. He still felt a slight headache from the heart sword attack. Stop talking so much. It's just a sword fight. I won't hurt you in the slightest. Zhai Kong, seemingly in high spirits, continued. Back when I was comprehending the sword's purpose, I stumbled upon a vision of the 5 elements sword master's sword intent. Thus, I comprehended the endless cycle of the 5 elements. Sword energy differentiated into the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. I drew the essence of the 5 elements and refined it into my magical sword. From the outside, the 5 elements within and without mutually transform and generate each other, in an endless cycle. This is the 5 elements sword Dao. As Zhai Kong spoke, the 5 elements sword light in his hand continuously evolved and transformed, flowing freely and morphing into a myriad of mysteries. Across the stone table, Zhao Sheng's eyes gleamed with wonder, his gaze fixed on him, seemingly captivated. Watching this, Zhai Kong felt a surge of satisfaction. This man had ulterior motives. While seemingly demonstrating the mysteries of the 5 elements sword Dao to his junior fellow apprentice, he actually intended to lead Zhao Sheng astray. If he truly followed Zhai Kong's path and mastered the 5 elements sword Dao, he would inevitably be controlled by others. Zhao Sheng, of course, would not fall for such a trick. But, eventually, some edge must be revealed. A moment later, Zhai Kong finished his rehearsal. Zhao Sheng, awestruck, extended a hand, and from his fingertips, 5 sword beams emerged, a faint, 5-colored halo. Zhai Kong's expression changed slightly. The 5 elements sword art was a profound sword art. How could someone grasp it so instantly after just one viewing? I was lucky to understand it after listening to my senior brother's demonstration. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, retracting the 5 elements sword lights. He smiled and said, I have learned 2 extreme sword principles from the sword intention. One is to simplify the complex, and the other is to simplify the complex. The ultimate complexity, the ultimate versatility of sword moves. A single sword can transform into 1,000 swords, breaking all methods. This is the 10,000 swords art. All the swords in the world return to the origin, specializing in defeating the clever with the clumsy. The ultimate cleverness is unskillful. A single sword can shatter all methods. This is the sword art of the root. Hiss. Zhai Kong gasped, his mind racing through countless thoughts, finally settling on a single sword master. One sword transforms into 10,000 swords, or one sword breaks all laws. Senior brother, which sword principle is more profound? Zhao Sheng asked sincerely. This, Zhai Kong closed his eyes in thought, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously, clearly troubled. But his thoughts weren't on sword principles, but on his humble junior brother. Ever since Zhao Sheng's inadvertent capture, Taoist Q had mobilized the forces of the Xiandao sect to thoroughly investigate his origins. Despite Zhao Sheng's cautious approach, his true identity had been exposed, leaving him with nowhere to hide from the powerful ruling body. Within 3 days, Zhao Sheng's identity and origins were thoroughly investigated. Zhai Kong, the lord of Chongdao Palace, was the second person to learn of Zhao Sheng's origins. Honestly, he was astonished to learn that his junior brother was actually a lowly prison guard. Even more alarming was the fact that the records stated that his junior brother had only been cultivating his foundation for less than a year. Yet, in reality, he had already achieved perfect foundation. The difference between the two was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. From the moment he learned the truth, Zhai Kong realized that his junior fellow disciple was no simple character. Despite the harsh environment of the divine prison, he had quietly achieved a breakthrough to the perfection of foundation establishment at the age of less than 70. Compared to him, this person could truly be described as a natural prodigy. Zhai Kong knew his master very well. If he hadn't known his junior fellow disciple's true identity, his master might have simply considered him a research subject. But after learning the truth, his master must have cherished his talent, otherwise he wouldn't have so easily given him the cloud sword intention. The moment he realized his junior fellow disciple might become a threat in the future, Zhai Kong had to meet him in person, ideally to subdue him. However, from the moment he entered the room to the conversation just now, Zhai Kong had realized that his purpose in coming here had been completely thwarted. Although this new junior fellow disciple wasn't an ambitious person, he clearly didn't want to be under someone else's control for long. Thinking of this, Zhai Kong suddenly sighed. Alice, my junior fellow disciple's comprehension is astonishing. In just a day or two, he's been able to comprehend such profound sword principles from the sword intention. Compared to what you have realized, my 5-element sword art is inevitably inferior. Zhao Sheng saw this and comforted him. Brother, you are joking. The 5-element sword art is vast and profound. Being able to comprehend even 30% of it is enough to dominate the world. With your aptitude, you will sooner or later break through the Dan and become an infant. There is no need to worry, Alice, I will borrow your good wishes. I hope that you can get what you want soon. Zhai Kong sighed, then took out a jade slip, pushed it in front of Zhao Sheng, and said, Junior brother, you have just entered my sect, and I don't have much to give you. This jade slip records my life's experience in the sword art. I hope you can carry forward our lineage. Zhao Sheng was delighted when he heard this. He refused several times. Only after Zhai Kong strongly persuaded him did he accept this priceless treasure. Late at night, the starry sky was bright, the sort of star sea. I have observed the meteorite sea for thousands of years and simulated the movement of stars in it. With a wave of my hand, the endless star sword light is like the eternal star rotation. In the Lingtao courtyard, Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. It was a dark night, and the sky was full of stars. The endless nebula transformed from the Shangsu meteorite sea occupied half of the starry sky. The true orifice is like a star, the sword intent and starlight are like the eternal star sea, and the divine will is eternal. This is the sort of star sea. His eyes reflected the flow of nebulae, and billions of stars illuminated the sea of souls, evolving endless mysteries. After a long time, the night fell and the dawn came. Zhao Sheng suddenly woke up, only to find that the star sea sword Dao was more than 100 times better than Zhai Kong's 5-element sword Dao. It's not that the 5 elements are inferior to the stars, but that the degree of realization of the two is different. Wonderful, wonderful, Zhao Sheng praised 3 times in a row, and said to himself, the star sea sword Dao realized by this unknown sword cultivator is majestic and vast. It has simulated some of the atmosphere of the Shangsu meteorite sea, which is enough to make people reach the nascent soul realm directly. Xinghe sword Dao is the sword theory that Zhao Sheng comprehended from Yang Xiao sword intention. The sword discussion with Zhaikong during the day was nothing but fooling people. Zhaikong is not a good guy either. Would the dignified Chongdao palace master have no treasures to give? Why did he give away his own sword experience? Did he think he was a fool? During the day, the sun was high in the sky. Suddenly, someone knocked on the gate of the courtyard again. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he released his spiritual sense, and he already knew the identity of the visitor. He thought for a while before asking people to come in. As soon as Gu Yu entered the door, he repeatedly bowed, with a sincere smile on his face, and said happily, I haven't seen you for a few days. Senior Wuang is more elegant than before. Beside Gu Yu, there was a dignified old man with a long beard. Sit down, please have tea, both of you. Compared to Gu Yu's enthusiasm, Zhao Sheng's attitude was quite cold. Seeing this, Gu Yu smiled awkwardly, followed the long-bearded old man, and sat down carefully. At this time, the long-bearded old man clasped his fists and said apologetically, Gu Yang meets Taoist Wu Ying. You were offended Taoist friend before, and today this old man has come to apologize. Master Gu, you are too kind. I was also a guest of your clan and received a lot of favors from the Gu family in the past. Don't worry about this little thing, Zhao Sheng said in a flat tone while pouring water, lighting a fire, burning tea and boiling incense. The long-bearded old man Gu Yang was silent for a moment after hearing this. He waved his hand, and a dragon-shaped jade talisman fell on the table. He then said, this real dragon talisman can summon a real dragon illusion, which can suppress all beasts, protect yourself, or ride and fly away. Do you like it, Taoist friend? Zhao Sheng nodded and said directly. The real dragon talisman is a secret treasure of the royal family with endless uses. Who wouldn't like it? Dao, I will give this to you, Gu Yang said in a deep voice. The Gu family is powerful and wealthy, and there are many masters in the clan. It's not that they are afraid of him, Zhao Sheng. The reason they are willing to give away the real dragon talisman is because of the high priest Q, and at the same time, they renew their friendship with Taoist Wu Ying. I have heard of the name of Dagu Zhenjing for a long time. I heard that the nobles have the first 3 volumes of this scripture. Can the head of the Gu family let me get what I want? Zhao Sheng had searched the Gu family's Zhenlang pavilion, but had never seen the Dagu Zhenjing. He had only seen some records of this scripture in the notes of the ancestors of the Gu family. Gu Yang said with a serious face, the Dagu Zhenjing was made by Teizu to collect the formations in the world. The 3rd volume involves the top secrets of this dynasty, and it can only be passed on to the royal family. If that's the case, what if I only give the first 2 volumes? Zhao Sheng thought to himself that the Dan Kanggu family had been at odds with the royal family for thousands of years, and now it doesn't seem to be loyal to the royal family. Still concerned about the royal inheritance. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. This formation scripture is a secret of the royal family, Gu Yang said solemnly. This depends on sincerity. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and a sword-shaped J token appeared on the table. This sword token was given by our master. One single use is enough. Yes, Gu Yang's eyes flashed with joy, and he reached out to grab the sword token, but did not retract the true dragon talisman. The 2 Gu family members hurried away. Not long after, Gu Yu returned to the courtyard and offered a white jade slip. The Gu family's arrival seemed to open a new door. Over the next 2 days, the heads of the city's major families, such as the Wu and Fang families, accompanied by their juniors like Wu Yifan, personally visited Zhao Sheng. They, too, presented valuable treasures. Zhao Sheng naturally accepted them with a smile, clearly expressing his goodwill. Late at night, the courtyard was deserted. Zhao Sheng gazed up at the starry sky, comparing it to the starry sea sword art. Wisps of sword energy swirled through his body's acupoints. Since I can comprehend the starry sea sword art, then the taking 9 Yanggong can also serve as a reference. If the stars become swords, then the Hung Yuan can also become a sword. The Beihu and Danshan are the core of the formation, with a 365-star map as the veins, initially combining the 108 true acupoints, and ultimately, Zhao Sheng's mind stirred, and boundless sword energy diffused into his body's true acupoints, converging into star-like sword shadows. A large sun shone brightly in the Beihu acupoint above his head. Spiritual energy in his Danshan was like an ocean. A faint, dark sun loomed in the sky, symbolizing the underworld. The Beihu acupoint represents the ultimate yang in strength, while the Danshan represents the ultimate yin and softness. As the sun began to condense, the foundation of the starry sea sword art was established. Faint starlight descended into the night sky, but it dissipated midway. The starlight is far away, the endless void is insurmountable. And the power of the stars is ethereal and subtle. The star sea sword Dao only takes its image and uses the sword intent to simulate the vastness of the starry sea. In fact, it is difficult to show even a fraction of the power of the stars. The predecessor who created this sword art used thousands of flying swords as a support. One person controlled thousands of soldiers and set up the star sea sword formation. His strength is really unmatched. The quality of the flying sword determines the upper limit of the star sea sword cultivator's strength. If 365 sword pills are used as formation tools, as long as the person's mind is strong enough to easily control so many magic weapons, it is easy to kill the enemy across levels. It's incredible. Zhao Sheng dispersed the sword energy around his body with one thought, and said to himself, "Don't be greedy, don't be excessive, don't rush. To cultivate immortality and live forever, the only way to be steady and survive for 100 generations is to be safe and sound." Zhao Sheng took out the formation jade slips, immersed his mind in it, and comprehended the Dagu Formation Sutra. Chapter 359 The five gods returned to their positions to overcome the tribulation. Seasons passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In early March, the sun shone warmly, the moss in the courtyard was turning green, peach trees were covered with falling petals, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Whether it's the outer sword or the inner sword, they all run parallel to the inner sword. Sword energy and sword intent, illusory and real, form their own sword realm, ethereal and real, exquisite and subtle. Only when the heart is sincere to the sword can the sword heart be fulfilled. Taoist Q looked at Zhao Sheng, who sat upright, and said slowly, "Sanbao, although you are incredibly gifted and can understand 3 things at a glance, your mind is too scattered. Talismans, elixirs, formations, weapons, swordsmanship, all of these are profound and extensive. Even a gifted person could hardly master a single one after a lifetime of study. You are greedy and want them all. Be careful not to end up mastering none. Master's teachings, disciple will remember them all," Zhao Sheng said solemnly, bowing slightly and kowtowed with one hand raised. Seeing this, Gu's expression eased slightly. Initially, he hadn't taken this 5th disciple seriously, but as he repeatedly displayed his extraordinary talent, he gradually developed a love for him. He no longer considered him merely a research subject, but rather a true disciple. "Master, I recently feel that my spirit, energy, and soul have reached a state of perfect harmony and unity. Knowing that the opportunity for advancement is approaching, I will soon seek a place for retreat and overcoming my tribulations. Today, I bid you farewell, oh?" Upon hearing this, Gu stroked his long beard and asked, "The Danjing stage is treacherous, and the thunder tribulation is difficult to overcome. Have you prepared the formations to avoid the tribulation, the golden elixir to form, and the magic tools to overcome the tribulation? In fact, our sect has a special place for tribulation, so you don't need to go out to overcome it yourself." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and declined, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. I have carefully planned for Danjing for decades and have my own plans." A divine light flashed in Taoist Q's eyes. With a flip of his hand, a bead the size of a head, glowing with a dark light, suddenly appeared in his palm. This bead exuded a powerful and terrifying pressure, and it expanded and contracted like a heart. Zhao Sheng's pupils constricted slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This bead was the soul core of a nascent soul realm Ghost King. Although the Ghost King's spirit had been taken away, this treasure was still priceless. More importantly, take this soul core and refine it. I think your promotion is almost certain. Taoist Q tossed the soul core into Zhao Sheng's arms, saying calmly, "Thank you, Master, for this gift." Zhao Sheng hesitated for a moment before accepting the soul core. He then stood up and solemnly bowed to Taoist Q. His primary martial arts training was the Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra, one of the 5 great treasures of Cheyenne Daoism. This divine art has a most remarkable characteristic: and the most important factor in its inclusion in the 5 great treasures, its karmic fire incinerates sins. As the saying goes, if you have sinned against heaven, there is no prayer left. Evil spirits like ghosts and zombies defy heaven's will and are therefore unacceptable to heaven, truly having sinned against heaven. Burning ghosts and zombies with karmic fire is a meritorious service to heaven, and heaven will naturally bestow merit upon them. According to the experience of generations of Shyandao sect elders, if one can incinerate a demonic entity one level higher than oneself during a realm breakthrough, the intensity of the thunder tribulation will be greatly reduced, significantly increasing the chances of success. Taoist Q was willing to gift Zhao Sheng a nascent soul core, demonstrating his deep regard for his disciple. Taoist Q graciously accepted his disciple's greeting and gestured for Zhao Sheng to sit down and talk. Once Zhao Sheng had returned to his seat, Taoist Q said, "Extend your hand." Zhao Sheng understood, deftly rolling up his sleeves and extending his right arm. Taoist Q carefully bound a green branch to his right hand. The branch's surface was shadowy, and with a slight movement, rays of light and shadow emanated. Zhao Sheng immediately recognized this withered vine as a spiritual vine unique to Kangzhou, known as the Spirit Shadow Branch. This plant possesses both ethereal and real properties, making it a rare species. "Disciple, bring me a pot of 1,000 spirit wine, master, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Zhao Sheng said this calmly and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Taoist Q stroked his long beard, with a hint of anticipation on his face. 3 breaths later, Zhao Sheng returned, holding a white porcelain wine cup with a fragrant aroma. Taoist Q stretched out his hand, and the spirit shadow branch broke away from Zhao Sheng's wrist and flew into his hand. Then, a storm of spiritual thoughts swept out, rushing into the green branches to carefully explore. Across the stone table, Zhao Sheng lowered his eyebrows and eyes, guarding his mind and keeping silent. After a moment, Taoist Q had no expression on his face, and the spiritual light in his palms fluctuated. The spirit shadow branch instantly turned into a ball of powder and fell to the ground. "Master, have you made any progress?" Zhao Sheng asked cautiously. "Alice, it's too hard. Still nothing. The void realm is, after all, not something that lesser cultivators like us can glimpse." Taoist Q sighed, a hint of dejection evident. For 3 years, he had painstakingly researched Zhao Sheng's gift of teleportation, but with scant results, discovering only that this rare talent seemed closely connected to the legendary Void Realm. Within the Shyandao sect, there was little information on the Void Realm. Q knew only that the outer realm's Zuinying originated from it, that it was the dark side of the universe, and that it had 9 realms. Beyond this, the Void Realm remained shrouded in a veil of mystery, ethereal and intangible, untouchable even when looked up at. A moment later, Taoist Q vanished in a flash of light. Zhao Sheng stood beneath a spiritual peach tree, gazing at the distant horizon, his eyes filled with contemplation. Half a month later, a beam of light suddenly broke through the clouds and descended at great speed to the foot of a beautiful, towering mountain. The light faded, revealing Zhao Sheng. He looked up at the straight bluestone steps that ascended in a row. At the end of his sight, the gates of the Wutuang Temple were wide open, and a dense line of believers formed a long queue as they ascended. 3 years later, the Wutuang Temple was so prosperous, it was truly delightful. Sensing the 5 powerful waves emanating from the mountain, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he followed the crowd up the mountain. "Madam Liu, I didn't expect you to come to today's incense meeting. Are you here to burn incense, or to fulfill a vow?" "I came here specifically to fulfill a vow. My daughter-in-law has been married for 3 years, but she still can't get pregnant. So half a month ago, I came to the temple to burn incense and beg the rat god for a child. But just 10 days later, my daughter-in-law had morning sickness. A check showed that she was pregnant. So I must come here today to fulfill a vow and offer 300 taels of incense money. I've been unlucky the past few days. I've lost everything I gambled. Today, no one can stop me. As long as you can change your luck and make a fortune, I will kneel down and die at the feet of the Toad God. God of fortune, please bless me to find a husband of my dreams." The flow of people slowly moved upwards, and groups of 5 elements believers poured into the temple gate one after another. Zhao Sheng mixed in the crowd, climbed the 1,000-step stone steps, came to the front of the temple, and then stepped over the threshold and walked into the square in front of the temple. 5 massive incense burners, half the height of a man, stood in a row in the center of the square. Within them, yellow incense sticks as thick as a child's arm, densely packed like a forest, the smoke rising and filling the air, shrouding the square in a hazy, mysterious atmosphere. Zhao Sheng passed through the crowd and the incense burners, crossing the vast square to the Wutong Temple. After entering the temple and pausing before the statue, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling divine light. Looking up, he saw the statue ablaze with a golden light, surrounded by a vast, multicolored aura. The power of the incense was incredibly intense. Zhao Sheng nodded with satisfaction, then his spiritual awareness suddenly expanded, instantly locking onto a figure deep within the temple. A thought then passed through his mind. A short moment later, Yi Xiannian, a short, childlike figure, hurried into the hall. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, his face beamed with joy. He was about to salute, but a look from Zhao Sheng stopped him. "Sir, please follow me." Yi Xiannian nodded knowingly and sent a voice message. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, waved his sleeve, and spiritual power burst out like a tide, enveloping Yi Xiannian. In an instant, the two had vanished from the temple, unnoticed by the nearby believers. In a simple and elegant quiet room deep within the temple, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a cushion, listening quietly. Yi Xiannian stood below, excitedly reporting to the master in detail on the development of the Wutong divine sect over the past 3 years. With the help of the 5 great divine beasts, the Wutong divine sect's power surged, not only quickly unifying Kainan County but also extending its reach into several nearby prefectures and counties. In 3 years, the Wutong divine sect swept across Songlin Prefecture, incorporating the Wutong disciples of most prefectures and counties into the divine sect system, and even taming a group of independent key refining cultivators. Today, the Wutong divine sect is in great glory and flourishing. But sir, the Xiandao Temple in Songlin Prefecture has sent an ultimatum a few days ago, ordering us to restrain ourselves and not to preach across the border at will. Well, this matter is easy to solve. After hearing this, Zhao Sheng looked calm and waved his hand to throw out a sword order. Yi Xiannian reached out to catch the sword order, with a puzzled look on his face. Zhao Sheng ordered, "You will give this sword order to the priest of Qingfang Temple, and he will know how to do things in the future, sir. This token, Zhao Sheng looked up at Yi Xiannian and immediately forced the rest of his words back into his stomach. "You will know what you should know, and don't ask what you shouldn't know. Yes, I will remember your teachings." Sensing the even more unfathomable aura of the adult, Yi Xiannian's forehead immediately covered with sweat, and he hurriedly bowed his hands in greeting. The next day, the Wutong Temple on the Nuanyu Peak suddenly announced to the public that the mountain was closed and the time of closure was uncertain. As soon as this news came out, countless Wutong believers were immediately confused, and there were also high-level missionary Taoists of the divine religion who went up the mountain to find out what was going on. However, all of them were stopped outside the temple by Yi Xiannian and the 5 great spirit beasts, and were not allowed to enter the temple. The Wutong Temple had been emptied, and there was no one in the temple except Zhao Sheng. In the square in front of the temple, Zhao Sheng waved his hand and threw out a series of formation banners that were more than 10 feet high, which fell around the square. The wind was howling, and 36 dust-covering banners stood in a forest, the banners swaying in the wind, and layers of spiritual light emerged. Soon, a large amount of clouds and mist rose up, filling the entire temple. Nuanyu Peak was soon shrouded in thick fog, and the mountain and the temple could not be seen clearly. Zhao Sheng hurried along a special route, circling the square. With every few steps, balls of azure light dropped from his palms, enveloping fist-sized formation beads. As the azure light touched the ground, it, along with the beads, instantly sank into the earth, leaving a tiny spark of starlight on the ground. As night fell, the square shone with a dazzling starlight, its glow intertwined like a tide, juxtaposing with the constellations in the sky. After the formation was complete, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in its center, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing. An hour later, as the nether star rose high into the sky, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, 2 long beams of divine light emanating from them. With a thought, 5 balls of golden light suddenly erupted from the depths of the night. They pierced the temple's roof, flew to Zhao Sheng's presence, and transformed into 5 inhuman gods that soared into the air. These 5 minion gods, shrouded in a myriad of divine light, were eerie and magnificent. Zhao Sheng knew that these colorful lights were all transformed by the power of incense, and contained the poison of all living things. In an instant, the red lotus seal between his eyebrows burst into red light. A ray of red light flew out, circling in the air, and suddenly expanded 1,000 times, transforming into a huge red fire lotus. Gods returned to their positions. "Go and rest." Zhao Sheng gave a low shout, and saw the 5 great gods leap into the center of the fire lotus, and after arranging themselves in the 5 elements, they sat cross-legged in the void. Boom! The karmic fire red lotus burned fiercely, and tongues of fire licked the 5 gods. As soon as the magnificent and enchanting incense divine light was burned by the karmic fire, it immediately reflected more dazzling and gorgeous colors. At the same time, wisps of colorful impurities began to rise up, and as soon as they left the magnificent divine light, they disappeared from the void. Zhao Sheng was fully focused, his mind elevated to the extreme, and he manipulated the red lotus karmic fire incomparably and meticulously, refining the will of all beings bit by bit. The power of incense is extremely difficult to refine. Even with Zhao Sheng's superb fire control skills, it took 46 days to barely refine all the incense power into willpower. Late at night, Zhao Sheng looked tired, but the light in his eyes became more and more dazzling. At this moment, in the center of the red lotus, the 5 minions have shrunk more than 10 times, revealing the 5 colors of red, white, green, black and yellow. The colorful colors around them have disappeared, but there is a trace of invisible and intangible smoke connected to them. The smoke is the concrete side of the willpower projected into Zhao Sheng's mind. In fact, with his current level of cultivation, it should be impossible to sense the willpower. Zhao Sheng is taking advantage of it. He indirectly sees the willpower through the close connection between the minions and the willpower. Looking at the 5 gods in the air, Zhao Sheng's eyes were solemn. He formed a peculiar curse seal with his hands and shouted, 9 heavens and 10 earths, all gods listen to the call. The 5 minions returned to their positions. As soon as the words fell, 5-colored divine light descended from the sky and flashed into Zhao Sheng's body. In an instant, the 5 internal organs of his body, the heart, liver, lungs, stomach, and kidneys, shone brightly, the 5-colored divine light flowed, and the illusion of 5 gods appeared faintly. The 5 gods returned to their positions, and Zhao Sheng felt infinite energy filling his body, and all the fatigue in his heart disappeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Sheng waved his hand and threw the Ghost King's soul core into the karmic fire. The fire lotus released a raging red spiritual fire, which turned into a large cloud of fire, dragging up the soul core. The soul core fluctuated in the fire cloud, spinning around, and emitting layers of black light, trying to resist the burning of the karmic fire. Zhao Sheng's heart was like a lake of water, calm and without waves. He patiently manipulated the karmic fire to continuously refine the soul core. During the 3-month refining period, the pure willpower between the 5 internal organs changed with the changes in Zhao Sheng's thoughts, and began to slowly transform his physical body and automatically make his spiritual power leap to a higher level. 3 months later, a blazing sun scorched the earth, and thick fog enveloped Nuanayu Peak. The Wutuang Temple remained sealed. Yi Xian'an stood guard outside the gate. 5 spirit beasts appeared and roamed the mountain's misty depths, constantly monitoring all movement and strangling any uninvited intruders. After nearly 6 months of waiting, Yi Xian'an grew impatient. If it weren't for the powerful divine consciousness and spiritual energy emanating from the temple, he would have been eager to break in and investigate. As dusk fell, a strong wind howled, and the thick fog shrouding Nuanayu Peak began to dissipate. Suddenly, spiritual energy from heaven and earth, covering hundreds of miles in radius, converged on the temple from all directions. A sudden, muffled roar echoed from the sky. Yi Xian'an's expression changed drastically, and he looked up. He saw a sudden shift in the sky, and a vast, inky black cloud formed out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds descended, and the world became as gloomy as night. An indescribable aura of destruction was accumulating within the clouds, threatening to strike down upon the world at any moment. The calamity clouds had arrived, and the thunderstorm had finally arrived. Chapter 360, Golden Elixir Flag Sacrifice. Boom! The sky was thick with calamity clouds, and billions of lightning snakes flashed and shone through the clouds. Electric chains stretched across the sky, often thousands of feet long. With a crackle, in an instant, a pale blue bolt as thick as a bucket suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the temple with a resounding roar. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, unprotected, bathed in the thunder. Countless flashes of lightning danced and shone throughout his body, and his skin quickly turned black and charred. However, his heart was as calm as water, and his body was as still as a rock, motionless, allowing the thunder to rage through him. As the lightning subsided, Zhao Sheng's blackened and charred skin began to heal rapidly, flakes of the charred skin peeling off, revealing the soft, fair skin beneath. In an instant, another pale blue bolt, as thick as a bucket, suddenly descended, striking Zhao Sheng's head again. Zzz! Countless arcs of electricity danced around him, radiating to the nearby ground. The square was ablaze with starlight, a radiance surging like a tide, instantly wiping out any remaining flashes of lightning. Throughout Zhao Sheng's body, the spiritual energy within him surged like a mighty river. The crimson spiritual energy in his danshan, refined by the lightning, rapidly transformed into blazing white true essence. Crack! The force of the second tribulation thunder dissipated, and countless tiny cracks appeared on Zhao Sheng's charred face, followed by tiny, dry, and dead skin flakes. His robes had been incinerated by the lightning, leaving his entire exterior charred, yet he was clearly regenerating rapidly. This giant in tribulation isn't powerful enough. It seems the Ghost King's soul core played a significant role. Heaven has clearly shown mercy. Sigh, Zhao Sheng thought with a touch of surprise as he bathed in the thunder. He was complaining about the tribulation's weakness, but Yixianayan was sweating profusely with anxiety. 30 miles away, atop a mountain, Yixianayan gazed nervously at the distant Wutong temple. Beside him stood 7 figures in Wutong robes, the principal priests of the Wutong divine sect. As the calamity clouds grew ever more powerful, with bolts of lightning increasingly slamming down, a thin, middle-aged man quietly approached Yixianayan and whispered, "Master Yi, in your opinion, can you successfully overcome the calamity?" "Shut up. Get out of here. You will definitely succeed." Yixianayan's eyes glared at the words and he shouted at them. He knew exactly what these scoundrels were up to. Yes, I'll get out of here immediately." The thin, middle-aged man, frustrated and disgraced, retreated. After cursing, Yixianayan turned his head and gazed towards the Wutong temple 30 miles away, a strange glint in his eyes. Boom! In the temple square, countless flashes of lightning blazed and splattered. Arm-thick lightning snakes crisscrossed Zhao Sheng's body, spreading outward and forming a crisscrossing lake of lightning. Lightning pierced Zhao Sheng's body, emitting a dazzling white light, his internal organs faintly visible. At this moment, his 5 organs were enveloped in divine light: red, white, green, black, and yellow. The 5 directional gods materialized, and along with their host, they endured the baptism of tribulational thunder. After repeated rounds of tribulational thunder, the yin energy within the 5 ghost gods gradually diminished, and a trace of supremely strong and yang energy emerged. Compared to the giant and thunder tribulations of previous lives, this one was like a battle, vastly inferior in both scale and difficulty. As a result, Zhao Sheng's meticulously prepared tribulation transcending formation was completely useless. He easily overcame the tribulation, relying solely on his exceptional resilience and the 5 directional gods' innate divine skills. After 9 rounds of tribulation thunder, the dark clouds of calamity dissipated in an instant, the sky cleared and cloudless, and sunlight once again streamed down upon the earth. In the center of the square, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. His primordial essence surged, emanating circles of faint white light. His vast spiritual awareness enveloped half the mountaintop, and wisps of radiance flickered in the air. His skin was as white as jade, his muscles as distinct as carved marble, his form appearing imperfect. Deep within his danshan, his golden elixir resembled a blazing sun, supported in the air by a massive, 18-petaled red lotus, radiating a brilliant light. The red lotus hovered above a lake of primordial essence, constantly absorbing the elixir's essence and purifying its impurities. Suddenly, 5 balls of divine light burst forth from Zhao Sheng's chest and abdomen, instantly dispersing and landing in their respective temples. At that moment, Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, a divine light radiating. He suddenly looked up to the southwest, where a red cloud was rapidly approaching. In a flash, the cloud reached Zhao Sheng's head before suddenly stopping. Suddenly, a burst of applause erupted from the dark cloud, and 2 figures pierced through the clouds, plummeting downward. Zhao Sheng's gaze turned cold as he watched them land not far from him. They were an old man and a young man. The old man was gaunt, dressed in a long, vulgar green robe. His beard, hair, and face were covered in green hair, which moved slightly, like some kind of living fungus. Upon seeing the old man's face, Zhao Sheng's heart stirred, and a person emerged in his mind. If his guess was correct, This green-haired old man was the infamous green-headed man of Diankang province. Although he used external forces to form his elixir, his unique cultivation method made him extremely difficult to deal with. Next to the green-headed old man stood a young man in a crimson robe, with peach-colored eyes. He had a slender figure and a feminine, even charming demeanor. "Young master, Guangboran." Zhao Sheng's expression immediately grew serious upon seeing him. Guangboran, hailing from this Huanayu Gong family, was a true high priest at the Jiandin realm. If it weren't for his peculiar quirks, his fondness for the closeness of his own children, he wouldn't have been expelled from the Gong family and fallen into cahoots with a green-headed old man. It seems the previous thunder tribulation inadvertently provoked these two demons. Zhao Sheng's thoughts raced, and a sudden realization dawned on him. However, Zhao Sheng held no fear. With his current strength, simultaneously taking on two Jiandin cultivators of the same level wouldn't be a challenge. Even if he was defeated, he could still escape unscathed. Opposite Zhao Sheng, the green-headed old man's eyes gleamed with greed, gazing at him as if he were a fat pig on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. When luck arrives, no one can stop it. You're just unlucky, kid. Why didn't you encounter us just when we were passing by? The green-headed old man was swaggering, his victory assured. Boy, if you don't want to be tortured, just spit out your golden elixir. Zhao Sheng ignored him, instead frowning at the glamorous young man, Guangboran. Guangboran's eyes were now filled with passion, fueled by greed, as if he could devour him whole. Zhao Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a five-way robe appeared on his body. Without giving the two a chance to speak, Zhao Sheng's eyes shone brightly, his consciousness transforming into two invisible sword beams, blasting out. In an instant, the void turned wide, and the divine light vanished. Having chosen to attack, they naturally had to seize the initiative. Guangboran and the green-headed old man had no idea that the man before them would suddenly strike without a word, and with one strike, he struck with his heart sword. Guangboran's face changed drastically, but the sword of the heart was so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time. Invisible sword light shot through his eyes, instantly piercing through the purple palace, falling into the soul sea and transforming into a giant sword that pierced the sky, slashing down fiercely. Guangboran's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but groan, but his body suddenly turned into a red light and retreated 100 feet. The green-headed old man was far inferior to this man, and caught off guard, he suffered a great loss. He screamed and hugged his head, falling to the ground. Zhao Sheng's figure flashed, and he rushed to the side of the green-headed old man. He pushed forward with both hands, and a red fire dragon as thick as a bucket surged out, instantly swallowing the green-headed old man. The karmic fire instantly turned into a sea of inferno, burning the green-headed old man. You're courting death, youngster. 800 feet away, Guangboran's eyes filled with bloodshot, a fierce gleam in his eyes. He swung his red robe violently, sending 1,000 pink phantoms darting towards him. Landing near Zhao Sheng, they transformed into a vast expanse of pink light, engulfing him completely. Woo! 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 Suddenly, Zhao Sheng's vision was filled with the shadowy figures of beautiful women. They transformed into phantoms, swaying and dancing around him. Wisps of feminine energy, accompanied by moans, penetrated Zhao Sheng's body. Boom! Blazing white light burst forth from Zhao Sheng's orifices, transforming into vast swathes of white light that pushed back the swarming phantoms and dissipated the strange power. At this moment, a green-headed owl, shrouded in green light, suddenly broke through the sea of fire and pounced upon Zhao Sheng. His green fur rapidly thickened and lengthened, expanding 1,000-fold, like a dense web of green snakes, stretching across half the sky and entwining itself madly with Zhao Sheng's body. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng's body flickered, leaving a trail of afterimages behind. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the temple roof, more than 10 feet away. Then, Zhao Sheng flipped his hand, and a dragon-shaped jade talisman landed in his palm. His spiritual consciousness penetrated the jade talisman, and his true energy surged into it. Oh no, Guangboran, who had been chasing him, saw the dragon talisman in Zhao Sheng's hand and turned pale with fear. A red light suddenly appeared, and he turned into a streak of blood, trying to escape into the sky. The green-headed old man was unable to react. He had only soared 2 or 3 feet when a terrifying dragon roar suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. In an instant, a 5-clawed dragon, 1,000 feet long and covered in golden scales, appeared out of thin air and hovered over the temple, like a behemoth, exuding a majestic and powerful dragon. As the true dragon materialized, it suddenly opened its bloody maw, its massive body thrusting out like lightning, swallowing the green-headed owl in one gulp. Seeing Guangborn fleeing into the distance, Zhao Sheng frowned, and with a push of his foot, he instantly transformed into a rainbow and soared into the sky, pursuing him at lightning speed. Within a few breaths, the distance between the two men rapidly closing in within 100 feet. Fellow Taoist, let's talk it over. I didn't realize you were a member of the royal family, and I've offended you before. I'm willing to pay, Guangborn whispered back in shock as he fled. Seeing the true dragon talisman, he instinctively mistook Zhao Sheng for a member of the royal family. The royal Gu family, owing to their struggle to produce offspring, has always been extremely protective of their own. Killing one of their own descendants is like stirring up a hornet's nest. The Gu family's elders, unconcerned with bullying, are determined to crush the murderer to ashes. Guangborn wasn't truly afraid of Zhao Sheng, but rather he feared that if he hurt anyone, the Gu family's rebellious gang would come after him and claim his life. Fellow Taoist, don't be so aggressive, or I won't be easily provoked, Guangborn threatened, seeing the pursuers closing in. At that moment, Zhao Sheng, without a word, raised his hand, sending a dense stream of sword-like threads piercing the air, aiming directly at Guangborn. How dare you attack me? You're courting death, Guangborn roared fiercely, flinging a piece of red gauze from his hand. In a flash of red light, he vanished into thin air. The next moment, hundreds of eerie red poppies appeared behind Guangborn, emitting rays of brilliant crimson light. A loud crackling sound echoed. The sword thread sliced through the poppy swarm, instantly shattering nearly 30% of them into a cloud of dazzling pink mist that obscured the surrounding sky. The razor-sharp golden sword thread vanished into the mist, its movement fading. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng formed a sword gesture with both hands, and a surge of sword light emanated from him. With a resounding roar, the golden light transformed into a massive golden sword, cleaving the dense fog with a roar. Waves of energy spread out in all directions. The exchange was lightning fast, but the outcome was unexpected. Guangborn was horrified, wondering why Zhao Sheng, who had only recently reached the golden core stage, was so formidable and possessed such formidable skills. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and he immediately mobilized his true energy, escaping with a flash of light into the distance. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had intended to test his skills against Guangborn, but he knew he was a man of empty reputation, too afraid to turn back and engage him head-on. Zhao Sheng suddenly raised his right hand, aimed at the figure in front of him, and grabbed it from a distance. With a loud puff, the clouds rippled violently, and a massive hand, roughly the size of an acre, materialized from thin air. Its 5 fingers shone red, white, yellow, black, and blue, pressing down like a mountain mist. Before it could truly land, an invisible force crushed it. Guangborn's mind was shaken, and his movements became incredibly slow, as if he were trapped in a mass of sticky glue. A fake Danjan would have been instantly trapped by this immense force, unable to move. But he was a genuine Jindan, and he still had the strength to resist. Guangborn violently spat out a mouthful of blood, suddenly transforming into a 10-foot-tall, blood-red giant. With his hands thrust upward, he temporarily held the 5-colored hand back, preventing it from falling. Zhao Sheng gazed at the scene ahead, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. His divine sword intent instantly shot into the opponent's purple palace. Guangborn froze, his gaze frozen for a moment. In that instant, Zhao Sheng flew behind the man, his arms swelling like mountains, and delivered 2 thunderous punches. Huge waves rolled out like a tide, and 2 white beams of light fiercely slammed into Guangborn's body. With a loud boom, a deafening sound shook the earth. Countless white rays of light burst out from Guangborn's body, and his body suddenly collapsed in the hurricane, disappearing in the rolling waves of air. Zhao Sheng stood in the void, his robes rustling in the strong wind. He looked at the clouds below and muttered to himself, "Is this the strength of the giant in realm in the nether god realm? It seems a little weak. Or maybe this person is not worthy of the reputation, otherwise he would not have only this strength." Chapter 361 Guests arrive at Fixo Peak. What? As soon as the words left his mouth, a dark red light shot out silently from the turbulent energy storm below, instantly ignoring any defense and piercing Zhao Sheng's chest and abdomen. Its speed was incredible. Ugh, Zhao Sheng groaned, a fist-sized hole tore through his chest, blood gushing out, having actually penetrated his chest and abdomen. Cough, that hit me just now hurts. Cloud swirled, and Gongboren, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, a fierce yet triumphant expression on his face, soared up from the clouds. His body was now drenched in blood and covered in countless horrific wounds, looking incredibly miserable. With a swish, a stream of blood-red light swooped down from the sky, landing in front of Gongboren. It swirled around its owner with incredible agility and speed, and a slender crystal shuttle with sharp ends faintly appeared in the bloody light. Zhao Sheng's right hand ignited with a layer of white light and pressed against the wound, temporarily suppressing the poisonous flames in his blood. His eyes grew cold. Blood poison shuttle. You've also mastered the art of prolonging life and avoiding death. It seems the Gong family hasn't given up on you. The so-called expulsion from the clan was just a pretext. You know too much? Gongboren's expression was arrogant, but his eyes flickered, as if sensing something and seeming hesitant. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Gongboren with all his might. Boom! The clouds and mist churned violently, and a large amount of vapor liquefied and fell as rain. The five-colored hand appeared out of thin air again, obscuring the void for 100 feet around Gongboren. An invisible force instantly descended, solidifying the void like a diamond. Gongboren's face changed drastically. The blood soul shuttle in front of him suddenly grew 1,000 times larger, transforming into a giant shuttle over 10 feet long. With a dark red glow, it slammed into the five-colored hand at a rapid speed. A loud explosion erupted. In that instant, Zhao Sheng's figure suddenly vanished into nothingness. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Gongboren, less than 3 feet away. Zhao Sheng sneered, while Gongboren, shrouded in blood, stood across from him, his face filled with disbelief. This time, you're dead. With his telepathic voice, a massive palm, as thick as a water jar, burst forth from Zhao Sheng's chest and abdomen. Red, white, yellow, black, and green shimmered within its palm, brimming with a surge of destructive force. It slammed into Gongboren's chest and abdomen. Zhao Sheng unleashed this blow with all his might, shattering Gongboren into pieces in a single blow. The aftermath created a raging storm that ripped apart the surrounding clouds. Zhao Sheng extended his hand, and 3 flesh and blood Nakon flew from below, landing in his grasp. His spiritual awareness spread in all directions, and a flash of blood suddenly descended from the sky. He grabbed it and placed it in his storage bag. Zhao Sheng then twisted his form and soared towards the Wutuang temple. On his way back, the poisonous flames within his chest and abdominal wounds were gradually extinguished by his true essence. Dense granulations began to form around the edges of the wounds, rapidly growing and merging, his wounds healing at a visible rate. Instantly, the Wutuang temple became visible. Looking down from afar, Zhao Sheng saw a large dent in the temple square, with much of the surrounding walls and buildings collapsed, as if after a major battle. In the shattered square, 6 guardian spirit beasts, including a green snake and a black rat, each occupied a corner, their gaze fixed on the center. A stream of light flew by, and Zhao Sheng descended from the sky, landing in the center. His gaze fixed on the enormous green fur ball that had formed in the center. The green fur ball, roughly 2 meters in diameter, was lifeless, as if inanimate. Yet, Zhao Sheng sensed a hint of life within it, a remarkably restrained and secretive presence. Not dead yet? Interesting, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself. With a flick of his wrist, a blazing white sword light shot out, swiftly plunging into the green ball of fur with a crackling sound. The ball split in two, and a shimmering green glial tumor the size of a wash basin tumbled out. Its surface was covered in pores, from which countless strands of green fungus emerged. Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow and raised one hand. A layer of white sword light appeared at the edge of his palm. He was about to strike down. Just then, a terrified cry suddenly emanated from the green tumor. Slow down, sir. Please have mercy." Zhao Sheng's expression softened slightly, and he slowly lowered his hand, teasing, "Green-headed old man, so you're not dead?" Yes, I'm barely alive now, but I can't withstand a single blow from you, sir. I surrender, but only beg you to spare my life," the tumor hummed, and the green-headed old man pleaded humbly and pitifully. At that moment, Yixian swooped into the square through the gap in the collapsed temple wall and quickly reached Zhao Sheng's side. "Hello, sir, I'm glad you're alright." Yixian's face was filled with surprise and relief at Zhao Sheng's safety. He glimpsed the green tumor and immediately asked in surprise, "Sir, what is this?" Zhao Sheng didn't answer. Instead, he reached across his waist and revealed a gray jar. He turned the jar's mouth and aimed it at the tumor. With a surge of his true ki, a beam of gray light erupted from the jar, striking the tumor. The light then reverberated, instantly engulfing the tumor within the jar. "No, sir," the green-headed old man hadn't finished his plea for mercy when, with a thud, a shimmering yellow talisman sealed the jar's mouth. Zhao Sheng casually placed the gray jar into the Nakung seal, and his spiritual consciousness enveloped the square. A moment later, with a thought, 2 more cracks suddenly appeared on the shattered green ball. From these cracks flew 2 crystal-clear jade-like Nakung seals. Zhao Sheng reached out to catch the Nakung seals, his spiritual sense penetrating each one. 2 breaths later, he tossed one into Yi Xian'an's arms and instructed, "Repair the temple as quickly as possible. Keep the guardian spirit beasts under guard, and share any remaining gains with the others. I will obey the master's orders." Yi Xian'an's heart surged, and he knelt on one knee in greeting before the master, his face filled with ecstasy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng had vanished from the spot. 2 weeks later, the Wutuang temple was completely renovated, its entire structure appearing brand new. After nearly 6 months of closure, the Wutuang temple reopened. Upon hearing the news, devotees from the surrounding prefectures and counties flocked to the temple. On the day of the grand opening, Nuanayu Peak was packed with people, so numerous that the temples were nearly overwhelmed. After worshipping the Wutuang god, devout believers began to notice various unusual things. First, the statue seemed more sacred and spiritual than 6 months ago. After each prayer, they could sense a faint gaze from the unknown, as if their souls were closer and more intimate with the Wutuang god. Second, upon entering the temple, countless people felt a sense of peace and relaxation, their bodies immersed in a mysterious aura, and some minor ailments were quickly healed without medication. Most remarkable of all, the Wutuang god seemed even more effective than before. Some believers who left the mountain had their wishes granted within a few days. After repeated verification by countless people, the reputation of the Wutuang god's efficacy spread rapidly not only throughout Songlin Prefecture but also to the surrounding prefectures and counties. The number of Wutuang followers grew rapidly, with thousands becoming new converts daily. The number of devout believers who sought to bring the gods home for worship was even greater. The Wutuang temple on Nuanayu Peak was the most effective and served as the main temple of the cult. Therefore, after 3 months, it was closed to ordinary believers, leaving only those of considerable influence and status within the prefecture and county to offer incense and worship. By the time the Wutuang cult began its rapid expansion, Zhao Sheng had recovered. After several months, the green-headed old man had surrendered, willingly signing a master-servant contract for his life. Zhao Sheng then left him at the main temple, under Yi Xian'an's command. One morning, the sun rose. Clouds and mist shrouded Nuanayu Peak. A spiritual light loomed. A white light suddenly broke through the thick fog and sped westward. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. 10 years later, the sun blazed fiercely, the winds blew fiercely. A boundless sea of clouds swirled in the fierce wind, stirring up waves of cloud. A towering, beautiful floating mountain loomed within the depths of the waves. Suddenly, a streak of light darted in from below, piercing through the dense mist and landing above the sea. The jade-white light faded, revealing a young man in a white robe, imposing and handsome. It was undoubtedly Zhao Sheng. Standing in the void, he gazed at the floating mountain on the horizon. Clouds curled from the peak, and a mighty waterfall of clouds cascaded down from the mountain mist, stirring the sea of clouds. The shattered clouds resembled falling snow, reflecting the skylight and illuminating it with dazzling colors. The scene was magnificent and enchanting, like a fairyland. Feats Peak, the retreat of Taoist Q, lies 300 miles above the city of Chu, near the edge of the atmosphere. Looking up at the heavens, countless stars twinkled faintly against the azure sky. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered a few times, and in an instant, he was scurrying towards Feats Peak. Just as he entered the 10-mile radius, Zhao Sheng felt a sudden sinking sensation, his body feeling as if carrying a mountain on its back, his speed drastically reduced. Occasionally, a cloud of dust would crash against him, creating a resounding thud, like being struck by a 10,000-pound boulder. Zhao Sheng knew this unusual phenomenon was the result of Taoist Q's unconscious expansion of his nascent soul realm during his cultivation. The area surrounding the peak was merely the residual ripples of the realm, less than 1/10 its power. Feats Peak had a third-grade, superior spiritual vein implanted within it. Combined with the restrictions of the formation, The concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity far exceeded that of a normal third-grade spiritual vein, artificially creating a spiritual realm. This is undoubtedly a spiritual realm. Zhao Sheng landed in the welcoming pavilion at the foot of the mountain, slowly closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The purest spiritual energy flowed through his body like a clear spring, nourishing his entire body. For a moment, he felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. Haha. Junior brother, you're late again. At that moment, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from the mountain. A flash of sword light swooped down from the mountain, landing in the pavilion in an instant. Suddenly, the sword light dissipated. A tall, white-haired, ruddy-faced old man stood a few steps away from Zhao Sheng, gazing at him with a smile. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng immediately bowed and said, Sanbao greets senior brother. Li Daoxing waved his long sleeves and released a magical power, helping his junior brother up, and said with a smile, it's been many years since we last met. Junior brother, you have made great progress. I'm afraid you have already reached the second level of the golden elixir. This is really cause for celebration. Zhao Sheng was extremely humble and said, compared with senior brother, my progress is nothing. Senior brother is a genius. If one day I can be promoted to the nascent soul stage like senior brother, then my master's painstaking cultivation will not be in vain. Li Daoxing smiled slightly, and was about to encourage his junior brother, when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, we're here so soon. After speaking, he turned his head to look at the sea of clouds in the distance, frowning slightly. Zhao Sheng took the opportunity to look over and said, who's here? Is it second brother, third brother and the others? Li Daoxing did not answer. But then, Zhao Sheng's ears lurched to a gentle, gurgling sound, and a small boat suddenly appeared within his sight. On board, someone sang a long, clear song, drawing nearer. The sea of suffering is boundless, I seek to cross it in a small boat. The wind is high, the waves are fierce, I seek to balance with a single oar. The way is like the sea, the most difficult of all, forgetting coming and going. Zhao Sheng followed the sound and gazed into the distance, finally catching sight of a single person paddling the boat, seemingly arriving on a cloud. The figure on board was ethereal, their presence ethereal and refined. That's it, Zhao Sheng felt the presence was familiar, and as his mind raced, a name suddenly jumped out. It's the sect's founder, Li Daohun interjected. The sect's founder has actually appeared here. What's the reason? Zhao Sheng was astonished. The sect's founder was a legendary figure in Kangshao. He was a member of the Xiandao sect, and his true Taoist name was unknown. Because he often mocked himself as a doorkeeper, a coward who dared not enter, the world respectfully called him the gatekeeper old man, suspected of being a living true lord. At this moment, the light boat approached Fixo Peak. Zhao Sheng looked at the increasingly clear figure of King Suo on the boat and suddenly felt something in his heart. Turning his head, he saw that Li Daoxing was clearly nervous, his brows furrowed and relaxed, and his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the old man on the boat stood up and asked with a smile from a distance, is Taoist Kuyu here? Li Daoxing bowed his head and saluted the old man with the most proper posture. Zhao Sheng followed suit. Reporting to the founder, our master is in seclusion in the mountains and cannot appear to see us. No problem. I will wait patiently for a few days. Are the wine and food ready on the mountain? Master, please, the wine and food have been prepared. Well, you are always so meticulous. No wonder you can get to this day. Zhao Sheng stood silently in the pavilion, without saying a word. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a clear gaze suddenly stopped on his face for a while, and then he heard the old man chuckle and said, Gyu's practice is not very good, but his vision of accepting disciples is really powerful. This is his new disciple. Good. As the voice fell, Zhao Sheng suddenly felt that there was an extra person in the pavilion, who seemed to be standing not far away, looking at him up and down with a little curiosity. Zhao Sheng's heart tightened, and he raised his head to look, but saw a clean old man with disheveled hair and black and red scars on his face looking at him with a smile. Zhao Sheng was stunned, feeling a little puzzled. Little kid, what's your name? Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he bowed and said, reporting to the ancestor, my Taoist name is Sanbao, and my secular name is Wu Zhuren. That's not right. Your surname should be Zhao, the old man Qing Suo said surprisingly. Chapter 362 Constant. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled upon hearing this. His thoughts raced, and he suddenly smiled. Grandmaster, why are you saying that? I've been orphaned since childhood, adopted into the orphanage, and I don't even know the surname of my ancestors." Elder King Shuo shook his head and said softly, "You are indeed of the Southern Sky Zhao family. The story of our origins is a long one, but you'll learn about it in the future." Hearing the word Southern Sky Zhao family, Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. "Huh?" Elder King Shuo caught the change in his expression and asked with a hint of surprise, "Have you heard of the Southern Sky Zhao family? I enjoy studying ancient history and have read many records of our ancestors, so I know a little about them. The Southern Sky Zhao family must be one of the top clans in the Xianzhu realm," Zhao Sheng said softly, his eyes lowered. "I see. That's wonderful." Elder King Shuo nodded, but then remained evasive, remaining silent. Li Daoxing, observing this, immediately took over the conversation, inviting the sect master to rest in the mountains. The three of them then soared into the air, instantly landing in a cave nestled in the mountainside. Soon, a clear, melodious bell rang from the mountainside, quickly resounding through the heavens. Suddenly, the clouds above Fiksu Peak slowly dissipated, and the waterfall of clouds collapsed with a roar, transforming into a vast cloud that obscured the peak. Deep within the cave, within a vast, expansive stone cave, awash in spiritual clouds, Zhao Sheng, Li Daoxing, and the sect master sat cross-legged on a bright yellow cloud, resembling immortals. Suddenly, a yellow light shone from the top of the cave, and a streak of yellow light emerged, descending upon the clouds. A thin, youthful-looking old man with white hair and a commanding presence emerged, undoubtedly Taoist Q. "I'm late. Please forgive me, Grandmaster." Upon his appearance, Taoist Q bowed to the sect master and expressed his apology. "Come and sit down. I was just about to say something. You've got a fine disciple." Elder King Shuo waved at Q, a smile on his face. Q approached, lifted his robe, and sat cross-legged. He turned to glance at Zhao Sheng, then smiled at the sect's founder. "My disciple is incredibly talented and intelligent, but he's always distracted and doesn't master his craft. I've reprimanded him several times, but he never seems to change, and it's giving me a headache." "Haha, Q, you're really..." Elder King Shuo shook his head and laughed, pointing at Taoist Q and teasing him. After some pleasantries, Elder King Shuo finally stated his purpose. "Q, you've guarded Dian Kang for over 500 years. According to our sect's rules, you've long exceeded your term of office. I found a new place for you. What do you think?" At these words, Taoist Q's face darkened, and he fell silent. Zhao Sheng was startled by this and glanced at his master. Li Daoxing, standing beside him, frowned, thinking, as expected, generally speaking, to prevent the secession of provinces, the term of office for a nascent soul high priest guarding a province is usually limited to 300 years. 200 years ago, the Xiandao sect was short of suitable candidates, which led to the appointment of Taoist Q to the high position of Dian Kang for 500 years. Now, two great late-stage nascent soul cultivators have emerged within the sect with replacements in place. Taoist Q's position must be relocated. Hence, the gatekeeper's visit today. Zhao Sheng was unaware of the details, but Li Daoxing was well aware. Undoubtedly, neither Taoist Q nor Li Daoxing were willing to relocate at this time. After all, the rewards associated with a position of guardian were too lucrative. Li Daoxing's smooth nascent soul advancement was inseparable from the annual filial tribute of tens of millions of spirit stones. Taoist Q, the leader of the Sword Clan, was also reluctant to move. But the arm can't bend the thigh. While the sword vein is powerful, it's ultimately far less formidable than the four major veins of heavenly principle, divine control, path-seeking, and lore robbery. He was fortunate to have served as a guardian for so long. How could he have wished for more? Remember, there are only 16 guardians in Kangzhou, each one highly sought after and holding immeasurable stakes. Taoist Q's term has expired, and his transfer to another region is a foregone conclusion. "Excuse me, Grand Master, where will the Pope send me? Return to the main altar? Or relocate?" Taoist Q asked gravely. As he spoke, the stone cave trembled faintly, and spiritual clouds swirled and rippled across the ground, seemingly reflecting the turbulent emotions within their master. The old man's eyes narrowed, and a gentle smile suddenly broke out. His scarred face twisted and squirmed, a hideous, demonic look. "It's a great place. Recently, the great sea beneath the seabed of Wuzhou Island has been lacking a suppressant. This Fiksa Peak, after being cultivated by you for over 1,000 years, has become a rare and precious treasure. It's perfect for suppressing the Earth's energy vortex. Upon hearing this, Taoist Q's face darkened. Listening nearby, Li Daoxing's breath suddenly became irregular, his expression frozen. Guarding Diankang and suppressing the Great CI might seem similar, but in reality, the two are worlds apart. Suppressing the Great CI is a thankless and arduous task, not only extremely dangerous but also extremely unprofitable. Zhao Sheng's heart stirred, his mind racing with thoughts, as if something had occurred to him. The atmosphere in the cave was solemn, and no one responded. Elder Qing Suo smiled at Master and Disciple Q, but neither spoke nor offered further explanation. Li Daoxing was about to argue, but he swallowed the words back. With his master present, he had no right to speak. Taoist Q sensed a change in the atmosphere and spoke. Uncle Master, is there any room for maneuver in this matter? Suppressing the CI is a matter of immense importance. I fear Q cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Elder Qing Suo shook his head in disappointment and sighed. Alice, to think that in just 500 years, the GU sort of yesteryear has become obsessed with external things. Hopeless. Your path ends here, and you'll never achieve divine transformation. Q's entire body trembled upon hearing this. Sword light erupted from his body, and a mountain-like pressure quickly permeated the cavern. Uncle Master, what do you mean by that? Taoist Q lost his composure at the mention of the divine transformation realm. A sharp sword is forged through constant grinding. A sword immersed in the filth of the world for too long will inevitably become dusty and its edge rusty. How can it possibly slash through the heavenly pass? Taoist Q and Li Daoxing shuddered upon hearing this, their faces filled with shame. The gatekeeper seemed oblivious to the two men's pretense and continued, a divine transformation is the pinnacle of the realm. Every true lord possesses both great fortune and great virtue. As the saying goes, everything in heaven and earth has its destiny. Heaven forbids the proliferation of divine transformations, and thus the position of true lord is also predetermined. If you still harbor any hope, Q, you must not miss this opportunity. Even if I don't explain, you should understand the reason for this yourself. The elder's words, like a resounding bell, jolted Q awake. Zhao Sheng, too, suddenly grasped the truth, feeling a sense of enlightenment, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the bright moon. Thank you, Great Grandmaster, for your guidance. Q has accepted the task of suppressing the CI. Elder Qing Shuo then smiled with satisfaction, praising him. You are a teachable young man. I hope you will continue to hone your skills. When you achieve perfection, you will be able to straddle the heavens and earth with a single sword, transforming a formidable barrier into a thoroughfare. I will take your great grandmaster's teachings to heart. With these words, Q's transfer was sealed. Li Daoxing listened to the entire process from the sidelines, his expression unchanged, yet his mind was filled with complex emotions. Zhao Sheng, on the other hand, appeared quite indifferent, unconcerned because the stakes were small. However, Elder Qing Shuo's next words immediately made him the center of attention. Q, when you take up your new post, why not take this little fellow to the Wazhousi for some training? There's been a lot of unrest there lately, and there are a lot more wanted people on the wanted list. It's a good opportunity for him to kill a few of these vicious individuals and boost our sect's reputation. Taoist Q turned his gaze towards Zhao Sheng. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, Master, you're right. My disciple has always been lazy, staying in this city all the time. That won't do. It's time for him to go out and see the hidden talents of the world. And maybe make a name for himself. Haha, it's settled. Wait a year or two, until your replacement arrives, and then you can take this kid with you. That should be plenty of time, right? Yes, more than enough to properly handle all the trivial matters, Taoist Q replied calmly. The next day, the morning glow broke, and the old gatekeeper sailed away in a small boat. Atop Fixa Peak, Taoist Q gazed at the disappearing boat from afar, his eyes dark and unfathomable, seemingly filled with countless mysteries. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, Li Daoxing, and Zhekong stood behind their master, all silent. Compared to Zhao Sheng and Li Daoxing, Zhekong's face was filled with worry, his expression deeply fraught with anxiety. Their master had guarded Diankang for 500 years, and Zhekong had served as palace master of Chongdao Palace for over 100. By now, their lineage was too deeply entangled with Diankang province, unable to relinquish it, whether through interests or connections. The Pope's decree had so easily changed their master's position, leaving Zhekong utterly distraught. He knew that the day their master departed would be the day he would step down as palace master. Though that day hadn't yet arrived, the outcome was already sealed. Master, with your, give the order. Clean up what needs to be done as quickly as possible, and make amends as much as possible. Before the new garrison commander arrives, all the shameful messes must be dealt with cleanly. Don't let this master be burdened with a stigma before leaving. Zhao Kong was suddenly interrupted by his master before he could finish his words. Taoist Yu spoke in a serious tone and a firm attitude, not allowing Zhao Kong to refute. Zhao Kong, risking a scolding from his master, finally bit the bullet and explained, Master, I'm not making excuses, but this deficit is too huge. It can't be made up, huh? Yu's nasal tone made Zhao Kong's forehead sweat and his voice became quieter and quieter. Yu cursed, waste. Get down and clean your ass. Zhao Kong hurriedly replied, yes, master, I'll do it right away. At this time, Yu turned around and looked at Li Daoxing and ordered, Zinger, go and help your junior brother too. Some forces are really outrageous now, and it's time to clean them up. Yes, master. Daoxing knows how to act. After saying that, two cold rays of lightning suddenly shot out of Li Daoxing's eyes. The two of them took the order and left quickly, leaving only Zhao Sheng and Yu on the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng tentatively said, Master, why don't you let me go down and help senior brother Zhao Kong? Taoist Yu turned his head to look at him, with a bit of surprise on his face. Sanbao, how much do you know about the Zhao family of Nanshan? Do you know the intention of taking you to the West House? Zhao Sheng's mind turned a lot when he heard this, and he replied carefully, Disciple doesn't know much about the Zhao family of Nanshan, but according to the records of the predecessors, the power of the Zhao family of Nanshan in the Xianzhu realm is unfathomable. This clan has produced a true lord of transformation, more than 10 Yuanying high priests, more than 100 giant and main priests, and countless foundation-building people. They are one of the great enemies of this world. As for why the disciple was asked to go to the Wazhao overseas, the disciple initially felt that it was for experience, but I always felt that this matter was not simple. Yu said in a deep voice, Disciple, you are right. The old gatekeeper wouldn't be interested in you for nothing. You have the Zhao bloodline, which may be of great use in the future. Zhao Sheng remained silent after hearing this. At this moment, Yu suddenly produced an object and tossed it towards Zhao Sheng. Bang! Zhao Sheng reached out to take it, his hands suddenly sinking as he felt the weight of it. A closer look revealed a piece of innate gem gold the size of a head, azure blue, and radiant as the stars. Despite its small size, this innate gem gold had been refined countless times, making it not only extremely pure but also weighing 1,000,000 jin, approximately 1,000 kilograms, its value inestimable. Upon seeing it, Zhao Sheng instantly understood everything. The secret he had intentionally concealed hadn't escaped Yu's discerning eyes. This gem gold bead is sufficient for you to refine 5 gem gold sword pills. The Star Sea Sword intention is one of the most advanced sword arts of our lineage. It draws its source from the sword formation. The more sword pills there are, the greater the power of the formation. After mastering the sword art, even fighting against opponents of higher levels becomes a piece of cake. You have this opportunity, don't let it go to waste, Yu said earnestly with a deep look in his eyes. Zhao Sheng put away the Zhengjing pearl and bowed solemnly, Disciple will not let master down. In the past month, everyone in Chu State City was in danger. Countless arrogant and domineering young masters were locked up at home by their families and were not allowed to go out. For unknown reasons, many noble families in the city were successively raided and imprisoned, setting off waves of blood and rain. The old palace master Zhao Kong seemed to be crazy. He sent a large number of people to track down the deficits. At the same time, he sent all his capable subordinates to the lower prefectures and counties to launch a cruel and ruthless investigation. Investigate deficits, investigate unjust cases, investigate all illegal and rebellious families. Wherever he went, officials were in dire straits and countless people were beheaded. Although Miacheng is the power center of Diankang province and the relationship is so complicated that it is difficult to intervene, Zhequang has changed his past friendliness and become stern and impartial. Anyone who breaks the precepts will be punished without mercy. For a time, a large number of high-level Daoists were thrown into the divine prison in Miacheng every day. Because Li Daoxing was by his side, even if Zhequang did something excessive, almost no one dared to show up. For a time, countless monks panicked, fearing the palace master's wrath would befall them. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Zhao Sheng. After obtaining the Zhengjin Pearl, he immediately retreated from the mountain into seclusion, refining the sword elixir day and night. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. One day, a red glow billowed in the secret chamber, waves of fire billowed. A Xinglan pill swirled within the flaming cloud, occasionally reflecting fleeting wisps of sword light. Zhao Sheng clasped his hands together, unleashing his full spiritual awareness, constantly monitoring the sword elixir's every change. Suddenly, a small, dark blue figure pierced through the stone wall, quietly flew to Zhao Sheng's ear, and whispered a secret word. Chapter 363 Heavy Willow Armor and the Emperor's Blood. 1,350,000, 1,400,000, 1,450,000. In the black market, the Chu State Chamber of Commerce's auction hall was ablaze with bidding. 30 or 40 foundation establishment and even golden core priests, disregarding their image, fiercely competed to secure a single magical weapon. When a golden core cultivator called out a lofty bid of 1,800,000, the room suddenly fell silent, no one daring to raise the price. It's just a blood poison shuttle, a mere low-grade magical weapon. There's no need to spend so many spirit stones on it, ancestor. Our clan has invited Master Wu to personally refine a magical weapon for you. Forget about this blood poison shuttle, damn it. Which fool is so extravagant? In the auction hall, most people gave up the idea of bidding. Many monks secretly resented these tycoons, believing them to be the most hated. They knew, however, that such a price for a magical weapon was a bit high. But then again, the blood poison shuttle is a special magical weapon with a predominantly blood-oriented nature. Its properties and restrictions are perfectly aligned with the Blood Soul Sutra. Considering the deep internal conflict within the Nether God realm, at least 9 out of 10 cultivators also cultivate the Blood Soul Sutra. It's easy to imagine how highly sought after the blood poison shuttle is. Since there are no more bids, the blood poison shuttle now belongs to Patriarch Wu, the middle-aged auctioneer announced, looking around and seeing no further competition. Just as the blood poison shuttle was being successfully sold, Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared in a private room on the second floor of the hall. Haha, just in time. 1,800,000. Not a bad price. Zhao Sheng walked to the table and sat down. His spiritual sense penetrated the venue, and he muttered to himself with a smile, this should be the final treasure. I hope I won't be disappointed. Recalling the Chamber of Commerce's leader's words, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered with anticipation. At this moment, the middle-aged host at the auction table's podium grew serious, his previous smile fading into a solemn and dignified expression. Seeing this, the attendees in the hall sat up straight, their gazes fixed upwards. Waves of spiritual awareness surged through the air, unbridled display of their host's immense power. The next treasure, the true grandeur of this auction. I'm sure you fellow auctioneers have heard some rumors, the middle-aged host said, a confident smile returning to his face. He nodded slightly to the audience, then waved his hand forward. A shimmering azure cloud rose, and a palm-sized piece of dark green wooden armor suddenly materialized in midair. It was impossible to tell what kind of spiritual wood the armor was made of. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, radiating a watery, dark green glow. Countless tiny runes occasionally appeared within the green light, swirling and fading. A vibrant jade bead nestled within the wooden armor's chest was imbued with astonishing vitality, expanding and contracting like a living being. Each expansion and contraction was followed by a slowly emanating ring of emerald light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the emanating emerald light quickly merged back into the wooden armor, repeating this cycle over and over again, creating a strange and mysterious illusion. As you can see, the final treasure is the heavy willow armor, a mid-grade magical weapon imbued with 4 levels of forbidden treasures. This treasure is forged from a single, 1,000-year-old willow tree, and the jade bead is the pith and heart of the tree. The miraculous effects of this treasure are beyond comprehension. I believe all of you fellow Taoists are aware of this, the middle-aged host said slowly. This is a mid-grade wood element magical weapon. I've never seen a defensive one. What an astonishing vitality. I just used my spiritual sense to sense it, and the vitality within the wood heart is 1,000 times stronger than that of us giant cultivators. It seems the armor's repair speed after damage is equally astonishing. It's truly a rare treasure. I'm determined to acquire this magical weapon. If I could obtain it, I'd be unbeatable at my level. I'm afraid no ordinary magical weapon would be able to break through its defenses. For a moment, The cultivators present were buzzing with excitement, with occasional cries of surprise and admiration. Some giant and head priests, who had heard the news in advance, were also eager to bid immediately. Without further ado, the auction begins now. The starting price is 1,000,000 spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 50,000. The middle-aged host, clearly delighted with the crowd's reaction, announced loudly without missing a beat. 1,000,000. An unassuming old man in a black robe immediately spoke up. 1,500,000, someone else shouted. Zhao Sheng glanced around and saw that it was the giant and ancestor of a prominent clan in the city. However, the bidding had clearly just begun. Without a formidable fortune, it was impossible to win this precious artifact. Zhao Sheng remained calm. It wasn't time for him to leave yet. He'd let the others warm up first. 1,600,000. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly rang out from a room on the east side of the second floor. The moment this price was announced, most of the people in the first floor venue immediately lost their nerve, refusing to argue any further. Clearly, the price was beyond their means. 1,800,000. Another person in a private room raised the price by 200,000. 1,900,000 spirit stones, 2,000,000. After 2,000,000, anyone who dared to bid was either the head of a 1,000-year-old family or giant and chief priest, each of them a distinguished figure. 2,200,000. Zhao Sheng suddenly raised the price by 200,000. Haha, so Brother Sanbao is here too. It's a coincidence that I'm also very interested in this treasure. 2,300,000. A gentle voice echoed through the venue, though its source was unclear. This person was clearly a giant. Brother Yushu, I didn't expect you to join in the fun. But I've got my eye on this item and I must get it. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he slowly sent a telepathic message to a room to the right. 2,300,000. Once. 2,300,000. Twice. I wonder if any senior will bid higher again. By this point, the ordinary giant and chief priests could no longer afford such high prices, and most of them voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Of course, there were one or two wealthy individuals. But upon hearing the voices of Yushu and Sanbao Taoist, they immediately tactfully withdrew from the competition. One was a priest of the prison god temple, holding a high position of power. The other was the newly acquired disciple of the high priest Q. These two bigwigs were not to be trifled with. Judging by their determined devotion, another fierce battle was imminent. 2,400,000. After calling out the price, Zhao Sheng expected several more rounds of bidding, but Yushu suddenly relayed a message. Junior Brother Sanbao, after the auction, let's find a place to chat. This heavy willow armor is yours. Zhao Sheng felt a chill in his heart and immediately sent a message back. Suddenly, the venue fell silent. After a long wait, the middle-aged host, seeing no one had spoken, had to remind everyone 3 times, but still no one made a bid. He was secretly disappointed, but a smile of joy crossed his face as he shouted, "Congratulations, senior, for winning this heavy willow armor at a remarkable price of 2,400,000. After Zhao Sheng secured the heavy willow armor, the auction quickly concluded, and the attendees departed. Accompanied by the middle-aged host, Zhao Sheng headed to the Chamber of Commerce's backyard to complete the transaction. The blood poison shuttle had previously sold for 1,800,000 spirit stones. Zhao Sheng could secure the heavy willow armor by offering another 600,000. However, 600,000 spirit stones was no small sum. He didn't have enough, but he did have a handful of talismans and elixirs. So, Zhao Sheng immediately produced a large number of second-level talismans and elixirs, which immediately changed the face of the Chamber of Commerce's leader. He wasn't angry, but rather delighted. Because, compared to spirit stones, talismans and elixirs were the true currency. No amount of them was ever enough. A moment later, Zhao Sheng slowly walked out of the trading company, looked up and around, then suddenly transformed into a streak of light, fading into the distance. Soon, Zhao Sheng and Yushu sat cross-legged opposite each other in the living room of a cave west of the black market. Before them each sat a cup of spiritual tea, its fragrance emanating from the air, transforming into a multicolored lotus cloud. Try it. This tea is the exclusive 5-spice lotus tea of the royal family, over 1,000 years old. A cup of it will invigorate your 5 vital energies and dispel all internal toxins. Yushu raised his cup, took a sip, and gestured to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Sure enough, the tea's aroma lingered, and a surge of 5-element vitality surged through his chest and abdomen, actually brushing away the impurities within his internal organs bit by bit, leaving him feeling relaxed and refreshed, like drinking fine wine. Zhao Sheng's expression was calm. After setting down the teacup, he said, "I've had my tea. Brother Yushu invited me here today, so feel free to speak frankly." Yushu toyed with a teacup in his hand, then smiled faintly and said, "The new governor will be taking up his post soon, no more than a month at the latest." "Oh, so soon? I wonder why you told me this news?" Zhao Sheng asked, somewhat surprised. Yushu said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a gesture of goodwill. After all, you are also the successor of senior brother Chu Santong? I haven't heard that name for a long time. Brother Yushu, you mentioned this person again today. Could it be that this matter is related to him?" "Indeed." Yushu clapped his hands and laughed. "Senior brother Chu, you deliberately hid some things before you died. In view of the fact that I didn't deliberately embarrass you in the past few years, I hope you can return them to me." Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he instantly recalled the instructions given by Chu Santong before his death. "What if I say no?" Yushu was stunned after hearing this, and then he laughed dumbly and said, "Junior brother, you should know that I come from the lineage of the God of Control. If you choose to refuse, with a high priest queue in front of you, I can do nothing but report it." Zhao Sheng's eyes showed a pensive look when he heard this. Seeing this, Yushu said, "If my guess is correct, then the ear reporting god should be in junior brother's hands." At this point, there was no point in pretending, so Zhao Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. The ear reporting god has already pledged his allegiance to me." "Alice, senior brother Chu really does have a trick up his sleeve." Upon hearing this, Yushu couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. With a flick of his right hand, a 3-inch tall transparent cup suddenly appeared in his palm. The cup's wall was engraved with an intricate purple spiritual pattern, and it contained a golden liquid about an inch high. Zhao Sheng glanced at the golden liquid within the cup, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Yushu gently shook the cup, and the golden liquid rippled slightly, sending up wisps of golden clouds and emitting a faint, inexplicable aura of power. "This is the extremely rare Emperor's divine blood. This cup contains 9 drops. Consuming it would kill us humans instantly. But consuming it would enhance the divine power of a natural god, transforming them into divine bodies." Zhao Sheng was startled at the mention of the Emperor's divine blood, then delighted. He had never expected Yushu to be willing to part with such a rare item. The ear reporting god is an extremely rare, naturally born deity. Because it refuses to consume incense, its power grows very slowly. Aside from being able to eavesdrop on others, it's of little use. Among countless treasures, the Emperor's divine blood is one of the few that can significantly benefit the ear reporting god. "Junior brother Sanbao, will you make this deal?" Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment, then made his decision. He nodded and said, "Chu Santong did leave a message before his death. He said he had hidden something in the vast desert of Hanhechuan. He hoped I could retrieve it from the cave someday. It's a pity I haven't been able to find the time all these years." Yushu's chest heaved as he listened, a rare flicker of joy in his eyes. He casually pushed the cup toward Zhao Sheng and nodded, "Thank you, junior brother, for your help. This treasure is yours." Zhao Sheng waved his sleeves, and the cup vanished in an instant. "Brother Yushu, I wonder which lineage's nascent soul high priest is the new guardian, not from another lineage, but a nascent soul high priest from the Yushin lineage. Have you heard the story of Zhao Shen angering the Northern Emperor?" "Oh, so it's Elder Zhou." Half a day later, in the cave's secret chamber, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a jade yellow cushion, carefully examining the golden liquid cup in his hand. At that moment, the ear announcement god circled the cup at high speed, finally clinging to it with open arms and legs, his face filled with anxiety and desire. Zhao Sheng let go of the cup and flicked his finger, the lid flying open, revealing the golden divine blood within. As the lid opened, the ear announcement god shrank dozens of times, transforming into a tiny figure the size of a firefly, which swiftly dove into the cup. Its entire body was immersed in the divine blood, and its previously formless form suddenly became solid, visible to the naked eye. Observing this scene, Zhao Sheng remained silent, his expression pensive. Seeing the ear reporting god motionless, as if in a deep sleep, he thought, and the cup lid slowly flew back, restoring it to the cup. Setting the cup aside, he tossed it with a single hand, and the heavy willow armor suddenly soared into the air. The next moment, Zhao Sheng formed a magical seal with both hands, and a surge of golden elixir essence surged from his danshan, transforming into a vast, blazing white torrent that enveloped the heavy willow armor. Concentrating his mind, Zhao Sheng enveloped it with his spiritual consciousness, and began to manipulate his essence to refine the heavy willow armor bit by bit. After a few days, the divine blood in the cup dwindled considerably, and the era-reporting god's dark blue body began to fade, turning white. Another half-month later, a faint, crisp crack suddenly echoed from the secret room. Countless long cracks suddenly appeared in the cup, and then it collapsed into a pile of fragments. Zhao Sheng turned his head and saw a white and fat little man floating in the air, then slowly disappearing from his sight. Chapter 364, Eye of the Earth's Caller. Xiao, go find these two and tell them, Zhao Sheng whispered, looking over his shoulder. His spiritual sense transmitted the two men's images and identities. Under his spiritual sense, the era-reporting god nodded repeatedly, flapping his large ears and soaring into the air. Instantly, his divine body shook slightly, emanating two residual images. These images instantly transformed into two identical, plump, white figures, which then darted through the wall. Zhao Sheng retracted his gaze and waved his hands. A stream of blazing white true energy shot out, landing on the emerald wooden armor in midair. The room was instantly ablaze with light, and the true energy transformed into a cloud, enveloping the armor as he continued to refine his magical weapon. In the underground caverns of the Zhao Mansion in Wamufang, East City of Chu State, a young man with a stern face and a sturdy build sat cross-legged on a jade platform in the center, cultivating. A faint red glow emanated from him, and the spirit-gathering array beneath him was fully activated, surrounding him with a spiritual energy so dense it practically condensed into clouds. At that moment, the void beside the young man rippled slightly, and a white, plump little man suddenly leaped out. The era-reporting god circled the young man 3 times, then suddenly opened and closed its mouth, and Zhao Sheng's voice uttered, "Changer." The resolute young man's heart trembled, and he opened his eyes abruptly. Instead of seeing the old master, he saw only a 3-inch tall, plump little man hovering in the air before him. "Old master, where are you?" Zhao Chengli asked tentatively, looking around in surprise. Elsewhere, in the secret chamber, the era-reporting god faithfully repeated Zhao Changli's words, "Old master, where are you?" Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and replied softly, "Changer, don't be alarmed. My true form isn't here. What you see before you is the era-reporting god." Another era-reporting god in the underground caverns repeated the same words to Zhao Chengli almost simultaneously. Catalyzed by divine blood, the era-reporting god's power soared, its ability evolving from simply stealing sound to transmitting it across vast distances. The so-called 10,000 miles voice transmission means that no matter how far apart they are, or how far apart they are, as long as they are within the same realm, Zhao Sheng can transmit his voice to others through the era-reporting divine. Of course, those on the other side can also transmit their voices back. However, due to its limited power, the era-reporting divine can only split into 9 splits, meaning Zhao Sheng can only communicate with 9 people simultaneously in real time. For now, 9 splits are sufficient. 3 days later, far away on Nuanayu Peak in Kainan County, Yixianayan was also startled by the sudden appearance of the era-reporting divine. However, he was quickly overjoyed and hurriedly saluted before reporting the sect's important events to the headmaster. In a secret room thousands of miles away, Zhao Sheng was multitasking, channeling his true essence to refine his magic weapon while quietly listening to Yixianayan's report. Ever since the news of the arrival of the Golden Core Priest in the 5 Directions Divine Sect, the sect's missionary work has been smooth sailing, and the situation is excellent. With a cunning green-headed elder assisting him, the 5 Directions Divine Sect remained safe from major mishaps, and Zhao Sheng no longer needed to focus on them. He simply waited for the right period to harvest the incense's power. A few days later, Zhao Sheng emerged from his secret room and began frequenting the black market and ghost markets, making frequent purchases. He not only disposed of the unused treasures in his Nakunk seal, but also lavishly purchased vast quantities of elixirs, rare materials, and other spiritual resources for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. That day, the sky was dark, a blanket of gray-black clouds covering the horizon. But once you pierce through the thick clouds and reach above the sea of clouds, you'll find a boundless expanse of unparalleled clarity and blue. Twin suns hung high in the sky, dazzling and radiant, shedding boundless light and warmth. Zhao Sheng, surrounded by starlight, stood in the welcoming pavilion beneath Fixa Peak, overlooking the sea of clouds, his robes rustling in the strong wind. At this moment, beneath this 1,000-foot-tall, breathtakingly beautiful spiritual peak, a waterfall of clouds had transformed into a 100-mile-long haze, supporting the entire mountain top. Meanwhile, to the east, south, west, and north of Fixa Peak, 4 Lee-sized nascent soul realms rose from the sky, a green flame, a tornado, a thundercloud, and a blue lake. At their centers, majestic nascent soul high priest stood proudly. Today, Fixa Peak was transcended beyond the bounds, a feat impossible for Taoist Yu alone, so 4 fellow nascent soul Daoists had come to assist him. Zhao Sheng gazed at the 4 realms, silently waiting. After about a quarter of an hour, Fixa Peak erupted with a violent tremor. A bright yellow light suddenly poured down from its summit like a torrent, instantly flowing across the entire mountain, enveloping every inch of the surface. From afar, Fixa Peak glowed with a blazing yellow light, as if enveloped by a vast, bright yellow cloud. Zhao Sheng felt his body lighten, the weight of gravity suddenly vanishing, leaving him floating like a feather. Fellow Daoists, please take action. Ascend! A clear shout resounded through the heavens, and the 4 great armor realms of blue flame, tornado, thundercloud, and blue lake instantly transformed into 4 pillars of 4-colored light, each 100 feet thick. In the blink of an eye, the pillars struck the sea of clouds at the base of Fixa Peak, exploding with a resounding explosion, transforming into a vast, dazzling sea of light. An indescribable force suddenly surged through the mountain. The next moment, a 1,000-foot-tall mountain shot up into the sky like a rocket, instantly displacing the surrounding clouds and mist, condensing into a vast cloud ring that rolled in all directions. Boom! A massive sonic boom suddenly detonated, silencing the whirring gale. In the blink of an eye, Fixa Peak rapidly shrank, quickly vanishing into the depths of the vast sky like a meteor. A moment later, a faint roar reached Zhao Sheng's ears, and he looked out, seeing the void stretching endlessly in all directions. The sky was pitch black, the vacuum freezing, yet the atmosphere shone with a faint bluish hue. The yellow-green earth unfolded in an unimaginably vast arc, slowly unfolding before Zhao Sheng. Even though he had witnessed this magnificent spectacle countless times before, seeing it again still left Zhao Sheng visibly shaken, and he felt a sense of his own insignificance. Buzz! At that moment, the mountain trembled slightly, and a wall of bright yellow light suddenly rose from within, rapidly expanding into the surrounding void. Suddenly, Fixa Peak was enveloped in an immense, shrouded light barrier. Zhao Sheng felt a sudden sinking sensation, as the vanished gravity returned. Fixa Peak slowly moved eastward, along the edge of the atmosphere, its speed increasing until it soon surpassed double, triple, and triple the speed of sound. Traveling through the void was a tedious journey. Besides Taoist Q, Zhao Sheng and Zhai Kong were the only 2 people on Fixa Peak. On the second day after the new governor arrived, Zhai Kong voluntarily resigned his position as palace master of Chongdao Palace. Then, under the pretext of serving his master, he volunteered to accompany him to Wuzhou. Zhao Sheng, witnessing the swift and decisive act, could not help but sigh, declaring Zhai Kong truly worthy of the title of hero. 3 days later, Fixa Peak had traveled 1,000,000 miles. In an elegant living room within a mountain cave, Zhao Sheng and Zhai Kong each sat on a matted couch, their jade table before them laden with a variety of rare fruits and spiritual teas. Zhai Kong had a warm expression and asked softly, "Junior brother, we will reach the eye of the sea in half a day. I wonder what your plans are for the future." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he asked in return, "I don't have any big ambitions. It's best for me to be a free and easy wanderer." Senior brother Zhai Kong, what about you? As for me, I have a hard life. I heard that one Ho Shai Anfu is still short of a deputy head. I naturally plan to compete for it. Junior brother, can you lend me a hand? After Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment, he nodded and smiled. Since senior brother has such ambition, junior brother will do his best to help. In fact, with our master in front, this position of deputy head is clearly prepared for you. Zhai Kong stroked his long beard and smiled slightly. Still, he sighed, that being said, master must concentrate all his attention on suppressing the CI. New to the unknown realm, we 2 brothers are outnumbered and may not be able to defeat the others. Zhao Sheng consoled him, don't worry, senior brother. You've been in charge of an entire province, so a mere deputy governorship shouldn't be a problem. He raised his teacup and gestured to Zhai Kong. It's a small matter, no need to worry. Come, Have some tea first." Seeing this, Zhao Kong also took up his teacup, tilted his head back, and drank the tea in one gulp. A flash of blood suddenly appeared in his eyes. Half a day passed in a flash. Fiksu Peak abruptly stopped in a patch of space, then slowly sank into the atmosphere, plummeting downward. Standing side by side on the mountainside platform, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Kong looked down at the lower world. Below them, the sea surface had sunk deeply, the water swirling and swirling, forming an immense vortex. From the eye of the sea deep within the vortex, a vast expanse of dark yellow energy could be faintly seen gushing forth, transforming into a hazy yellow aura that permeated the sky and the earth. This was the manifestation of earth energy. This immense vortex was the renowned Wuhe vortex of the Nether God realm, also known as the Earth's core eye. The vortex's diameter exceeded 1,000 miles, its deepest point nearing the Earth's core, a depth unfathomable. In fact, there were 4 more such eyes of the sea within the Wushao Sea's tens of thousands of miles of territory. Boom! The atmosphere roared continuously, countless clouds and mists billowed and dispersed, and Fiksu Peak plummeted towards the earth at a rapid speed like a giant meteorite. "Junior brother, let's go." When the spiritual peak was less than 10,000 feet from the sea, Zhao Kong suddenly shouted and soared into the sky, followed by Zhao Sheng. 2 beams of light soared 10 miles, escaping Fiksu Peak's gravity. Boom! In an instant, the 1,000-foot spiritual peak plummeted from the sky, piercing the center of the vortex with uncanny precision, following the passage of the eye of the sea and slowly sinking into the earth's core. Zhao Sheng and the other man stood high in the sky, staring silently. Just then, over a dozen beams of light, each of varying colors, suddenly rose from the floating islands below and quickly soared near Zhao Sheng and the other man. The beams faded, revealing each of the giant priests, each of them possessing a distinguished demeanor and unique demeanor. A man, his physique as imposing as a mountain, flew out from the crowd first, laughing and exclaiming, "Welcome. You must be Senior Q's disciples. I'm in Hanzhang, Zia Q. Nice to meet you, fellow Daoists. I'm Zhao Kong. This is Sanbao, greeting fellow Daoist Chu, and all my fellow Daoists." Zhao Sheng and the other man simultaneously raised their palms in greeting. Meanwhile, the other giant priest stepped forward to announce their names. After a few pleasantries, they transformed into beams of light, surrounding Zhao Sheng and the other man, and descended from the sky, landing on a floating island over 10 miles across. While one Ho Xianfu is called Xianfu, it actually refers to the large and small floating islands above the sea eye. Due to the vortex's gravitational pull and the constant eruption of earth energy, the environment here is unique. Not only is the spiritual energy as rich as that of a large fourth-tier spiritual vein, but it also constantly erupts with vast quantities of rare treasures hidden deep within the earth veins in the ocean. Therefore, the Earth's core sea eye is one of the rare places of cultivation and resource treasures in the netherworld, a place that all major factions must contend for. The Xiandao sect, the netherworld's foremost faction, holds a single Earth's core sea eye. The remaining 4 are held by the top factions from other continents, united as one. Half a day later, as night fell, a small floating island, 2 or 3 miles in diameter, southwest of the sea eye welcomed its new owner. 3 days later, at dawn, Zhao Sheng flew out of his cave and into the void beyond Dao Island. At that moment, a giant sword rainbow appeared from the sky, instantly soaring to a distance of more than 10 feet in front of him. Zhao Sheng looked up, and just as the rainbow light faded, he revealed an old man dressed as a Taoist priest. The man's hair and beard were gray, but his face was like that of a baby, rosy and radiant, giving him a certain air of Taoist immortality. Their gazes met, and the old Taoist's eyes suddenly shone with 2 lightning-like, dazzling rays of light. Zhao Sheng felt a sharp pain before his eyes, and knew something was wrong. A sudden thought struck him, and sword beams shot out from every orifice in his body. The sword beams hissed, piercing the void, seemingly an attack, but in an instant, they transformed into a cloud of light, seemingly dispersing and gathering, completely shielding their owner. A moment later, the Taoist had already arrived, and with a pointed finger, a streak of fire shot out, piercing the sword cloud. However, the attack missed, and Zhao Sheng was already no longer there. "Huh? Where did you go?" The Taoist's voice was filled with surprise. At that moment, a blazing flame suddenly illuminated the surrounding void. As the old Taoist was drawn toward the flames, Zhao Sheng quietly appeared behind him and pointed his finger as well. The sword energy shone like starlight, yet vanished like a meteor. What a brilliant sword intention. Oh, this is bad. Taoist Hong, as if foreknowing the future, turned and thrust his palm towards the starlight. However, the starlight vanished instantly, nearly causing Taoist Hong to drop his jaw. Without thinking, the man tapped his fingers in the air. With two resounding dong-dong sounds, two layers of azure walls formed, enveloping his entire body. Bang bang bang. The sword light reappeared, instantly slashing through the azure walls, carving deep, silky smooth dashes. The old Taoist was stunned, unconsciously reaching for his neck, where the skin had been sliced open. A little further would have exposed an artery. What a fine swordsmanship. Bah! When did you strike that sword? Taoist Huang paused, cursing again, and asked impatiently. He wiped the sweat from his face. It was obvious that he had held back, otherwise, his neck would have been in jeopardy. Merely knowing how to transform a sword into something real is nothing to be proud of. Zhao Sheng raised his sleeve, retracting the Jingjin sword pill that was about to burst forth, while speaking calmly. Fellow Taoist Hong, I know you're excited to see a prey, but it's rather rude to suddenly attack upon meeting someone. Haha, don't be offended, brother Zhao. I'm just itching to do something. Hong Kengqiu, feeling rather despicable, scratched his messy hair awkwardly. He smiled and then defended himself confidently. You're Senior Q's disciple, after all. As a member of the sword lineage, you must always accept challenges from other sword cultivators. I'm not a talented person, but I'm a serious inner sword cultivator. Fellow Taoist Hong, you're truly awe-inspiring. Zhao Sheng saw that Hong Kengqiu lacked the demeanor of a master and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He couldn't do anything about him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Territory and Going to Sea. Oh my, I never imagined that at such a young age, your swordsmanship has already reached such a state of perfection, a realm where both reality and illusion converge. A true master produces a brilliant student. I, Hong, had intended to challenge him, but ended up making a fool of myself. What a mistake, what a mistake. Hong Kengqiu's face was grieved, and he couldn't help scratching his head again. He knew he had been too reckless. Zhao Sheng smiled without saying anything, but his mind was reflecting on this man's past. Hong Kengqiu came from a lineage of seeking the truth, and could be considered an ascetic. The greatest characteristic of an ascetic cultivator is the pursuit of truth and the way, acting naturally and spontaneously. This man's rash move today, perhaps simply due to lineage, or perhaps a test? Zhao Sheng secretly speculated about his motives. By this time, Hong Kengqiu had realized that although their realms were similar, both around the second or third level of the Golden Core realm, and his own cultivation was perhaps even higher, a true confrontation with this man was not a matter of winning or losing, but of dying without knowing how. There are always those in this world whose very existence makes most people feel ashamed, feeling like they've lived a life of mere idiocy. If the information is correct, this disciple of Q might not even be 100 years old, a true prodigy. Hong Kengqiu cast a deep glance at Zhao Sheng and sighed. It seems I'll be falling back another place in this year's territorial division. Brother Zhao, you must work hard. Strive to defeat a few more of these old villains, establish your reputation, and ideally, capture a killing token. Zhao Sheng's face was thoughtful as he asked, Fellow Taoist Hong, I'm not sure what you mean by territorial division. Also, by the killing token, are you referring to the killing cult? Hong Kengqiu grinned and was about to explain when a beam of 5 colored light suddenly flew out from a floating island 20 miles to their west and swooped down towards them. 5 colored escaping lights arrived in an instant, then faded, revealing a thin Taoist in a tall white robe and a crown. Who else could it be but Taoist Zhai Kong? Senior brother, my name is Hong Kengqiu, and greetings to Senior Zhai Kong. Zhao Sheng and the others greeted Zhai Kong one after another. Zhai Kong glanced at Hong Kengqiu and smiled gently. It's Brother Hong of the Blue Fire Sword. I thought it was some enemy who had come after me. Haha, I'm itching to show my skills too. If Brother Hong is interested, let's have a sparring match. Alice, with my limited skills, how dare I take on the renowned Five Lights Sword Master? I'm far from enough. I dare not. Hong Kengqiu begged for mercy upon hearing this. Zhai Kong wanted to teach him a lesson, but seeing Hong Kengqiu's willingness to yield, he gave up on his criticism. Brother Hong, is there anything else? Zhai Kong asked again. Hong Qinkyu hurriedly said, "Oh, it's all right. I'll be leaving now." With that, a flash of swordlight flashed, and he was about to flee. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly spoke. "Brother Hong, wait a minute, is there something wrong, Brother Zhao?" Hong Qinkyu dispersed the swordlight and turned to look at him. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "Senior Brother Zhai Kong and I are new to this treasured land and don't know much. We were just thinking of asking Brother Hong for advice. How about we come down to my residence for tea and a chat? Senior Brother, what do you think?" Zhai Kong understood and immediately replied, "That's exactly what I was thinking." He then looked at Hong Qinkyu with a burning gaze. Seeing this, old Taoist Hong grinned and nodded. "What a coincidence. I'm thirsty too. I'd like to ask Brother Zhao for a few cups of tea, please." Zhao Sheng extended his hand and flew ahead to the floating island. Soon, the reception room deep in the cave was filled with the fragrance of tea and the curling of spiritual clouds. After the three of them had a cup of tea, Zhao Sheng spoke first. "I wonder what the division of territory is all about, Brother Hong." "Well, junior brother, don't you know yet?" Zhai Kong frowned, speaking first. Zhao Sheng shook his head, his face full of innocence. "Brother Hong was just about to tell me about it, and you just happened to be here." Zhai Kong's eyes flickered as he glanced at Hong Qinkyu and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Hong, please tell him about it." Hong Qinkyu opened his mouth, his complaints choking in his throat. He swallowed them down and reluctantly explained, "It's a long story about the division of territory. Back then, we had to divide the territory and regularly clear out the intruding sea monsters and ghosts." After listening to his explanation, Zhao Sheng finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the sinking of Wuzhou had caused the simultaneous demise of billions of lives across the continent. The resentment of these countless beings before their death was unimaginable. When the Wuzhou sea sank, heaven and earth mourned, and resentment filled the air, turning the entire underworld into night. Ghosts wailed, gods howled, and the world wept blood. Beneath the Wuzhou sea, hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter, bones blanketed the ground. Infinite evil spirits of resentment and death clung to form a ghost land, giving rise to countless ghosts and spirits. These resentful ghosts and spirits fiercely fought and devoured each other in this ghost land. This rapidly increased the power of these ghosts, creating a vast horde of powerful demons and monsters. The immense pull of the Earth's central line not only attracted spiritual energy from heaven and earth to this area, but also from evil spirits and resentment. This unique environment, once formed, naturally attracted countless ghosts and monsters to migrate there. Within the 10,000-mile radius of the eye, countless ghosts and monsters constantly intruded. To prevent the formation of a ghost tide, and to prevent the emergence of unimaginably powerful ghosts, these forces were deployed. Therefore, regularly eliminating powerful ghosts and sea monsters within a 10,000-mile radius became the unspoken rule for human cultivators. A territory refers to the area each giant and master priest is responsible for clearing, ranging from 1,000 miles to 100 miles, depending on the abundance and quality of the cultivation resources within. Once a territory is chosen, all the natural treasures and cultivation resources produced within it become the property of the designated individual. Of course, this assumes you can defend the territory. "I see. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Hong." No, you'll figure it out quickly even if I don't tell you," Hong Qinkyu said modestly. Zhao Sheng then asked, "What is the killing tablet? Is it truly related to the killing cult?" The killing cult he was referring to was the most powerful religion before the sinking of Wuzhou. Legend has it that this cult was ruled by a transformed god. When Wuzhou sank, all spiritual veins and mountain gates on the continent were destroyed, without exception. The killing cult's headquarters was also buried beneath the sea, never to be seen again. Indeed, the killing tablet is the pass to the killing sect's headquarters. Although the killing sect's headquarters is buried under a 1,000-foot abyss, its mountain gate formation is still intact and has been functioning normally. Therefore, many of the buildings in the headquarters are still intact. Brother Zhao, just imagine how many treasures would be hidden in the headquarters of a top-level force. Let's not mention anything else. You must have heard of the name of the infant transformation pill. So now you should understand how precious the killing tablet is. Hearing the three words infant transformation pill, Zhai Kong's eyes flashed with a fiery light, and he suddenly said, "How can this killing tablet be obtained? Why haven't I heard of this before?" Hong Qinkyu chuckled, "Senior Zhai Kong, you don't know. This killing tablet has only been around for 10 years, so it's understandable that you didn't know about it. After all, no one wants to have another competitor, so this secret has been passed on by word of mouth among fellow practitioners, and those who know it have tacitly agreed not to leak it. No, the location of the killing sect's headquarters isn't a secret. It should have been breached long ago. Why has the Chu token only recently been discovered? Zhai Kong, a suspicious person, immediately questioned. This is easily explained. The terrain changed drastically after the collapse of Wuzhou. The killing sect's headquarters was long ago relocated and buried deep underground, thus remaining unknown. Only recently did someone with extraordinary powers discover the ruins. Hong Qinkyu's explanation didn't satisfy Zhai Kong. He frowned slightly, a look of suspicion on his face. Zhao Sheng asked, Brother Hong, you mentioned the matter of competing for the Chu Ling tablet. How do we compete for it? Hong Qinkyu said generously. The founder of the sect hid some of the tokens in the Eye of the Sea. Whoever wants to get them can go deep into the Eye of the Sea to look for them. Whoever finds them will own them. But before the gate of the main altar of the Chu Ling sect is opened, whether the token can still be in your hands depends on whether you can protect it. When Zhao Sheng heard that it was the work of the old gatekeeper, he understood and said with a smile, Brother Hong deliberately mentioned the Chu Ling tablet. Could it be that you want to invite us brothers to explore the Eye of the Sea together? Hong Qinkyu slapped his thigh and said with a smile, Oh, you are smart, brother. This is exactly what I meant. The Eye of the Sea is dangerous and unpredictable. It is easy to encounter accidents if you go down alone. I don't know if you are willing to go with me. Zhao Sheng did not answer, but turned to look at Taoist Zheikong. Zhai Kong paused for a moment before asking Hong Qinkyu, Besides the two of us, have you sought out other fellow practitioners? Hong Qinkyu replied honestly, There's also senior brother too. It would be hard to divide the group if there were more people. Okay, when do we leave? Zhai Kong, unusually direct, said, If it's quick, we can leave tomorrow. If we need to prepare, a month later is fine. Any later and we won't be able to enjoy the soup. Zhai Kong pondered, How about leaving in 3 days? I need to visit some old friends these days. Sure. I'll talk to senior brother too later. Hong Qinkyu, naturally understanding Zhai Kong's meaning, readily agreed. Compared to Zhao Sheng, Zhai Kong, having lived for over 700 years, had always had a wide social circle and a deep network of contacts. Even in Wanhou Xianfu, he knew several influential friends. His intention was to verify the authenticity of the Qiangling tablet with his friends. 3 days later, Zhao Sheng woke up from his meditation. The heavy willow armor in his hand had turned green, but it no longer emitted a little green light, and it had returned to its original state. With a thud, the heavy willow armor suddenly turned into a green light and sank into his body. As Zhao Sheng thought of it, a flash of light appeared on his body, and suddenly an emerald armor appeared, firmly protecting his chest, abdomen, and limbs. In an instant, a vibrant vitality spread from the wooden armor to his whole body. Zhao Sheng felt comfortable all over, and endless energy surged in his body. Then, a thought flashed through his mind, and the heavy willow armor suddenly retracted into his body and fell into the sea of true essence in his Danshan, emitting a faint green light. After calming down a little, Zhao Sheng released a dust-clearing technique to clean the dust off his body. Then, he stood up and walked out of the training room. After a while, Zhao Sheng's light arrived over the sea 30 miles southwest of the floating island. Taoist Zheikong, Hong Qinkyu, and a slovenly dressed, scowling man with long, untidy hair were already waiting for his arrival. Zhao Sheng met each of them one by one. Hong Qinkyu introduced the untied man as Tu Xinjing, a fellow cultivator of the Seeking Dao lineage, whose cultivation level was estimated to be around the middle Jinden stage. Of course, this was only Tu Xinjing's own words. His true level of cultivation was unknown. A moment later, 4 streams of light plummeted into the sea at a rapid speed. As soon as they entered the water, a bright ball of light arose around Zhao Sheng, illuminating the surrounding 30 feet of water. The other 3 followed suit. This ball of light, composed of the scorching sun's energy, was only used to repel ordinary ghosts, not for illumination. The Jinden Master Priest's spiritual awareness could reach hundreds of thousands of feet, requiring no visual observation. The sea beneath the surface was utterly silent and cold. In the outer darkness, countless ghostly figures shuffled, but they were merely ordinary spirits and ghosts, not worth mentioning. Ignoring the ghostly creatures around them, Zhao Sheng and his companions swam swiftly towards the whirlpool of the sea eye. As they approached the seabed, a hazy, dark blue light emerged, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Zhao Sheng's vision was instantly reminiscent of a scene he had witnessed in his previous life, except that beneath this ocean, there were no mountains of bones or countless layers of dead creatures. The seafloor, scoured bare and smooth by the currents, was now covered in a myriad of bizarre ghosts and spirits, densely packed together in clusters, emitting a chilling chill. The Earth's core CI is actually divided into two layers, with Zhao Sheng and his companions currently on the upper layer. Beneath the seabed lies a bottomless abyss dozens of miles in diameter, where the spiritual energy concentration is far higher than above. Hundreds of thousands of feet below, the spiritual energy is so dense that it liquefies, transforming into a vast ocean of spiritual energy. It's a perilous place where even the Grand Priest of the Golden Core dares not venture. As the four slowly approached the whirlpool, the surrounding waters transformed into countless rapids, swirling wildly with incredible force, capable of easily bending steel. Almost there, get ready. Hong Qinkyu's movements were remarkably decisive, the last words still ringing in his ears. He was already shielded by sword light as he plunged directly towards the CI. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and the others followed closely, unleashing their magical powers. Boom! An invisible and formidable pressure pressed down from all sides, swirling currents like steel hammering at his protective shields. Hong Qinkyu, slumping along the stone wall at the edge of the whirlpool, continued to descend at the speed of an arrow. Zhao Sheng and the other two followed closely behind. The intense friction between his shields and the swirling currents caused his energy consumption to soar, while the surrounding resistance grew ever greater. The dark yellow earth energy seemed to transform into countless swords, slashing and attacking his energy barrier. Boom! The surrounding waters descended like a giant dragon, enveloping Zhao Sheng in a layer of green light, his heavy willow armor covering his entire body. The stronger the pressure of the water, the more comfortable he felt. Initially, I felt a warmth all over my body, a surge of vitality seeping through my pores, then flowing through every limb and bone. It was as if I were immersed in hot spring water, practically saturated. The golden elixir essence within me was stimulated, becoming extremely active, surging and flowing through my body, gradually surging like a torrent. Everyone, follow closely. Hong Qinkyu's reminder was timely. How far do we have to descend? Zhao Sheng asked, startled awake upon hearing this. Right away, can't you feel it? Hong Qinkyu's voice was now a little ethereal. Chapter 366, Capture in Zuanming Realm. Zhao Sheng concentrated his mind and, indeed, detected invisible vibrations emanating from the swirling sea below. Sensing closely, the immense suction created by the vortex drew upon the profound yellow energy deep within the Earth's core, forming an incredibly vast and majestic aura vortex. This aura flowed beyond the confines of the CI, shaking the Earth's veins and spiritual veins for 1,000 miles. Zhao Sheng could even see with his own eyes the immeasurable profound yellow earth energy and the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth violently blending and colliding. Countless eddies surged and surged through the seawater, sometimes merging, sometimes collapsing. The intertwining of the physical ocean vortex and the vast and boundless aura created such a fantastical and magnificent celestial phenomenon. The wonders of nature were truly awe-inspiring. 10 miles below is where the Earth's energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth collide and transform. Everyone must follow the aura flow and charge forward with one single thrust. Don't be misled, and don't resist, Hong Qinkyu explained in detail, taking the initiative to dive in first. Junior brother, follow me. At this moment, Zhai Kong suddenly called out. Zhao Sheng nodded, swirling his hands outward. Thousands of sword energy and starlight burst forth, swirling and swirling like a miniature celestial river, enveloping him. Zhai Kong's mind shifted, and a five-colored rainbow swept overhead, instantly transforming into a rainbow robe that clung to his body, like a multicolored outer garment. Zhao Sheng followed his senior brother into the dive, but he still noticed the scowling Tu Zhenjing. He waved and released a jade talisman, which surged with light and transformed into a crystal-clear ice ball, enveloping him. This person was a talisman cultivator, possessing the aura of a master. Even as Zhao Sheng's mind raced, he had already descended deep into the vortex of the spiritual field. Amidst the violent swirling and twisting of the swirling sea of qi, the rumbling sound in his ears drowned out everything else. Zhao Sheng paid no heed to the crushing pressure from his surroundings. His heavy willow armor quietly emerged, expanding outward, creating an emerald barrier that instantly blocked out the noise. He looked down. The incredibly complex and ever-changing environment severely limited the reach of his spiritual sense, its maximum detection range less than 100 feet. However, deep within the vortex, a dense glow suddenly caught his eye, growing ever brighter. "Be careful," Hong Qiu suddenly called out. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered. A sword core shot out. Almost instantly, a hazy, slender shadow shot towards Zhao Sheng like lightning. Bang! The sword core shattered the hazy shadow with a single blow, instantly shattering it into countless strands of dark yellow and gray-black yin energy, which quickly merged into the surrounding swirling dark yellow spiritual energy. Countless vortices roared, sharp as knives. The ice ball surrounding Tu Xinjing's body was covered in countless deep scratches, rapidly thinning and cracking under the swirling currents. Hong Qiu's vital energy shield flickered, teetering on the verge of collapse. The vortex at the eye of the sea was only 3,000 feet deep, yet any swirling current here was surprisingly more powerful than a second-level wind blade, capable of easily severing steel and grinding iron like mud. Zhao Sheng's mind flickered, and another sword rainbow enveloped him, shrouded in starlight, instantly stabilizing the outer celestial river. Whoosh! After a few breaths, the four of them passed through this chaotic and complex underwater zone. The pressure suddenly decreased, and the vortex flow remained swift, but now that they had passed the shallowest conflict zone, the underwater environment had become much more stable. Before arriving here, Zhao Sheng had already learned that the area between 8,000 and 30,000 feet below the eye of the sea was known as the Middle Zuanming realm. Zuanming refers to water, Zhuan can also represent a mysterious earth energy, and Ming refers to the Yinsha dead energy. This yin energy and dead wind have accumulated for years, constantly raging. Ordinary cultivators who have not yet reached the Jinden realm, whose ki and energy are not yet harmonious and unified, will be unwittingly invaded by the Yinsha power, damaging their very foundations. Yet, in this haunted place, a series of man-high sea caves had been dug into the rocky walls at the edge of the sea's eye. Beyond the cave entrances lay Yonggong rock portals, similarly shrouded by a thick, dense, incandescent white barrier. Zhao Sheng, observing this scene, understood. The Zuanming belt spiritual energy was already as dense as a fourth-tier spiritual vein, so it was no surprise that cultivators were cultivating there. However, this place was incredibly dangerous. Without a Jinden level, cultivators faced immense risks every time they entered or exited the sea's eye. The shallowest conflict zone alone was enough to put them in mortal danger. Furthermore, this precious land wasn't just coveted by humans. The Zuanming belt also harbored countless powerful creatures, ghosts, and demons. Danger was everywhere, and it could strike at any moment. Zhao Sheng turned his head and looked upward. There, swirling currents surged, the earth's energy surged, and the spiritual energy surged like the ocean. Any swirling current swept thousands of feet away, and even a divine sense probing it was swiftly obliterated. "Everyone, follow me," Hong Qiu whispered to the three of them, then quickly swam towards a nearby cave on the sea wall. Bang! The cave door slammed shut, revealing a long, narrow corridor that twisted and turned, with no end in sight. The stone walls of the corridor were covered in inscriptions of talismans and inlaid with magical artifacts to ward off evil spirits. The tunnel was built like this specifically to defend against attacks from sea beasts. This cave is one of the Wonho caves opened up by our sect. Infinite spiritual energy gathers here every day, making it considered a top-notch cave for cultivation, Hong Qiu proudly introduced. Also, every giant and high priest has a benefit. As long as you stay in Xianfu for a day, you'll gain temporary ownership of a Wonho cave. Zhao Sheng nodded and followed the three into the cave, casually asking, "Aren't they saying that demons and ghosts are rampant in the sea? Why haven't we seen many? Also, where's the killing tablet hidden? Any demons and ghosts that can survive in the middle-level Zuanming realm are no pushovers. Of course, sea monsters and ghosts below level 3 can be ignored, but there are also many powerful Jinden-level demons and ghosts here. We'll have to be careful if we encounter them." As for the Kion Spirit Tablet, the sect's founder foretold that it was placed within the body of the thousand-clawed ghost seal. Only by killing or capturing this powerful sea monster can the tablet be found. The number of tablets is unknown, but it's unlikely to be numerous. Zhao Sheng's face was thoughtful after hearing this. Sea monsters like the thousand-clawed ghost seal prefer to burrow and thrive in the immense pressures of the abyssal depths. The intense pressure and rich spiritual energy of the sea's eye vortex are perfectly suited for the thousand-clawed ghost seal to thrive. But for monks, the thousand-clawed ghost seal is a natural enemy. This powerful group of sea monsters loves to breach the Wonho cave and brazenly occupy it, using it as their lair. Most infuriatingly, When human Jinden annihilates their hordes, the thousand-clawed ghost seal, defeated, often flees into the deeper spiritual seas. The thousand-clawed ghost seal's specialized body structure allows it to withstand unimaginable pressure, unfazed by the extreme and harsh conditions of the abyssal depths. Human Jinden may be able to withstand it briefly, but not for the long term. Sending out Yuaning ancestors to encircle and suppress them would be like firing a cannon at a mosquito, a complete waste of talent. Even if they were wiped out, new swarms of ghost cicadas would soon migrate from the outer seas into the CI vortex, making them virtually inexhaustible. The Jinden chief priests were all cunning and treacherous, who would proactively suppress the incredibly difficult thousand-clawed ghost cicadas without benefit. The thousand-clawed ghost cicadas posed a formidable threat to the cultivators cultivating in One Ho Cave, and killing them was essential. It's no wonder the gatekeeper placed a Kyongling tablet inside the ghost cicadas. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng asked again, "Fellow Taoist Hong, when shall we set out to kill the thousand-clawed demon seal? Shall we go separately, or together?" At this moment, Tu Xinjing suddenly teased, "The thousand-clawed demon seal isn't so easy to kill. I think you should stay with Senior Zhaikong and acclimate yourself first, then we can discuss other matters." Zhao Sheng wasn't offended by his words. There was no point in arguing with a seasoned Jinden master he'd just met. He simply smiled and asked, "So, fellow Taoist too, do you have any good ideas for killing the thousand-clawed demon seal?" Tu Xinjing wasn't fooled at all. He simply said, "With junior brother Hong here, there's no need for me to offer advice. He's a brilliant mind. The earth energy here is even stronger than before. What should we do?" Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered at this. The increasing concentration of earth energy wasn't a good sign. It meant that the earth veins weren't recovering, but were actually becoming more and more degraded. If this continued for too long, the consequences would be even more serious. Hong Qingqiu scoffed, "Brother Tu is just worrying too much. If the sky really collapses and the earth collapses, our bones will rattle. Why dwell on that? Fellow Taoist Hong is right. Exterminating the ghost chapter is the most important thing now. Let future generations handle the future." Just as Zhaikong finished his words, the four of them had already passed through the corridor, and the view suddenly opened up. Before them lay a spacious stone cavern, 300 to 400 square meters. Surrounded by training rooms, a quiet chamber, a warehouse, and alchemy and equipment refining rooms. Hong Qingqiu walked to the center and stood there. He turned to look at the three of them and said with a smile, "This is it. This place can be used as a trap. Wait and see." He then pulled a stack of colorful formation flags from his arms and, with a wave of his hand, scattered them, landing in the surrounding corners, their poles sinking deep into the rock. After a moment's work, a simple second-level bewitching divine trap formation had taken shape. "Senior brother Tu, it's your turn next." "Okay," Tu Xinjing raised his eyebrows, responded, and flipped his hand. A huge jelly half a person's height, sticky gray-white, appeared on the ground, emitting a faint fragrance. Hong Qingqiu glanced at Zhao Sheng and the others and explained, "This is a portion of the brain of the howling sea whale, the favorite food of the thousand-clawed ghost seal. Fellow Taoist Zhao, Senior Zhaikong, everything else is easy to deal with in this mysterious netherworld, but remember one thing, you absolutely must not venture into the lower abyssal sea. It's far too dangerous there, almost on par with the outer realms of the void, and only a nascent soul can stay there for long. If you mistakenly enter, you'll be constantly assaulted by the geomagnetic divine light and spiritual howls, and then there will be powerful demons comparable to nascent souls entrenched in the area, who delight in hunting and killing living beings. If we, with our golden cores, go down there, we'll easily become their meal. You won't go down there and seek death, will you?" Zhaikong shook his head, but Zhao Sheng said, "Let's stay here and wait for the thousand-clawed ghost to fall into its trap." Hong Qingqiu nodded and shook his head. What did he mean? Tu Xinjing continued, "The thousand-clawed ghost claw has become the dominant force in the Zuanming territory for a reason. They are powerful demonic beasts, and have developed a rudimentary level of intelligence. They are very cautious and extremely difficult to deal with. We can't wait here any longer, we need to ambush them outside. Otherwise, we'll be trapped and unable to escape, which would be disastrous." Hong Qingqiu added, "Our sect makes a great effort every year to eliminate the thousand-clawed ghost claws and even other demonic ghosts here to prevent an overgrowth of these alien creatures. But the results haven't been very good. The spiritual energy in the CI is too abundant, and countless powerful demonic ghosts like to migrate here. Every time we eliminate one, more appear within a few years. Isn't it annoying? His voice suddenly cut off, and his gaze suddenly shifted to the corridor. Just then, a dull thud echoed from the corridor. The ghost claws have smelled the scent so soon. There are so many, no wonder, undoubtedly. Of the four, Hong Kinkiu had been here the longest and reacted the fastest. Go! As soon as the words left his mouth, he had already scurried into the corridor. The three followed closely behind. Boom! The cave entrance burst open, revealing a vast mass of thick, dark green tentacles, driven by the surging seawater. Slash! With a crackling sound, Zhao Sheng swung his sword, transforming it into a rainbow of light, a beam of starlight piercing 2 miles away. Puff! A torrent of blood filled the air, tentacles fell to the ground. And a massive hole was instantly pierced through a massive, round head. The 1,000-clawed ghost claw was incredibly resilient. Even with half its head pierced, it still retained much of its combat power. Explode! Zhao Sheng shouted, and instantly a dazzling starlight burst forth from the ghost claw's head, transforming into countless rays of swordlight that pierced the creature, riddling it with holes and reducing it to a pile of pulp. In the sword's radiance, a faint black shadow materialized, struggling to escape. However, the sword's piercing light twisted the air, reducing the demonic spirit to ash. There's more, Tu Xinjing shouted, raising a tower-shaped talisman plate covered with true talismans, each gleaming with a blazing spiritual light. But Zhai Kong was quicker. With a flick of his sleeve, a 5-colored sword rainbow shot out, encompassing an area 100 feet in radius. The sword rainbow was majestic and all-pervasive. With a gentle twirl, 3 ghost seals, each 7 or 8 feet tall, instantly reduced to ash. Leave one for me too, Hong Kinkiu cried anxiously, slashing with his right hand. A flash of awe-inspiring swordlight suddenly slashed forward, reaching a distance of 100 feet, severing not only one ghost seal but also every living creature and demon in its path. However, the 1,000-clawed ghost seal's resilience was so strong that even after being cut in two, each managed to escape. At that moment, 2 massive sea mines shot out silently, striking the fleeing seal in an instant. A burst of lightning instantly obliterated them. Hong Kinkiu flew out, his spiritual sense covering the battlefield, a look of disappointment on his face. He telepathically transmitted to the other 5,000 claw ghost seals, but unfortunately, none of them have a Kyangling tokens. It's still early, just be patient, Tu Xinjing said. With a wave of his hand, a transparent wall of water rose, and his figure instantly vanished. Zhao Sheng, observing this, also flew to a nearby rock wall, concealing himself. Hong Kinkiu and Zhai Kong also hid. Chapter 367 Spiritual Sea Crystal. Buzz! Sword light surged forth like a tide, roiling the waters for 1,000 feet. Hundreds of wisps of sword light shot out like lightning, instantly transforming the 3 enormous azure black ghost seals into a hornet's nest. Meanwhile, Zhai Kong and the others also attacked, each capturing 3 to 5,000 clawed ghost seals. This was the 3rd day of their trap. Over the course of 3 days, they had slain nearly 100 ghost seals, but there was still no sign of the Kyangling tablet. Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, and 3 streaks of starlight suddenly flew back, circling around him. Meanwhile, from a nearby stone cave, 3 figures, shrouded in azure water, quickly flew forward and surrounded the corpses of the ghost seals, busily gathering useful materials. The giant and high priest might not have considered the corpse of a second-level sea monster, but for a group of Foundation establishment cultivators, it was a precious resource for cultivation. Soon, a short, thin old man flew over to Zhao Sheng, holding up a pumpkin-sized, fluorescent white bone fragment. He smiled cordially. Sir, this is the skull of a ghost seal. Please accept it. Zhao Sheng took it and saw a faint black mist swirling deep within the fragment, struggling to escape. Looking closely, he saw the shadow of a seal tumbling and distorting deep within the mist. Here's a reward. Zhao Sheng casually tossed it back. Hong Kinkiu happened to see it, and complained in a voice transmission, Brother, you are so wasteful. This thing can be exchanged for a few thousand spirit stones. It can also be refined into a good spiritual weapon. If it is handed over to the treasury, one can be exchanged for 100 merits. Zhao Sheng replied, I have killed a lot of ghost seals in the past few days, and I don't need a few. Giving them as a reward to these juniors is the price for disturbing their meditation. Brother, you are very kind. These 3 juniors have made a fortune in recent days. They wish we could stay here longer, Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows, but before he responded, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. Almost simultaneously, Zhai Kong suddenly transmitted a message, "Be careful, someone's coming." "No, there's a large number of thousand-clawed ghost seals behind that person. There are too many." "Huh?" Hong Qingqiu and Tu Xinjing were startled and looked to their left. They saw a ball of gray light rushing towards them from the pitch-black sea above. Behind it, a deeper layer of darkness had suddenly appeared. Those were thousand-clawed ghost seals, probably hundreds of them. How could there be so many? Hong Qingqiu was so shocked that even the mysterious light around him seemed to be a little unstable. Zhao Sheng frowned and looked at Taoist Zhai Kong. It must be said that in this situation, this senior brother in the late Jinden stage is the most important fighting force. Zhai Kong happened to glance back at him and whispered, "There's a bit of trouble. A ghost cicada herd of this size is bound to have more than 1 or 2,000-year-old ghost cicadas above rank 3. I'm not afraid, but I'm worried you won't be able to handle them." "Don't worry, senior brother," Zhao Sheng nodded and smiled. At the same time, he flicked his finger and 5 Zhengjin sword pills burst into a shower of stars, a million starlight, their brilliance concealing a vast and boundless sword intent. "Fellow Taoist Hong. Senior brother 2, act quickly. I'm Lu Kong. There must be a killing tablet among the ghost cicadas behind." In the blink of an eye, a gray light flew close to the group. Within the light, an old Taoist with a strange appearance and a short beard spoke to the group in a panic. "Senior Zhai Kong, should we leave or fight?" Tu Xinjing composed himself briefly, then gritted his teeth again. "Fortune and honor are sought through risk. Let's take a big gamble and go all out." "Stop talking nonsense," Hong Qingqiu pointed to the cave dwelling on the stone wall. "Let's go in first. We must not let the thousand-clawed ghost monkeys surround us. Try to buy time. With so many ghost monkeys gathered together, our fellow Taoists won't stand idly by." As soon as he finished speaking, the short-bearded old Taoist flashed and darted into the nearest cave, leaving behind a message, "Go in." Whether it was bad luck or some other reason, this man had entered the very place where the whale brain was hidden. "Take care, everyone," Zhao Sheng finished his words, and suddenly disappeared from their sight. Taoist Zhiquan was startled, "Junior brother," but at this moment, the thousand-clawed ghost monkeys had already caught up, a dark mass that seemed endless and overwhelming. His spiritual sense swept over the swarm of ghost seals, revealing several enormous behemoths within, each with arms hundreds of feet long. "Go!" Zhai Kong's expression changed slightly, and a burst of light erupted from his body. In a flash, he darted into a cave a few dozen feet away. Hong Qingqiu and Tu Xinjing followed suit. The next moment, countless thick tentacles swept over, clattering against the stone walls, leaving countless deep and shallow scars. Hundreds, even thousands, of terrifying ghost seals swarmed in, a dense mass of dark blue giants swarming back and forth, instantly occupying an area of dozens of miles in the sea. Ah, bang! A Foundation establishment cultivator, unable to escape, was entangled by several tentacles, his limbs and waist. A barrel-length black tentacle whipped him across the air. With a bang, the seawater within a 3-foot radius was instantly sucked into vacuum. The force of the blow, as heavy as a mountain, instantly shattered the man's protective spiritual armor. The next second, the man was torn to pieces by countless tentacles. Woo! A muffled roar echoed, and as if on command, the thousand-clawed ghost shrike swarmed into a nearby cavern in the rock wall. It was truly astonishing that these elephant-sized thousand-clawed ghost shrike could fit into a cavern only a man's height. A few breaths later, a nearby cave suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Rumbling sounds echoed from within, and a torrent of octopus flesh and blood erupted from the cavern's mouth, stained the surrounding seawater in a pitch black. The next second, even more thousand-clawed ghost shrike rushed in fearlessly, engaging Song Kong and the others within. A moment later, the rock wall ahead faintly shook as more and more ghost shrike fragments floated out of the cavern. The seawater, thick with the stench of blood, became thick and stinking, but was quickly washed away by the swirling currents. Just then, a human figure suddenly emerged from behind the octopus swarm. Buzz! The Zhengjin sword pill pierced the darkness like a meteor, vanishing in a flash. In an instant, 5 ghost cicadas' skulls were pierced with finger-sized holes. Their brains and demonic souls pulverized into a mushy paste by the sword energy. Though their brains were dead, their tenacious vitality still made their bodies thrash and thrash like life, their fangs and claws bared. 35, Zhao Sheng silently counted, his figure flashing and vanishing abruptly. The next second, he reappeared in another swarm of ghost cicadas. With one strike, 5 sword beams swept across 100 feet in radius. Each ghost cicada was struck by the sword energy, its body covered in horrific wounds, and numerous tentacles were cleaved in half. Boom! A pitch-black tentacle, as thick as 2 men's arms, emerged from thin air, flooded with overwhelming force, instantly blasting a 10-foot-wide expanse of water. Countless torrents, like knives, spun back in all directions at a rapid speed. But before this could happen, Zhao Sheng had already vanished into nothingness. The next second, Zhao Sheng reappeared 100 feet away, unleashing a reckless slaughter. His elusive nature, Zhao Sheng struck and then fled, never pausing. No matter how the dozen or so high-level ghost seals pursued him or surrounded him from all sides, they proved invincible. Huh? A moment later, Zhao Sheng's gaze fixed, and he exclaimed in surprise as a palm-sized bluish-white jade tablet fell from the body of a ghost seal. Kai's spirit tablet. Zhao Sheng was about to retract it when 3 massive, pitch-black tentacles suddenly descended upon him. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, and his heavy willow armor erupted in a dazzling azure light, creating an incredibly solid barrier of light. With a wave of his hand, 8 second-level ice talismans flew out, and in an instant, thick ice walls materialized, blocking the tentacles. Boom! Each ice wall exploded simultaneously, and the giant tentacles, still holding their own, swept across the azure protective wall. The wall of light flickered for only a moment before exploding with countless points of light. After being intercepted twice, the giant tentacles slowed considerably. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Sheng swooped in, snatched up the Kyongling tablet, and placed it in his pocket. The next moment, he smiled faintly, and his form suddenly vanished into nothingness. The battle between the human and seals lasted for 3 hours. As the vast amount of flesh and blood spread rapidly in the swirling currents, it quickly attracted one after another of the giant and chief priests of the hunting seals. With these fresh forces, the tide of battle gradually tilted in favor of the human race. Half a day later, in a clean cave, Zhai Kong, Hong Qingqiu, Tu Xinjing, and Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a cushion. While Zhao Sheng and Zhai Kong remained breathing normally, Hong Qingqiu's face was pale, revealing the body of a man who had been severely damaged. Tu Xinjing's chest was significantly sunken, his right arm missing, and his face was pitted as if corroded by an alien force, revealing the bones. Exchanging a serious injury for a Kyongling tablet isn't a loss at all. Don't you agree, junior brother Tu, HMPH, how about you do it? Tu Xinjing couldn't help but taunt him back upon hearing this. I'll do it, but you have to give me the Kyongling tablet. This time during the seal hunt, everyone else got a tablet, but Hong Qingqiu was the only one left empty-handed, inevitably feeling resentful. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly spoke up. I have an extra tablet here. Fellow Taoist Hong, do you want one, really? I'd love to have one, Hong Qingqiu shouted eagerly. Zhao Sheng waved his right hand, and a fluorescent white jade tablet fell into his palm. Upon seeing this, Hong Qingqiu's eyes lit up with delight. Brother Zhao, you're truly blessed. This token is mine. Ask for anything you want in exchange for it, as long as I have it. Zhao Sheng didn't answer, but turned to Zhai Kong. Senior brother, what do you think? Zhai Kong understood and smiled. Fellow Taoist Hong. A moment later, Hong Qingqiu joyfully accepted the killing token and simultaneously presented it with an Akung seal. Zhao Sheng accepted it, and he and Zhai Kong exchanged a smile, all 3 of them delighted. Senior Zhai Kong, fellow Taoist Zhao, Senior brother Hong and I are planning to find 2 more caves to retreat and heal our wounds. What are your plans? I need to hurry back to Xianfu. Although he had already won over Hong Qingqiu and Tu Xinjing, Zhai Kong needed to secure a few more fellow Daoists to ensure the deputy governorship didn't fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, once this matter was concluded, he would immediately return to the floating island. Junior brother, what about you, senior brother Zhai Kong? I also want to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, so I won't be accompanying you back. Well, the Zuanming territory is dangerous, so be careful. Zhai Kong's brows twitched, and he couldn't help but advise. Zhao Sheng nodded gently, indicating he understood. An hour later, Zhao Sheng's body was enveloped by black light, and sword elixirs surrounded him. Like a swimming fish, he silently and soundlessly dived into the dark, unknown abyss. He was now over 30 miles underwater. The water pressure was so intense that it could easily flatten a piece of fine iron as big as a head. A single undercurrent could sever a high-quality magical weapon, with a lethality approaching that of a second-level water blade. The closer he got to the center of the earth, the greater the concentration of Zhuanghuang earth energy and spiritual energy increased dramatically. The concentration was so high that even Zhao Sheng was astonished. In his memory, only the inner space of the interstellar teleportation array in his previous life was far more powerful than this place. The sea was utterly silent and dark, with life nearly extinct. Only countless swirling currents surged, swiftly flowing along the vortex of the sea's eye. Beneath the inky blackness, patches of dazzling spiritual light converged and surged. The once hazy, dark yellow energy had become so dense that it was almost solid, transforming into vast, mountainous peaks, suspended in the waters, unshakable and immovable. Zhao Sheng carefully dodged these masses of earth energy. They were composed entirely of highly refined earth energy, imbued with a hidden magnetic divine light. The high purity of this earth energy also imparted a potent corrosive and assimilative power. Anyone who stumbled into it could easily be captured by the magnetic divine light, leading to disorientation. The earth energy then invaded their bodies, corroding their flesh and bones and assimilating their vital essence and mana. A moment later, Zhao Sheng swam to a mirror-smooth rock wall. He placed his hands on the stone, his sword flashing incessantly. Silently, the stone crumbled to dust before being swept away by the current. Even though the rock here, eroded countless times and as hard as black iron, was no different from a block of tofu before a giant's henrun. In an instant, a deep pit the size of a tabletop took shape. Zhao Sheng entered, and a torrent of stone dust was flung out. 2 cups of tea later, Zhao Sheng had excavated a tunnel over 100 feet deep. At the end of the tunnel, a stone cave about 2 feet long and wide was quickly excavated. Another half-hour later, the 100-foot tunnel was filled with stone again. As the spirit-gathering array within the stone chamber began to operate, a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured through the cracks into the stone chamber, transforming into balls of dazzling spiritual light. However, Zhao Sheng had no intention of cultivating here. He continued to dive deeper into the sea. After about 3 hours, Zhao Sheng had reached a depth of 100 miles. The water pressure was so intense that even a foundation establishment cultivator could not survive more than 10 breaths. By then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had liquefied, and the earth's energy had been compressed into diamond-like, bright yellow crystals that drifted gently in the sea of spiritual energy, occasionally colliding. Every collision unleashed a 1,000-foot-long magnetic divine light, sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. Any creature below the nascent soul stage caught in the blast was either injured or killed. Zhao Sheng hovered at the edge of the spiritual energy sea. With a subtle thought, a flood of pure spiritual energy rushed into his body from all directions. The surrounding spiritual energy was so incredibly dense that even a dog could become a great demon if left here long enough. Of course, that presupposes that the dog could survive. Zhao Sheng's heavy willow armor glowed with aquamarine, resisting the overwhelming pressure. His spiritual sense scanned the surroundings, quickly selecting a patch of crystal wall, and then slowly swam forward. 2 hours later, a simple cave dwelling was opened behind the stone layer 100 feet deep. Chapter 368 Kill. Name, Taoist Sanbao, Zhao Sheng, lifespan. 75/821 Realm, Golden Elixir 4th Stage Occupation, Quasi 4th Order Alchemist, Quasi 4th Order Talisman Master, 3rd Order Weapon Refiner, 3rd Order Formation Master, Constitution, Dual Spiritual Roots of Gold and Fire, Earth Level, Rebirth After Body Break, Earth Level, Talent, Phase Shift, Earth, Skills, Crimson Lotus Karma Fire Sutra, Golden Elixir Chapter, Proficient, Star God Thousand Heart Sutra, Proficient, 5-Way Accomplice Divine Law, Great Success, Star Sea Sword Formation, Minor Success, Demon Slaying. Body Refining, 4 Phases of Heaven and Man, Mind Phase, Great Success, Martial Arts, Perfect. 100 Arts, Taoism, Talismans, Alchemy, Weapon Refining, Imperial Control. More than half a year later, inside the temporary cave, a layer of bright yellow crystals gradually condensed on the surrounding stone walls, and the ground was filled with a gurgling of colorful spiritual light in the air, like clouds and water, constantly flowing and changing. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Beneath him lay a massive, crimson fire lotus, 12 petals in full bloom. Spiritual water swirled around the lotus, and countless strands of white light emanated from the aura, wrapping around his body like silk threads. The ends of the spiritual threads fiercely pierced Zhao Sheng's orifices, continuously feeding him with pure fire element spiritual energy. After an unknown amount of time, the cave suddenly shook. The surrounding stone walls suddenly glowed with a brilliant yellow light. A vast expanse of profound earth energy surged into the training room. A brilliant and magnificent geomagnetic divine light suddenly spread, as if to assimilate everything around. At this moment, countless five-colored runes suddenly appeared on the ground and surrounding walls, and lines of spiritual light also emerged. In an instant, a second grade, superior grade 5 elements forbidden domain formation was activated by the earth energy. Five-colored ripples rapidly emerged from thin air, rolling out in all directions. In an instant, they forced the surging dark yellow earth energy out of the training room. The geomagnetic divine light was also completely extinguished by the five elements array's light. Even so, Zhao Sheng's practice was still disturbed. Reluctantly, he stopped practicing, opened his eyes, and looked around, muttering to himself, "The earth energy has been erupting more and more frequently lately. Calculating the time, the day should be approaching soon." Buzz! As the vast majority of the earth energy was expelled from the cave, the five elements forbidden domain array ceased, and the runes and array light slowly faded again. Zhao Sheng concentrated and calmed his mind, closing his eyes. The golden elixir in his dantian vibrated violently, and his true essence instantly transformed into countless tornadoes, generating an infinite suction force. In an instant, countless strands of liquid spiritual light leaped into the air, pouring into Zhao Sheng's body through all the orifices, rapidly flowing along his meridians into his dantian, where they were quickly refined into golden elixir true essence. 6 months of arduous cultivation within the spiritual energy sea, equivalent to 20 or 30 years of cultivation in the outside world, had led Zhao Sheng to a meteoric rise. Reaching the late 4th level and poised to attack the 5th level of the golden collar. Roar. Just one day later, a terrifying, eerie beastly roar suddenly and abruptly exploded in Zhao Sheng's ears, rupturing his eardrums, roiling his soul, and sending a splitting headache. This beastly roar defied numerous restraining formations and directly damaged his spirit. The power of the roaring master was unimaginable. HMPH, here they come again. Who is so blind as to dare to provoke that ghost emperor? They're courting death. Roar. The roar returned. Blood immediately seeped from the corners of Zhao Sheng's eyes, his expression darkening, and his body flashed, instantly vanishing into nothingness. The next moment, a figure materialized from a simple stone cave over 30 miles above. Alice, the spiritual energy sea is wonderful, but there are always powerful villains emerging, and every now and then there's a big commotion. It's too worrying. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, a look of frustration on his face. About half an hour later, figuring that the ghost emperor should have quieted down, Zhao Sheng flashed back to the cave below. As expected, the surroundings had returned to silence, and the cave was safe and sound. Nothing more to say, just continue practicing. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a flash. Boom boom boom. The ground shook slightly, and from deep underground came a faint rumble. As time passed, the rumble grew louder and louder, and the ground began to shake violently. Zhao Sheng slapped the ground, and his body instantly floated into the air, suspended in mid-air. His spiritual sense was activated to its maximum, detecting the movements underground with all his might. At a certain moment, he suddenly shouted, "It's coming!" Before he finished speaking, a huge stream of dark yellow earth energy rose from the ground, like a volcanic eruption, endless and violent. Zhao Sheng let out a strange cry, and before the earth's energy could reach him, he instantly vanished from the cave. 30 miles above, an ordinary stone wall suddenly collapsed, and a figure shot out from within, revealing Zhao Sheng's true form. Sensing the violent tremors of the surrounding seawater, he reached for his waist and found a massive stone shell, over a man's height. Lifting the foot-square stone cover, Zhao Sheng slipped inside. As the cover dropped, layers of azure yellow light enveloped the shell's interior and exterior. Carved from stone cut from a cliff 100 miles deep, the shell was naturally built to withstand immense pressure while also effectively isolating the Earth's energy. Before Zhao Sheng could hide for a moment, a bright yellow hue suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sea below. Then, the yellow expanded, becoming boundless and vast. On this day, the Earth's energy tide at the center of the sea finally erupted. Boom! A surging torrent of Earth energy surged upward along the vortex of the sea at an unimaginable speed. The stone shell, carried by the surging current, soared at breakneck speed. 80 miles, 70 miles, 60 miles. Almost simultaneously, the gate of Wonho Cave, located in the central Zuanming realm, suddenly banged open. Cultivators hurriedly unearthed their stone shells and quickly dived inside. During this massive tidal eruption of earth energy, those who wish to escape the CI must harness the force of the eruption to escape immediately. Otherwise, those unfortunate souls who refuse to believe, only to be reduced to dust, served as a prime example. 40 miles. Huh? Midway through his ascent, Zhao Sheng's gaze shifted. His consciousness had already settled on a point in the torrent, 100 feet from the stone shell. There, a head-sized fossil of a cyan fluorescent tree lay, its core shrouded in a ball of pure cyan flame. Yingmu Qingyan. What a treasure! Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he slammed his hands against the inner wall of the stone shell. The shell suddenly shook and flew towards the fossilized tree. When the two were within 20 feet, a massive, five-colored hand suddenly flew out of the shell, snatched up the fossilized tree from thin air, and then retreated. Bang! The stone lid opened, and the fossil fell inside, then the lid slammed shut again. 30 miles, 20 miles. The 1,000-mile swirling sea trembled violently, the water swirling, and torrential waves surged. Rumbling noises like thunder echoed through the sky. Boom! In an instant, an endless stream of bright yellow energy surged from the seabed into the sky, like a giant pillar supporting the heavens. Above, floating spiritual islands like treasure ships drifted through the torrent of earth energy. Rays of light rushed from each floating island into the torrent, occasionally scooping up pieces of natural treasures and hurriedly flying back to the islands. Whenever the geomagnetic tides erupt, they bring forth vast quantities of rare treasures from the depths of the Earth's core. Whenever this day arrives, it's a day of immense wealth for the monks. For all the top powers in the netherworld, scheming and vying for control of the 5 inner CIs has resulted in countless battles, nearly killing each other. Eternal Crystal Essence. I saw it first, no one else can take it, haha, Tei Golden Essence. I'm rich, old man Yaolin, put it down. The Earth's spirit flame is not something you can possess, bah, old dog Xiu, just wait for me. One day I'll punish you. I'll leave the Wanying Iron with you for now. 2 days later, the geomagnetic tides gradually subsided, and the great whirlpool of the CI slowly returned to calm. Thousands of feet above, a streak of 5-colored light descended from the distance, rapidly landing on a floating island about 2 or 3 miles across. Looking at Taoist Zhequang, who came to him on his own initiative, Zhao Sheng was slightly surprised. Senior brother Zhequang, what do you want to see me about? Zhequang smiled helplessly, then took out a scroll from his arms and pushed it in front of Zhao Sheng. Junior brother Sanbao, the founder of the sect, has issued a task and specifically asked you to take over. I am also following orders and have no choice. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed. He reached out to pick up the scroll, opened it and took a look, his eyebrows raised. Number 69 on the wanted list is the old monster Zhu Liuer from Fengpu, hailing from the Fengliu sect and currently serving as elder of the water division of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. 3 days ago, he appeared in the city of Zhou on the sea. Kill him or capture him and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Zhequang pulled out another jade slip and explained, this contains all the information our sect has gathered on Zhu Liuer. Junior brother, take a look. If you're not busy, you'd better leave quickly. Don't let this devil slip away again, senior brother. Why did the sect master do this? Why did he specifically order me to complete this task? The sect master has always been unfathomable and far-sighted. His thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Junior brother, don't overthink it. I think it's a good thing, not a bad thing. Oh, I see. Zhao Sheng didn't ask any further questions. Although Zhequang's explanation was vague, he had already guessed it. After Zhequang finished giving the task, he didn't linger for long and quickly left. Zhao Sheng, after reading the information on the jade slip, also quickly left the cave. A moment later, a sword-like rainbow shot up from the island, then vanished into the sea of clouds in an instant. A day later, the crimson sun rose, and the sea shimmered. Countless boats, large and small, gathered on the surface, connected by thick iron chains, forming a vast, densely packed forest of boats. These boat cities, which roamed the Wishao Sea, often clustered together to salvage underwater ruins, but would quickly disperse once the relics were cleared. That day, within the pavilion of a massive third-tier treasure ship in the center of the boat city, a handsome young man, draped in a light blue robe, lazily lounged on a 3-meter-long jade couch, surrounded by a group of stunning beauties. Each of these female cultivators displayed their unique skills, desperately trying to please the one in front of them, hoping to catch his eye. Zhu Liu, his eyes half closed, paid no attention to the stunning female cultivators around him, as if his mind was elsewhere. After a while, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the hall. "Jiwer, how many days do we have left?" At this moment, a lovely woman with skin as white as snow, seemingly made of water, respectfully replied, "Master, in 3 days at most, we will find the water orchid." Jiwer shuddered and quickly knelt, saying, "Master, please forgive me." Jiwer will go and urge them again. As soon as the word fell, Zhu Liu sat up abruptly, his eyes flashing as he looked upward. "Who is this expert spying here, old monster Zhu? You?" He was barely able to finish his sentence when Zhu Liu suddenly slammed his hands down on the jade bed. The jade bed shone with a dazzling green light, and with it as the center, a dense array of patterns appeared on the floor of the pavilion, the patterns glowing brightly as if they were electrified. Bang! A brilliant sword flash instantly shattered the pavilion, slashing down. Zhu Liu leaped to his feet, his expression solemn. With a wave of his hands, a clear light shot up into the sky, transforming into a tornado of water, meeting the sword's radiance. Boom! The sword's radiance was drowned by the cascade, and with a resounding explosion, the entire roof of the pavilion was blown away, revealing a clear sky. Zhao Sheng, suspended 10 feet in the air, looked down at the solemn Zhu Liu. "Who are you? I've never met you before, so why are you fighting the moment we meet? I want you dead," Zhao Sheng uttered, and a Zhengjin sword elixir shot out from his sleeve, transforming into a shooting fire meteor that plummeted downward. Zhu Liu's expression changed slightly, but a sinister grin played at the corner of his mouth. The delay of a few breaths had now fully activated a wind cascade killing formation. With a thud, 9 massive wind pillars coalesced from thin air, and around them, thousands of 3-foot-long water swords emerged, forming a dense, swarming mass. As the tornado column violently unleashed boundless wind force, countless water swords danced wildly, forming giant sword dragons that swirled back towards Zhao Sheng. Their momentum was unparalleled, their killing intent overwhelming. "HMPH, a mere trifle," Zhao Sheng snorted, raising his hands in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. 4 Zhengjin sword pills flew out in quick succession, joining the one that flew back, suddenly forming a small sea of stars. In an instant, the day star appeared. Stars shone brilliantly, filling the sky and eclipsing the sun. Beneath the radiant starlight was a fierce sword gleam, a sea of murderous intent. As the sword dragons plunged into the sea of stars, countless starlights suddenly converged, instantly coalescing into dozens of 9 zang-long giant star swords, emitting a terrifying aura. 8 of these giant star swords stopped the sword dragons, while another 8 slashed down with a thunderous force, intersecting with each other, carrying boundless might, and fiercely slashing into the light curtain of the formation above Zhu Liu's head. The light curtain shuddered violently, then ripped apart. The giant star sword continued its slashing downwards. A thunderous, earth-shattering roar echoed, and the entire treasure ship trembled violently. Cracks appeared on the floor, and the next moment, with a loud bang, it exploded. A figure flew out from within. It was Zhu Liu. His eyes were red, and murderous intent flashed in them. He muttered rapidly, his hands waving. The nearby sea surface churned with outwind. One after another, huge water spouts emerged, merging into a massive column of water that reached the sky and the earth. Zhu Liu transformed himself into a stream of water, merging into it. Instantly, a heavy and astonishing aura emanated from the water column, filling the sky and earth, overwhelming the ship city. By this time, this shocking event had alarmed the entire ship city. Countless monks fled frantically, leaving only the majority of mortals on board. Terrified, they retreated to the sturdiest cabins. Amidst the starry sky, Zhao Sheng's gaze swept downwards. His figure flashed, and he suddenly plunged into the water column. Die, seeing his opponent's arrogance, Zhu Liu was overjoyed. With a low shout, the towering water column trembled slightly, and the seawater around Zhao Sheng suddenly became extremely viscous. Countless water needles emerged, piercing Zhao Sheng almost simultaneously. But in the next second, a layer of green light erupted from Zhao Sheng's body, instantly blocking the needles, and his heavy willow armor emerged. Seeing his attack fail, Zhu Liu's eyes were fierce, but he showed no fear. With a wave of his hand, a ray of crystal light shot towards Zhao Sheng's side. Suddenly, a huge burst of extreme cold air erupted, and layers of ice formed from thin air, trapping Zhao Sheng and freezing the surrounding seawater. Die! As soon as the words were spoken, a giant five-colored hand appeared from thin air beside Zhu Liuer, clenching slightly inward. Zhu Liuer felt his body tense, his bones crackling as they were squeezed. A strange force he couldn't comprehend surged into him, crushing all obstacles with ease, even imprisoning his golden collar. Not good. Before the thought even lingered, a vivid crimson fire lotus suddenly appeared before Zhu Liuer's eyes. Chapter 369. A palm coming from the west. 3 days later, in the afternoon, a rainbow of light streaked from the sky, suddenly crashing into Fu Island, one of the floating islands. Congratulations, junior brother, for eliminating another enemy for our sect. This is the wanted bonus, take it. Half a day later, deep within the cave, Taoist Zhe Kong, with a smile, thrust a milky white Nakang seal into Zhao Sheng's hand. Zhao Sheng probed it with his spiritual sense and was surprised. What a large piece of Xiantian Zhengjin. I remember the reward wasn't for this. And this, could it be the Karma Fire Lotus Crystal? As he spoke, a round, luminous red crystal pill, like a jade lotus seed, appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Zhe Kong's eyes flashed with a fiery intensity, but he nodded and smiled. I don't know how you've caught the eye of the sect's founder. This treasure was given to you personally by him. Zhao Sheng's face lit up with gratitude, but his heart remained calm. For cultivators who have cultivated the Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra, the Merit Lotus Crystal, while not a rare treasure, is far more precious than ordinary spiritual objects. This is because it must have been crafted by a cultivator at least in the late nascent soul stage, and a high priest who has achieved the great perfection of the Red Lotus Sutra. The Karma Fire Lotus Crystal embodies the essence of Karma Fire and the divine insights of predecessors, making it a treasure akin to the crystallization of cultivation experience. The gatekeeper offered this item as a reward. Honestly, the reward outweighs the merit. That's not a good thing. Zhao Sheng pondered, then suddenly asked, I wonder if the Grand Master could leave me a message. Zhe Kong's eyes flashed with approval. Junior brother, you are indeed thoughtful. The Grand Master did give instructions, saying that you should continue your efforts and make new contributions to our sect. He couldn't help but admonish, Junior brother, the Grand Master has very high standards and rarely favors others. This opportunity is once in a lifetime, so you must cherish it. Don't let the Grand Master down, and don't let Master down either. Yes, senior brother, every word you say makes sense. I get it. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he nodded and lowered his brows. Over 10 days later, Zhao Sheng refined the Karma Fire Lotus Crystal, causing the power of his Karma Fire Red Lotus to surge, and it was already showing the faint appearance of an 18th grade lotus. Simultaneously, his comprehension of the scriptures also greatly advanced. He had fully comprehended the Golden Elixir section of the Red Lotus Sutra, and even grasped an eighth of its essence in the Nascent Soul section. He only needed to reach Golden Elixir Great Consummation before breaking through to continue his cultivation. That day, Zhao Sheng was about to descend to the sea to cultivate in seclusion when he was dragged along by Taoist Zhe Kong to a gathering of fellow Taoists. Zhe Kong had only been deputy governor for 2 months, and his position wasn't secure yet, so he needed to establish his authority first. Zhao Sheng had just slain the old monster Fengpu, gaining fame in Wanhou Xianfu, and he was brought along to bolster his reputation. Late at night, the floating island finally quieted down somewhat. The clouds dispersed, revealing a bright moonlit sky filled with stars. The chill wind blew, the moonlight shone brightly, and the scenery on the island took on a new dimension. At that moment, atop a mountain on Lianshan Island, a tranquil and peaceful aura arose. Within an ancient pine jade platform, Zhao Sheng, Zhe Kong, Hong Kengqiu, and 8 or 9 other giant and masters sat scattered around, their jade tables filled with rare fruits and various spirit wines, chatting and chatting. Hong Kengqiu had just emptied a wine jug and casually tossed it down the mountain, laughing heartily. Brother Zhao, you truly are a master who hides his true identity. With one strike, you actually beheaded old monster Zhu. With your strength, you'd be at least in the top 10 in our Wanhou Xianfu. Little Zhen, don't you agree? Taoist Zhen swore softly, clearly unhappy with the title, but how could he dare argue with the already half-drunk Hong Kengqiu? Whatever senior brother Hong says is true, Taoist Zhen said, looking like an immortal, but his strength was indeed the weakest among the group, barely crossing the threshold of the golden core stage. He mumbled a half-sentence in agreement before immediately changing the subject. Recently, Zhen, learned a profound secret that I'd like to share with you, fellow Taoists. Speaking of the sinking of Wuzhou, we have to mention the cross-boundary expedition 1,000 years ago. Which boundary was it? Hey, fellow Taoists, I'm sure you all know, it was the Xianzhou realm. But today, let's not mention that spoiler, and instead focus on the sinking of Wuzhou. Does anyone know why such a vast continent sank so suddenly? A burly man with a golden skin sneered. You're showing off this too. Master Zhen, you're going backwards the longer you live. The secret scrolls clearly stated all. The sinking of Wuzhou is caused by the star god's monster going berserk and losing control, causing an unprecedented space-time shock that caused the Wuzhou continent to collapse under the forces of space and time, ultimately sinking into the abyss. After saying this, an old Taoist with feather crowns and smallpox constantly emerging from the void behind him could not help but sigh. Speaking of the cross-border expedition 1,000 years ago, it was a golden age for cultivation. Winds and clouds gathered, dragons and snakes emerged from the land, and so many geniuses took advantage of the situation to rise. Even the true lords of transformation emerged one after another. Why didn't we catch up with that good time? Uncle Wu is absolutely right. I have also read many records of the predecessors. Millions of cultivators, starting from centipede, crossed billions of miles of void, dominated the broken star sea, fought back to the central continent, climbed Xianzhou mountain, crossed the Kanglong River, and even swallowed up millions of miles of mountains and rivers, wanting to make the whole world submit to the power of our sect. What a boldness, haha, what a boldness. At this point, Zhao Sheng suddenly laughed out loud, and strengthened his tone. After repeating it once, he suddenly said, millions of cultivators, with all their strength from several continents, crossed the endless void, and what was the result? It was nothing but a broken sword, and only 1 in 1,000 could escape back to the Nether God realm. Even Centipede was lost. How can this be called a great victory in the expedition? Oh, don't be so harsh. Taoist Guanyu, also known as Wu Qinayao, knocked on the J table in front of him with dissatisfaction on his face. What do you mean by escaped back? What do you mean by losing Centipede? Expedition to other realms, with millions of cultivators against hundreds of millions of immortal cultivators, not only occupied an ocean, but also slaughtered 2 top sects, turned central continent upside down, and even brought back hundreds of millions of slaves. Each and every one of these is a tremendous achievement. If the star god hadn't lost control and, at the cost of returning to annihilation, torn the space-time channel apart, creating a massive space-time storm that cut off the army's retreat and even killed most of the cultivators, could they have won with those useless people from the Xianzhou realm? Even if they were defeated, the previous pope was the only one who held the retreat, wielding the 10 directions god and demon banner, and stopped the armies of the 5 continents, forcing them to flee in all directions. He slew the divine incarnation in nascent soul stages of a realm, and even hundreds of millions of immortal cultivators were deterred. It can be said that even in defeat, they still won with honor, Zhao Sheng insisted. Although the Qi sect was powerful, even their remains fell into the hands of the enemy. Our sect has been humiliated to this day. How do you explain this? That's because, fellow Taoists, seeing the two of them arguing fiercely over the previous pope's death in another realm, Taoist Zhen, the instigator, had to interrupt their argument and said with a wry smile, "Hey, you two, we were talking about the sinking of Centipede Island. How did we get to talking about the Qi sect?" The old Taoist Wu Qinayao of Guanyu glanced at Zhao Sheng coldly and replied in a cold voice, "I am speaking up for the predecessors who went on the expedition. They have made such great achievements, but now they are being slandered by the scoundrels. I absolutely despise such cold-blooded and heartless people." Zhao Sheng snorted coldly, but was too lazy to argue with him. It was nothing more than that people with different beliefs could not work together. At this time, Taoist Zhiquang spoke to smooth things over. He first scolded Zhao Sheng, "Junior brother, you have to change your habit of saying something without thinking. You must know that when we went on the cross-border expedition, almost all the elite of our sect were exhausted, including 2 true lords of transformation, nearly 50 Yuanying high priests, and hundreds of golden core priests. Counting tens of thousands of years ago, even the scale and cruelty of the first war between the 2 realms were not even 1% of this battle. Now our sect can no longer organize a team of such a scale. Even if the expedition was unsuccessful and they retreated back to their own realm, the battlefield was still in the Xianzhou realm from beginning to end and did not spread to the mainland at all. Even if the Wuzhou continent sank, By the way, Junior Brother Zhen, you just said you had a secret to share. I wonder what secret it was. Seeing Deputy Head Zhaikong looking over, Taoist Zhen had a flash of inspiration and quickly said, yes, let's not talk about the spoiler. Let's first talk about how the Wuzhou continent sank overnight. At this point, Taoist Zhen pulled out a transparent crystal ball the size of a fist from his arms and tapped the crystal wall with his fingers. In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly, projecting a beam of light, and suddenly transformed into a 3-meter wide topographic map of the Wuzhou Sea. This map is not only three-dimensional and can be scaled up or down, but even the 5 Earth's core seas are included in it. What is the purpose of this? A giant asked doubtfully. Fellow Taoist Zhen chuckled, zoomed out the topographic map to about 10 feet, and pointed to the Earth's core sea with one finger, and said proudly, you should all know that these 5 Earth's core seas appeared suddenly after the sinking of Wuzhou. But no one knows why they appeared at the same time. Most people thought that they were formed by the shock of time and space, but until recently I got a stone tablet. The records on the tablet made me dumbfounded and unbelievable. Damn it, what are you talking about? Why don't you just go to the stone tablet directly? Hong Kinky was irritable and immediately scolded. Brother Hong, please be patient. You don't know that after I finished reading the stone tablet, it collapsed into stone mud on the spot and it was no longer readable. Everyone was speechless when they heard that. Seeing everyone's expressions, Taoist Zhen didn't dare to keep them in suspense any longer, and quickly pointed to the map. Fellow Taoists, please look at the distribution and spacing of the 5 CIs. Do they look like 5 fingers? Yes, like this. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and slowly pressed down on the map. At the same time, the topographic map quickly shrank and matched the size of the palm, and the 5 CIs corresponded exactly to the 5 fingertips. Zhao Sheng was horrified when he saw this scene. However, the others looked suspicious, and Hong Kinkyu laughed so hard that tears came out of the corners of his eyes. Zhao Zhen, if you don't go to tell stories, you will be wasted. You dare to believe such absurd stories. When the Centipede Island sank, there were countless eyewitnesses, and there are still many Yuanying high priests alive in the world. Could it be that they are all blind? When everyone heard this, they nodded in agreement, with self-evident smiles on their faces. Taoist Zhen, however, did not show any embarrassment. Instead, he looked solemn and chanted aloud. On that day, the day was as dark as night, the heaven was dozing, a palm came from the west, covering the sky and the sun. The land of Wuzhou sank, and all living things were devastated. All living things were ignorant and unaware, deaf and blind. What a terrifying power! Is it the Lord God? Is it a true immortal? Is it a punishment from heaven? It's a pity, lamentable, sad and pitiful. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. The past is reduced to ashes and smoke, leaving a message to future generations. The pillar of heaven cannot be entered, and thousands of cultivators of all ways should avoid the yellow robe. The last words of Wang Xiang Sanrun. With a puff, Hong Kinkyu sprayed Taoist Zhen opposite him with blood all over his face. He definitely did it on purpose. How could he express his shock otherwise? Taoist Zhen reacted strangely. He just wiped off the wine stains with an expressionless face and continued to talk to everyone. As for the character of Master Wang Xiang, he would definitely not joke with us and other descendants before he died. He specially engraved a stele for this matter. I'm afraid it is true, haha. Zhao Sheng laughed and said, not to mention that Master Wang Xiang still stayed in the world for 300 years after the war. Why didn't Master Wang Xiang mention this matter to outsiders for more than 300 years? Instead, he left a stele before his death. This so-called Master Wang Xiang's last word stele, is it serious? Haha, Brother Zhao speaks humorously. I don't know whether the stele is serious or not. But I think it's ridiculous that fellow Taoist Zhen actually believes such absurd nonsense. Hong Kinkyu interjected at the perfect moment, a look of sarcasm and ridicule on his face. He had always disdained the opportunistic Taoist Zhen, and so he took every opportunity to criticize him. It was just idle chatter. Don't take it seriously. I served as the guardian of the main altar's scripture library for 100 years. I have read through mountains of ancient books and jade slips, but I have never seen a single word like this. I think some unscrupulous person used the name of the true Lord of all things to forge the stone tablet. It is more likely the work of a spy from the Xianzhou realm. This act clearly smacks of intimidation and lies. It is not worth mentioning. After being reminded, Everyone suddenly understood and applauded. At this time, Taoist Zhen's face turned pale and blue. He was ashamed and had doubts in his heart. It has been 1,000 years since the war between the two worlds ended, but the secret war between the Yaoshan and Xianzhou worlds has never stopped. Both worlds have sent countless spies to the other world, not only to collect intelligence secretly, but also to collude with other heretical forces, and repeatedly stir up trouble. For example, the Kangzhou Anti-Heaven Alliance, the Fuzhou Origin sects, the Longzhou 10,000 Demons Mountain and other rebellious forces, all had the participation of Xianzhou spies behind them. Zhai Kong revealed the truth in one word, and Taoist Zhen made a big fool of himself on the spot. But is the truth really as Zhai Kong said? An hour later, the party ended, and on the way back, Zhao Sheng thought secretly in his heart. Junior brother Zhao, be careful, I'm going to take action. As the words came out, a yellow-faced Taoist wearing a high crown and a wide belt waved his sleeves, and the yellow light like the setting sun was like waves, which instantly squeezed out the sea of clouds in the sky. The yellow mist in the sky was vast and overwhelming, with a force of overwhelming the sea. What a magical power! Facing the tide of light, Zhao Sheng did not retreat a single step. With a buzzing sound, 9 layers of starlight rose outside his body, and the sword intent surged. The sword wave bursting out of the starlight spread out for hundreds of feet. In an instant, the yellow mist collided with the star wave, and then there was a loud whistling sound that resounded through the sky. The hurricane roared and rolled in all directions. After only a breath of stalemate, 4 meteors suddenly rushed out of the star tide, and they easily tore through the yellow mist. With unparalleled sharpness, they slashed straight past. Oh, no! The yellow-faced Taoist's expression changed, and his earth-based true essence surged out. A flying stone flew up into the air from under his sleeve, swelled up against the wind, and in an instant turned into a stone peak 100 feet high, blocking his way. However, at this moment, an 18-petaled red lotus of karma fire suddenly attacked from below, and the flames soared into the sky. However, the invisible karma fire rushed into the purple mansion soul sea first, burning the soul. Stop. I admit defeat. The yellow-faced Taoist felt the sudden descent of the lotus flames from the sky above the soul sea, and his face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but shout loudly. Senior Li, thank you for giving me that. Zhao Sheng stopped casting the spell, smiled and bowed. Take it. Alice, it seems that I will not be able to get the Chu Ling card. You must hold on to it, and don't let other greedy people fight for it. The yellow-faced Taoist reluctantly threw a spirit fire cauldron toward Zhao Sheng, containing a stone fire. Zhao Sheng nonchalantly placed the spirit fire cauldron into his Nakung seal, smiling broadly as he replied, Don't worry, senior. No one can take this spiritual tablet away, I say. A moment later, the yellow-faced Taoist left disconsolately, and Zhao Sheng's smile gradually faded. He muttered to himself, Infant transformation pill? Who's behind this? Chapter 370, 9th level of Golden Collar. Rumble. Across the boundless ocean, 100-foot-wide ball of crimson gold light streaked across the surface like a meteor, creating massive waves in its path. Devil Star, you're going too far. My Zhuanshan sect has many nascent soul ancestors. If you kill me, they will not let you go. Within the crimson gold light, Jinho Zhenren, robed in gold and face in gold, his entire body seemingly cast in gold, roared in fury. At that moment, a streak of starlight was approaching from the sea far behind him. It seemed to be moving slowly, but it was closing in, a powerful pressure. From time to time, a streak of star-like sword light would suddenly appear from behind, striking the crimson gold light. With each strike, the light trembled violently, shrinking dramatically. This ball of crimson gold light was the product of Jinho Zhenren's golden elixir magical power. Though repeatedly struck by the Zhengjin sword elixir, it showed no sign of shattering. Even so, Jinho Zhenren's face remained as dark as steel, his heart pounding with shock and fury. Amidst the starlight behind him, Zhao Sheng, expressionless, ignored Jinho Zhenren's threats. With a continuous tap of his sword, Zhengjin sword pills burst forth one after another, transforming into shooting stars that struck the fleeing light ahead. Seeing the demon star's lack of response, he clearly resolved to kill. Jinho Zhenren, number 21st on the wanted list and already at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, felt a surge of rage, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Very well. Since you insist on annihilating me, I'll have a fight with you. Kill! A deafening roar of killing shook the nearby sea. blasting vast swathes of water high into a thick mist that filled a 10-mile expanse, momentarily obscuring vision. Jinho Zhenren clasped his hands together, a golden glow surging from his body. The void shook, and a colossal, crimson gold rock materialized, its wings draped to the sky, its countless feathers like golden blades, their surface shimmering with unparalleled golden light. The scarlet gold rock flapped its wings, and a resounding clanging sound suddenly filled the air. Countless crimson gold rays of light emerged from nowhere like a storm. Then, the light shone, condensing into a dense, countless array of fine gold flying knives, each over 10 feet long, filling the void for 100 feet. Go, Jinho Zhenren pointed his finger. A cloud of golden knives shot out, their surfaces adorned with dense golden runes. They connected to form a formation, piercing the misty storm in a flash, slashing down in a blanket of devastation. Clang clang clang. The clink of the knives resounded like thunder, echoing for 100 miles. Thousands of these golden blades struck the azure starlight. Jinho Zhenren was overjoyed. But the next moment, his smile froze. The starlight puffed like a candle flame, vanishing in an instant. Ah, King Zhao Sheng, quickly protect me. Jinho Zhenren's face changed drastically, and he roared wildly. But before he could finish his words, he felt a chilling murderous intent pierce his bones from behind his head. A humming sword chant pierced the soul sea, and in an instant, a giant sword, piercing the sky, descended from the sky, slashing into the soul sea, severing directly into the soul. How powerful was the divine sword intent condensed by Zhao Sheng's 7 generations of practice. The strike hit Jinho Zhenren's target, and he suddenly felt a blackout. His soul was in excruciating pain, and cracks spread across it. His mind went blank. Die! At that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared not far in front of Jinho Zhenren, shouted, and pointed with incredible swiftness. The Zhengjin sword pill immediately shot out, like a meteor streaking through the void, instantly piercing Jinho Zhenren's dantian in the abdomen, shattering the golden pill into countless golden clouds. Woo! Above the sea, a massive pillar of golden spiritual energy, 1,000 feet tall and 100 feet thick, coalesced. The scarlet gold rock let out a desperate wail, then instantly disintegrated into a vast golden cloud, merging into the pillar. Zhao Sheng stepped into the void, gazing at the pillar with a look of regret. Since ancient times, golden elixirs have been rare, and true golden elixirs are even rarer. If Jinho Zhenren hadn't been specifically targeted by the gatekeeper, Zhao Sheng wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to kill him. The Zhuanshan sect was no pushover. They were the dominant force in the East He continent, second only to the Xiandao sect as one of the most powerful factions. Within them were countless masters, dozens of them at the nascent soul stage. What can I do? Zhao Sheng sighed silently. With a thought, Jinho Zhenren's corpse flew down from below and was collected into his corpse ghost bag. Buzz! A sword-like rainbow shot up into the sky, piercing the sea of clouds and disappearing without a trace. The tides ebb and flow, time flies, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. One day, beneath the swirling sea eye, 100 miles deep, shimmering radiance drifted silently toward a rocky cliff. Where the radiance failed to reach, in the dense, impenetrable darkness, pairs of eyes blinked, fixed on the rocky cliff, their gazes gleaming with an immense, yearning greed. Ghosts, mostly incorporeal, can withstand the immense pressure of the sea far better than monks. Among the countless ghosts of the Wuzhou Sea, a few lucky few escape the onslaught and arrive in the ghost paradise deep within the sea eye. Over time, though, the vast majority of ghosts inevitably meet their end, either swiftly annihilated by the giant nascent soul demons cultivating their or preyed upon by their more powerful brethren. However, the ghosts are so numerous that, if they can withstand the onslaught of the earth's energy and survive the numerous calamities, a powerful ghost king will surely be born in this ghost paradise. Over the past millennia, at least 30 nascent soul-level ghost kings have emerged from the eye of the sea, demonstrating the immense potential of the eye's unique environment for ghosts. Zhao Sheng's years of cultivation in this spiritual realm inevitably led him to be discovered by the ghosts, especially since he had deliberately sought to do so. After a long while, a 1,000-year-old ghost, captivated by the allure of a fresh human soul, vanished into the stone wall. At the same moment, in a cave deep within the stone wall, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and looked out. 2 beams of divine light shot forth from his pupils, instantly illuminating the cave. At that moment, a dark shadow the size of a lantern emerged from the stone wall and was struck head-on by the divine light, instantly severing it into 4 pieces. Boom! The lotus seal between Zhao Sheng's eyebrows shone with brilliance, and a massive, lifelike red lotus blossomed in the air, suddenly enveloping the dark shadow. Ah! A shrill ghostly howl suddenly erupted, and a terrifying mental surge blasted into Zhao Sheng's soul sea, transforming into a gigantic monster with 1,000 heads and arms. However, he remained unfazed, as if he didn't even take the monster seriously. The next moment, a nearly solid, 5-colored hand materialized from thin air, darting into the dark shadow. With a gentle scoop, it snatched out a pitch-black soul core the size of a baby's fist. Ah! The ghostly howl abruptly ceased, and the giant monster in the soul sea instantly vanished. The lantern-sized ghostly body also exploded into vast black light, brimming with an incomparably cold ghostly aura. The karmic fire lotus, stimulated by the ghostly aura, instantly expanded like oil boiling on a raging fire, incinerating the ghostly aura within the cave with even greater ferocity. The 5-colored hand, clutching the soul core, flew back to Zhao Sheng's side. With a loose grip, the soul sea instantly dropped from above, landing in Zhao Sheng's hands, which he then casually gathered into his arms. The movements were fluid and expertly executed, evident in their countless repetitions over the past decade. 10 years is a long time, enough to make a middle-aged man feel senile. But it's also fleeting. Sometimes, several decades can pass in a single retreat. For Zhao Sheng, these 10 years marked the period of his greatest advancement in this lifetime. Over the course of these 10 years, he unstoppably broke through the barriers of the middle and late Jinden stages, ascending from the 4th Jinden stage to the 9th, nearing the state of great perfection. Furthermore, thanks to his efforts to liberate numerous long-dead spirits, the Karma Fire Red Lotus has advanced to its 24th stage, revealing the initial form of the nascent soul realm. By now, Zhao Sheng had begun planning his path to the nascent soul stage. Buzz! The cave's magic formation suddenly activated, emitting a humming sound. Countless multicolored patterns emerged from the ground and the cave walls. Layers of red, white, green, black, and yellow light walls coalesced, enveloping Zhao Sheng. Not good, Zhao Sheng's face changed. Before he finished speaking, a powerful spiritual pressure descended. In the blink of an eye, the stone walls of the cave were stained with large areas of black. Even the multiple formation barriers were eroded by the black, and layer by layer they were broken. At the same time, an evil and gloomy divine thought suddenly rushed into Zhao Sheng's mind. Hey! What a cunning boy, his skin is so tender and smooth, he looks delicious. Zhao Sheng felt his scalp tingling. He was unexpectedly found by a nascent soul ghost king. Alice, this place can't be left here again. Zhao Sheng suppressed his headache, sighed secretly, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the cave. Roar! Damn it, where's the person? Seeing the meat that was about to be delivered to his mouth disappear without a trace, the nascent soul ghost king immediately became furious, and let out a sharp roar. The cave was shaken violently, and all the formation barriers were destroyed by the roar. The next moment, a humanoid ghost appeared in the cave. This shadow was extremely dark, like a black hole. As soon as it appeared, all the light in the cave was swallowed up. From the depths of the darkness, an extremely powerful divine thought suddenly rose, and swept across the surrounding area for dozens of miles in an instant. However, it could not find any clues at all, as if the man had disappeared out of thin air. The nascent soul ghost king was unwilling to give up, and was about to use all his strength to stimulate the divine thought and spread it 200 miles away. But as soon as it moved its mind, powerful auras emerged one after another from the depths of the surrounding darkness. One of them was like the sun, magnificent and majestic, but extremely arrogant. Woo-woo. Sensing this aura, the Ghost King was overcome with fear, forsaking even the human presence. Instantly transforming into a formless shadow, he fled the cave and vanished into the ghost swarm. Over 40 miles from the cave, in a simple stone chamber, Zhao Sheng similarly sensed the astonishing aura rising from the abyss below. An indescribably powerful divine consciousness swept across the area, passing him at breakneck speed, unconcealed. Above, the cultivators within the One-Ho cave were also startled by this divine consciousness, their faces pale with fear. No one dared to provoke the owner of this divine consciousness, even the elderly gatekeepers retreated in fear when they encountered it. The Demon Emperor. A 10th-tier demon emperor possessing the combat power of a divine transformation. This demon's body was near immortality. As long as it remained within the CI, few in this world could kill it. If not for the current pope of the Xiandao sect, armed with a suppressing artifact, who had forced a demon emperor to sign a soul contract centuries ago, binding him to forbid killing at will. Perhaps, this eye of the Earth's core has become a nest of the Thousand Claws ghost seal. Let's go. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and his figure suddenly turned into nothingness. In an instant, he appeared in the training room of the cave on the floating island. A moment later, the door of the stone chamber was opened, and Zhao Sheng walked out. He looked up and saw a jade talisman circling back and forth in the air, emitting a little bit of clear light. He stretched out his hand and the jade talisman fell into his hand. His spiritual sense probed into it, and Zhao Sheng suddenly showed joy in his eyes. The flaw in the killing sects mountain guarding formation has been found. Can we enter it soon? Very good, just in time. The lingering sound lingered, and Zhao Sheng's figure disappeared from the cave. After a while, in the cave on Fenghe Island, Zhao Sheng successfully met Taoist Zhai Kong. As soon as he sat down, Zhao Sheng asked Taoist Zhai Kong, "Brother, is the news from the killing sect really credible?" "Of course it is. Our sect's high demon subduing priest is currently stationed there. Word has already spread, 3 months from now, when the sun and moon are both high above the moon, the formation's operation will stagnate and its flaws will be exposed." Zhao Sheng felt certain, and asked, "Brother, I wonder how many fellow Daoists will be traveling with us this time." "No more, no less. Including you and me, it's exactly 8. "Oh, so fellow Daoist Hong can't make it?" Zhao Sheng asked thoughtfully. Zhai Kong sighed. "Unfortunately, this person is not strong enough, so he can only give the spirit tablet to other seniors of our sect who have arrived from Kangzhou." At this point, Zhai Kong's expression turned serious. "Junior brother, you must be careful. I heard that Taoist Shisha has set his sights on the Kion spirit tablet in your hand. He is a high priest of the 9th level of the Golden Core. Haha, come on if you're not afraid of death. My Zhengjin sword pill hasn't seen blood in a long time and is already thirsty." Zhao Sheng teased nonchalantly. After hearing this, a strange look flashed in Zhai Kong's eyes, and he was very surprised. In the past 2 years, he felt that he could not see his junior brother clearly. 7 or 8 years ago, Zhai Kong still remembered that his junior brother was very talented. Because he had killed many Jinden priests on the wanted list in succession, he actually got the nickname Demon Star. At that time, he could still vaguely sense the depth of his junior brother. But just a few years later, when the two met again, his junior brother had returned to his original state and could no longer sense anything. He felt that the other party was just an ordinary mortal, quite unfathomable. The more Zhai Kong looked at him, the more frightened he became, and he could not help but ask, "Junior brother, what is your cultivation level?" Zhao Sheng smiled slightly when he heard this, and said calmly, "Not much progress, just a late Jinden stage." When Zhai Kong heard this, his heart was shocked, and a surprised smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Excellent. As the saying goes, brothers are united and their strength can cut through metal. With junior brother's help, the infant transformation pill will surely be within our grasp." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, don't be too happy too soon. Putting aside the fact that the killing sect's mountain gate has long been a hotbed of controversy, any golden core cultivator aspiring to the nascent soul stage wouldn't miss such a heaven-sent opportunity. With so many cultivators gathered, vying for a single infant transformation pill is incredibly difficult. Furthermore, it's unknown how many infant transformation pills are hidden within the killing sect's mountain gate. If the information is wrong, wouldn't our excitement be in vain?" Zhai Kong, upon hearing this, looked confident and spoke gently, "Junior brother, you may not know that the killing sect does indeed have infant transformation pills hidden within it, and more than one. Back then, the killing sect was one of the expeditionary force's logistical bases, housing a vast amount of cultivation resources. There are actual account books documenting this, so how could this be false?" Zhao Sheng asked in astonishment. "From what you've said, the emergence of the killing sect's mountain gate is a truly significant event. This world has 11 continents and many powerful forces. If it were a Yuanying who took action personally, how could we stand a chance?" Zhai Kong smiled confidently and persuaded Zhao Sheng, "Junior brother, you can't always practice in seclusion, you should go out more often. You also know that the Wazhao is occupied by the 18 top forces. How can other forces possibly get involved?" "I see. It seems that our opponents are from the 17 forces such as the Black Sky sect, the Zuanshan sect, and the Wendao sect." Zhao Sheng said this, as if he thought of something, and suddenly asked, "By the way, when are we leaving?" 2 months later. Chapter 371 Entering the Mountain Gate. The sky was vast and majestic, 1,000 miles of clouds cascading over it. Above the sea of clouds, a floating island, shrouded in picturesque mountains and waters and dotted with palaces, resembled a colossal ship, silently yet at lightning speed, soaring deep into the vast sea of clouds. A fierce wind blew fiercely, and the surface of the formation's light shield, covering the entire island, occasionally splattered with colorful, strange lights. These were the phenomena caused by the intense friction between the floating dust and the shield. On the mountainside of Yuming Peak, Zhao Kong stood on a high platform, gazing silently at the distant sea of clouds. His eyes were sunken, a chilling coldness lingering in them. Zhao Sheng stood at his side, silent and silent. Just then, his brow furrowed, and he looked up to see ice flakes falling from the sky above the peak. A sudden blizzard had begun. Seeing this, Zhao Kong opened his mouth and said, "Ice wind and flying snow." It's senior brother Zhao Juk. His voice dropped unconsciously, as if he was deeply afraid of him. Another gust of wind roared past, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void across from the two men. Their presence unleashed a wave of cold, carrying ice and snow into the tower, bringing an unbearable chill. Zhao Sheng looked at the newcomer, and what struck him most was a ferocious, terrifying blue-green face. Over a foot tall, his muscles bulging like iron, he resembled a terrifying giant. This Zhao Juk was a rare member of the Gichi clan, the Shura clan, the guardians of the Xiandao sect. He was a powerful giant and cultivator, second only to the governor Zhou Bo and Zhai Kong. However, Zhao Sheng believed Zhao Juk's status surpassed both, not only because the Shuras were the Pope's trusted henchmen, but also because he held a high probability of successfully ascending to the nascent soul stage. As Zhao Juk's gaze met his, Zhao Sheng sensed that Zhai Kong was nervous, as if he were afraid of him, perhaps even hostile. As for Zhao Sheng, he simply laughed and said, "So it's Senior Zhao Juk who's here. Please come in." As soon as he said this, Zhai Kong also reacted and immediately said with a smile on his face, "Protector Zhao, are you also here to form an alliance with us brothers?" Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up at this, but he looked at Zhao Juk. Zhao Juk finally spoke, his voice as sharp as a steel knife cutting through iron. "Tianzinzi of the Black Sky cult said he wants to fight with a certain family. This person is two-faced and always likes to play tricks. When the time comes for a fight, I'm afraid he will bring others to help him." He didn't explain his purpose, but his words vaguely revealed something. "Tianzinzi?" Zhao Sheng asked in surprise. "No shadow. Tianzinzi is the sixth heavenly son of the Black Sky sect. He is notorious for being despicable, ruthless, and always surrounded by 7 or 8 giant and human puppets for protection. When he starts a fight, he often rushes forward in a rush. He is simply a shameless person of the first order. Senior Zhao, do you have a grudge against this fellow?" As if sensing his doubts, Zhao Juk stepped on the void and walked step by step to the balcony, saying in a low voice, "Tianzinzi is just a lackey of Tian Luozi. He is not a concern. Tian Luozi is our family's biggest enemy. He has been in the great perfection of the giant and for 60 years. His strength is unfathomable. And he is especially determined to obtain the infant pill." Oh? It is rumored that Tian Luozi of the Black Sky sect had been in a state of seclusion 30 years ago. For a mere infant pill, he actually broke through the seclusion, not just him, but also the Purple Jade Fairy of the Wendao sect, Dong Qinggang of the Hiren sect, Wen's Hongfei of the Chizhadao, and Maomia Taoist of the Xianjin sect. They'll all be here. The killing sect is about to awaken, a grand gathering of events. It truly is a grand gathering of events. Zhao Sheng sighed with emotion. These individuals were all renowned, nascent soul true seeds from major factions, and yet they were all dispatched this time. Undoubtedly, the killing sect's treasure hunt would become another battleground for competition between the major sects. One side fought for the sect, the other for themselves, a battle to outdo the other. The fame and treasures gained were secondary, the key was to use victory to strengthen one's resolve. Only with an invincible heart could one safely overcome the nascent soul tribulation. Could this be the true purpose of the killing festival? Zhao Sheng's mind raced, his thoughts swirling. He didn't listen closely to the rest of the conversation. Zhao Juk spoke a few more words with Zhai Kong, agreed to watch the battle, and then left with the wind and snow, disappearing in a flash. Only then did Zhai Kong let out a long sigh. "I heard this man's Shura battle body has reached full perfection, and his cultivation has also reached the great perfection of the golden color. Seeing him today, the rumors are indeed true. Zhao Sheng turned his gaze to the distance, nodded slightly, and said, "Indeed, meeting him in person is better than hearing about him. Zhao Zheng must be a formidable opponent." A day later, the floating island sped forward, facing the sun. A golden red glow spread across the clouds, and through the gaps in the clouds, the vast and magnificent ocean below could be seen. At this time, more than a dozen people gathered on the altar atop Yuming Peak. Aside from the 8 spirit tablet holders, the rest were escorts and guardians. Leading the group was the great demon-subduing priest, with narrow cheeks and a striking horse-like face. His expression was solemn and serious, his brows stern as steel, making him fearless and awe-inspiring. He truly exuded an aura of power without anger. At this moment, the demon-subduing high priest closed his eyes, concentrating on his own thoughts. The giant and cultivators behind him all lowered their voices, awestruck. Zhao Sheng glanced around. Aside from Zhao Zheng and Zhai Kong, the other 6 were all renowned figures with exceptional strength, each a late-stage giant and high priest. Zhao Sheng stood out against these spectators. Even though he had earned a reputation as a formidable figure on the Demon Star, he was clearly unknown compared to the others. Despite this, no one underestimated him. The bodies on the wanted list proved that this disciple of Q was no pushover. The sun had already sunk below the sea of clouds, and the floating island suddenly shook and plummeted. "Are we there yet?" Zhao Sheng muttered shyly. "Yes, we are. Look there." Following Zhai Kong's direction, Zhao Sheng gazed into the distance and exclaimed softly. He saw, amidst the shimmering sea, a patch of a distinctive color. It was a dark gray-black area, occasionally roiling with giant bubbles and swirling whirlpools, as if some force was stirring beneath. Near the gray-black sea, hovering were floating spiritual islands and 7 or 8 large flying magical instruments comparable to the great Peng-class cloud boats. Above the sea, 17 factions each occupied their own area of water. Numerous imposing giant and masters, led by their respective high priests, gazed intently upon the area. An invisible yet depressive pressure suddenly descended from below, moving the audience with a vengeance. That's the result of a leak of power from the killing sect's mountain guarding formation. Hey, the other sects have already arrived, waiting to see our Shyandao sect? Waiting to see a joke. Perhaps they've already formed an alliance, Zhai Kong said to Zhao Sheng with a grim smile. Zhao Sheng didn't respond, knowing Zhai Kong was nervous, so he made small talk. Go down. With a wave of the demon-slaying high priest's robe, a spiritual cloud 100 feet tall materialized from thin air. Zhao Zheng, Zhai Kong, Li Yanfeng, Taoist Lingfu, the 8 giant and chief priests also leaped onto the spiritual cloud. Suddenly, a cloud drifted out from the floating island and slowly descended to the sea, facing the other 17 sects. Suddenly, someone sneered, "Haha, old demon-suppressing monster, you Shyandao sect are putting on too much airs. You're the last to arrive again, HMPH, you little dragon-feeding kid, are you mad? You Black Heaven sect always only care about eating and not fighting. Are you really going to challenge my sect? How about we have a fight first?" Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He glanced to the southwest. There, a figure emerged, his beard and eyebrows wide, a single horned dragon wrapped around his waist. It was none other than the dragon-feeding ancestor, one of the Black Heaven sect's grand elders. The dragon-feeding ancestor puffed his beard and glared, shouting angrily, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come on, let's go to the outer realm and relax a bit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng knew a fight wouldn't happen. At that moment, someone stepped forward to smooth things over. "Wait a minute, fellow Taoists, business is urgent. Please don't waste time." A glance revealed a man with a yellow face and beard, dressed in a khaki coat, resembling an old farmer. It was none other than the Kitty Patriarch of the Taoist sect. He was a rare great spiritual master in the netherworld, having lived for nearly 3,000 years, a true centenarian among nascent souls. Not only was he highly respected, but he was also known for being a kind person. When Kitty Patriarch spoke, everyone had to give him some respect. Thus, the disturbance was quickly abated. Zhai Kong, having witnessed many spectacular events, quietly sent a message. According to calculations, the mountain defense formation will be broken in the next day or two. However, this is uncertain. The spiritual energy fluctuations here are already quite intense. If something unexpected happens, it could break at any moment. Junior brother, you must follow me closely and don't get left alone. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. Yes, thank you for your concern, senior brother. After the Shyandao sect members appeared, they didn't have to wait long at all. As night fell, the sea surface suddenly shook. Looking down, a massive vortex, 10 miles in diameter, instantly formed, followed by a surge of spiritual energy. Instantly, a massive pillar of spiritual energy surged skyward, accompanied by a mighty wave. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the universe. At this moment, the demon-subduing high priest frowned, then turned to Zhao Sheng and the others. Spiritual energy is leaking. The mountain gate is wide open. Are you all prepared? Zhao Jiuk, Zhai Kong, and the others responded with a roar. A formidable aura erupted from them. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered as he observed the calm and confident demeanor of Zhao Jiuk, Taoist Lingfu, and the others before him. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This composure was a testament to their confidence in their own strength, and also the solid foundation lent them by the immense power of the Shyandao sect. Go! With a sound of swords flashing and escaping light piercing the air, nearly 100 giant and high priests ascended into the air, plummeting to the surface and rapidly diving towards the source of the spiritual energy pillar. The vast ocean passed in an instant, and a light began to appear below. From afar, a vast trench, perhaps 100 feet wide, had opened up on the seafloor, and within its depths, a vast, silvery shield rose. A narrow crack now appeared on the shield's surface. 9 nascent soul ancestors, on either side of the rift, formed a massive formation, using their power to maintain the rift, preventing it from closing. Among them was the great demon-subduing priest. Seeing this, the ancestors needed no warning at all. Blades of sword light and evasive light raced through the cracks in the shield and entered the killing sex mountain gate. Junior brother, follow closely. Before he could finish his words, a vast, silent world suddenly appeared before Zhao Sheng. A thick aura of death and spiritual energy blended, merging into a gray smoke that enveloped the world. The sky, the towering mountains, the endless buildings and palaces were all shrouded in a gray haze. At a glance, bones littered the ground, ghostly figures filled the mist, and ghostly howls echoed from all around. Countless malicious eyes darted from the darkness, like hungry wolves spotting a juicy piece of meat. This mist was so strange it had the power to corrode spiritual consciousness. As soon as Zhao Sheng released his spiritual consciousness, he felt a headache. Nearly a third of his consciousness had been inexplicably sapped. Furthermore, his range, which could originally extend to a distance of 15 miles, was now significantly reduced, compressed by the mist to a mere 3 miles. Zhao Sheng's spiritual cultivation meant that his spiritual consciousness was more than double that of an average giant and great perfection cultivator. He could only detect 3 miles. Others without specialized spiritual cultivation techniques would never be able to exceed his limit, typically covering only 1 or 2 miles. Brother, where are we going next? Zhao Sheng looked at Taoist Zhiquang beside him. Zhai Kong's expression was solemn. He glanced at Zhao Jiuk and said bluntly, the situation has changed. We'll see what happens later. If that doesn't work, we'll go to Zuinun Tower first. Zhao Sheng glanced around and nodded. The Shyandao sect had already given Zhao Sheng and his 8 companions a map of the killing sect's internal buildings, so there was no need for them to rush around blindly. The Zuinun Pavilion Zhaikong mentioned was one of the treasure trove storing cultivation resources, and one of the key locations where the infant transformation pill was most likely hidden. At that moment, Zhao Jiuk, with a face like a fierce ghost, flew over and said in a deep voice, Junior brother Zhaikong, Tianzhenzi invited me to a battle at Hulong Cliff. That's where the killing sect's nascent soul patriarch is in seclusion, so there must be a treasure there. Zhai Kong's eyes lit up at this, and he immediately changed his mind. Senior brother Zhao, the 2 of us will go with you. At that moment, the other 5 giants plunged into the thick fog, flying towards their pre-selected targets. Swish! Suddenly, a roar echoed from the depths of the dense fog. Instantly, a massive, 10-foot-long fire dragon burst through the mist, appearing before Zhao Sheng and the other 2. Li Yanfeng, his hair standing on end, commanded the fire dragon to engage a massive, golden corpse, shrouded in black energy and possessing muscles like gold. The thick fog swirled and billowed, momentarily obscuring the battle ahead. Zhao Jiuk, his expression serious, declared, we've just entered the mountain gate and we've already encountered a golden armored corpse. This is trouble. Zhai Kong's face darkened, and he hesitated. Are we still going to the dragon transformation cliff? Zhao Jiuk said firmly, yes, of course. Zhao, I'm determined to obtain the 9-turn dragon nerve of the killing sect. How about we go to the sutra repository first? Zhao Sheng suddenly suggested. Zhao Sheng glanced over, his eyes gleaming with icy white light, a chilling chill. Your suggestion is a good one. But, maybe bring it up next time. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with a coldness after hearing this. Half an hour later, an unnamed square lay in ruins, countless corpse fragments scattered across the ground. At this moment, Zhao Sheng stood in the center of the square, his body surrounded by ribbons of starlight, his eyes surging with sword intent. Beside him, Zhao Sheng and Taoist Zhikong closed their eyes and steadied their breathing, striving to recover the vast amounts of xianite they had consumed. A faint blue-black aura lingered on Taoist Zhikong's face, as if he had been injured by some powerful ghost. This was indeed the case. Just as the three of them were passing between the alchemy peak and the weapon refining peak, over a dozen giant-level ghost kings suddenly flew out from the two peaks and attacked them in a coordinated attack. Zhikong was accidentally struck by a ghost king, suffering a minor injury. What happened back then? The gate of the killing sect has now become a paradise for ghosts and zombies, and it's so dangerous. As Zhao Sheng muttered, a cold wind, carrying gray fog, swirled through the square. Listening carefully, the sound of the wind seemed to be mixed with bursts of ghost howls, filled with sharpness and coldness. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Fierce Fight and Escape. Zhao Sheng took a deep breath. The air, mingled with tiny ice crystals, stung his throat. But upon closer inspection, he was surprised to discover that these ice crystals were not physical objects, but rather the product of the accumulation of evil spirits, yin energy, and spiritual energy. An extremely pure, deadly, and sinister energy. Experiencing it firsthand, Zhao Sheng secretly exhaled. The evil spirit within the killing sect's mountain gate was so dense and pure that it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to cultivate there. However, for corpse cultivators and ghost cultivators, this place was undoubtedly a rare and precious paradise. It's a shame that such a precious spiritual place has become a paradise for corpses and ghosts. The killing sect's mountain gate is so dangerous, it's not a place to stay for long. Meanwhile, Zhikong and Zhao Sheng finished their breathing exercises and rose. Zhikong called to Zhao Sheng, "Junior brother, let's go." Zhao Sheng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly paused and turned to look towards the west side of the square. Mists swirled, and a collapsed palace loomed. But just now, a terrifying flash of malevolence had flashed across the area. Seeing this, Zhikong and the other two grew solemn, their spiritual senses radiating outward, enveloping the ruins. "Well, junior brother, what did you just discover?" "There's nothing there." Zhao Sheng lowered his eyes, averting his gaze, and casually replied, "Nothing." "Maybe I was mistaking it." Zhao Sheng and Zhikong exchanged glances, but didn't press the issue. A moment later, the three of them fled from the square. A gust of chilly wind blew, swirling mist over the square. A shadowy, ghostly figure suddenly emerged. Two green eyes blinked in the gloom, gleaming with agility and wisdom. Zhao Sheng and the other two flew over two peaks, carefully skirting stretches of ruined buildings. Finally, they arrived at a 1,000-foot-high sacred peak. It was towering and steep, but its upper section had collapsed completely, leaving the lower section jagged and potholed, as if it had been shattered by an unimaginable impact. At this moment, several imposing figures stood in an open space at the foot of Lingfang Mountain. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes through the mist, only to see the group standing in a loose formation amidst a pile of corpses and withered bones. All 7 of them were clad in full armor, covering their entire bodies. The leader's armor shone with dense golden runes, ripples spreading from the surface, evoking an indestructible, mountain-like weight. "Xiang Xinzi!" Zhao Sheng suddenly roared, his body ablaze with black light as he plummeted downwards, like a meteorite falling from the sky. The outer black light rubbed against the surrounding mist, creating balls of green flame. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and the other two followed suit. The 3 of them landed on the other side of the clearing, some 20 to 30 feet away from the 7 men. For a Jinan's Henren, this distance was practically a hair's breadth. Zhao Sheng looked at the figure in front. It was clearly Dian Xinzi, clearly identifiable by the armor he wore. His armor was gilded, encompassing shoulder pads, armored skirts, and heavy boots. Each piece glowed with a powerful, precious light, and its surface was densely covered with ancient symbols. They were all magical weapons. Most striking was the carving of a ferocious, spectral face on his visor, with narrow eyes and a mouth full of silvery fangs. 5 sharp blades, like fins, jutted from the edges of the visor, creating a strange and terrifying look that sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Sheng also noticed the 2 5-foot-long banners crisscrossing behind his shoulders. Both the banners and poles were forged from pure gold, their ornate yet intricate spiritual patterns dazzling the eye and radiating a powerful, precious light, their extraordinary value evident at first glance. Tianzhenzi's golden essence armor was renowned in the netherworld. Not only was it a rare, top-grade magical weapon, but even more so, it was a precious armor, its defenses exceedingly difficult to penetrate for those below the nascent soul stage. Zhao Sheng suddenly had a premonition that even the Zhengjin sword pill alone would be insufficient to break the golden essence armor's defenses. The 6 men behind Tianzhenzi each wore distinctively heavy armor, their surfaces radiating a powerful aura. However, they all seemed lifeless, like golden core puppets. Good fellow, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself. Today, he had truly witnessed Tianzhenzi's immense wealth. Honestly, facing such an enemy, Zhao Sheng felt a bit intimidated. Zhao Jiuk, you're finally here. With these somber words, Tianzhenzi's visor snapped upward, revealing a pale, gaunt face. Tianzhenzi looked quite ordinary, save for a pair of narrow, cold, hollow eyes. Yet, they held an inexplicable, eerie light, as if piercing through them and piercing the heart, like a heavy punch to the heart. Zhao Jiuk, hands clasped behind his back, addressed Tianzhenzi with a haughty expression, "Send out your helpers. The pile of junk you're carrying won't be enough for me to deal with in just a few punches or kicks." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly turned toward the half-broken sacred peak. Just then, 1, 2, 3 astonishing auras suddenly materialized, captured by everyone's telepathic perception. Instantly, 3 long rainbows shot up into the sky, piercing the mist and descending from afar to Tianzhenzi's side. Of these 3 uninvited guests, the leader wore a hideous hawk-beak mask, its bronze beak sharp, resembling that of a hawk. However, his stature was tall and slender. The silver-white armor she wore was perfectly shaped to the curves of her figure, slender and smooth. The sharp spikes protruding from her hands, elbows, and knees not only sent a chill down her spine, but also held a unique allure. This person was surprisingly a female cultivator. The 2 behind her were much more ordinary, both elderly men in black robes, their facial features remarkably similar, almost like twins. The Yongyang sect, the 2 Nansu elders, the Black Heaven sect, the Holy Lady Lingluo. As Zhao Sheng was examining them, he heard Taoist Zikong's telepathic voice, a hint of chill in his voice. Zhao Sheng, too, felt a sense of unease. These 3 were not easy targets. Although the 2 Nansu elders had suffered severe injuries in their early years and had no hope of achieving the nascent soul stage in their current lives, they were both at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Together, their power was no less than that of a typical Golden Core Great Perfection cultivator. As for the Holy Lady Lingluo, her background was even more impressive, as she was the only Holy Lady to hold the same rank as the Black Heaven Sect's Emperor. Rumor has it she should have already reached the nascent soul stage, but unexpectedly she's here too. Junior brother, if things get tough later, keep your usefulness intact and don't force a fight. Without a doubt, Zhai Kong was already considering retreating. Zhao Sheng also sent a message back, "I'll see how the situation unfolds." Just then, a whisper of mosquitoes echoed in Zhao Sheng's ears. It was Zhao Jiuk's voice. "Junior brother Zhao, I'll leave those giant puppets to you." Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Zhai Kong, standing beside him, suddenly showed a hint of joy, and his body relaxed instantly, as if he had some kind of support. Time seemed to pass for an eternity, but in reality, it was only a fleeting moment. At this moment, Tianzhenzi smirked and said, "Zhao Jiuk, if you're afraid, then voluntarily withdraw from Hulong Cliff. Considering the friendly relationship between our 2 sects, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you admit defeat after you leave, I'll let you escape unscathed." "How is that?" Zhao Jiuk said coldly, wishful thinking. He then turned his gaze away from Shinai Unzi and turned towards Saint Lingluo. "Fellow Taoist Lingluo, you are aloof and arrogant. Are you willing to go along with a corrupt and be manipulated by a despicable person like Tianzhenzi? Although Tianzhenzi is not a good person, he is still a member of my sect. For my master's sake, I must ensure his safety." Saint Lingluo's master was the previous saint of the Black Sky sect, who had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul 100 years ago. She was also Tianzinzi's great aunt. Therefore, Lingluo had no choice but to stay by Tianzinzi's side, even though she despised him. Zhao Zheng's face darkened, his grimaces becoming even more sinister. He took a deep breath and said grimly, "Since that's the case, attack." However, the word attack wasn't his, but Tianzinzi's. As soon as the word rang out, the two elders, Nansu and Su, spun, transforming into two wisps of black smoke, vanishing from view. At the same time, Lingluo took a step forward, instantly crossing a distance of 7 or 8 feet, and launched a punch at Zhao Zheng. Boom! A wave of fist light, a swirling mist, accompanied by a thunderous roar, struck Zhao Zheng at incredible speed. However, Zhao Zheng's body, like an illusion, suddenly disintegrated into a ball of foam upon being touched by the fist light, shattering and vanishing in an instant. Buzz! Zhao Sheng retreated a great distance, and countless strands of sword light suddenly appeared around him, enveloping the surrounding area like a sea of sword light, covering an area of 10 feet around him. At that moment, two masses of black energy suddenly erupted from the sea of swords. The two elders, Nansu, barely managed to materialize, but were caught off guard by Zhao Sheng's sword elixir. 9 Zhengjin sword elixirs, like fish, swam and darted through the sea of sword light, flashing and unleashing a dense, razor-sharp burst of sword light. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over the two elders, and his form vanished into thin air. "Damn it, second elder! Quickly unleash the sun and moon divine light," the elder of the two elders shouted in exasperation, waving his long sleeves. A blinding white light emanated from beneath his robe, sweeping across the surrounding sword light. Simultaneously, a dark flame emerged, and the two spheres of light, one black and one white, intertwined, suddenly generating an inexplicable and powerful force. As the Zhengjin sword elixir entered the black and white light, it suddenly seemed to lose its spiritual power, its speed drastically decreasing, as if affected by some mysterious force. Deep within the fog, Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, his mind flashing. Zhengjin sword pills roared and swirled back, and the sea of sword light shifted accordingly, avoiding the 10-foot area around the two elders, Nansu. With a resounding bang, several balls of spiritual light exploded in front of Shinianzi, instantly engulfed by a roaring wave of light. Then, a figure as burly as a giant appeared. Gazing at the surging, seething fog, Lingluo's expression chilled, and she took a step forward. In an instant, she appeared across from Zhao Zheng, delivering another punch. With this blow, the fog within 100 feet suddenly stagnated, as if space itself had frozen. An indescribable weight of pressure enveloped Zhao Zheng, slowing his movements. In that instant, the fog and light suddenly twisted and shattered in all directions. Xiangxinzi, laughing wildly, charged at Zhao Zheng from behind. Relying on his indestructible golden armor, Xiangxinzi possessed unmatched defense within the Jianden realm. At this time, the 6 golden elixir puppets had already rushed forward and entangled Taoist Zhaikong for a while. Seeing that Zhao Zheng was attacked from both sides, Zhaikong wanted to draw his sword to rescue him, but it was too late. Deep in the fog, Zhao Sheng's eyes were burning. While controlling the sword elixir to entangle with the two elders Nansu, he was always paying attention to the other two battles. At this moment, he shook his head secretly and thought to himself, if Zhao Zheng does not use his most powerful magical power, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed. What he saw in the next second really verified his point of view. Facing the double-sided attack, Zhao Zheng did not change his face. His whole body flashed with black light, and he turned into a ball of bubble again and disappeared out of thin air. The next second, he showed his figure on the half of the spiritual peak in the distance. Phantom light escape technique. Saint Lady Lingluo looked into the distance and spat out 4 words coldly. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and pressed forward, and an infinite force surged, and Xianzi, who was charging like a mammoth, was immediately pinned down and unable to move. "Damn it, let me go!" Xiangxinzi roared wildly. "Chase him quickly, we must not let Zhao Zheng enter Hulong Cliff." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zheng showed a mocking smile to the two of them, and then jumped into the Lingfang Peak and disappeared in everyone's spiritual perception in an instant. "Humph, junior brother, hurry up." After seeing this scene, Taoist Zhiquang's expression became grim, and he immediately shouted loudly. Before he finished speaking, the sea of starlight swords not far away suddenly dissipated, and 9 meteors flew into the thick fog at an incredible speed. Zhao Sheng's figure then turned into nothingness. But at this moment, Taoist Zhikuang suddenly turned pale, because a tall and slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Thunder suddenly appeared. Dot, puff. A moment later, a glowing blood-red color suddenly emerged from the thick fog. Half an hour later, a bony bird as big as an elephant suddenly spread its wings. And its body turned into a white rainbow and flew out, colliding with Zhao Sheng. The huge claws of the white bone monster bird suddenly swung in the air, and two huge claw shadows 1,000 feet long emerged out of thin air, fiercely covering the void outside Zhao Sheng's body. Boom! 9 thick sword lights shot up into the sky and directly cut off the incoming huge claw shadows. The sword light still had spare power and slashed fiercely on the white bone monster bird. The monster bird was hit hard by this blow and was instantly blasted away for several miles. A red light rose between Zhao Sheng's eyebrows, and his figure also rushed out, and the pressure he exuded continued to rise. Puff puff! Hundreds of crimson fire lotuses, each the size of a water tank, erupted in a blanket of destruction. Each lotus emanated a powerful wave of destruction, carrying a long cloud of fire like a meteor shower. With incredible swiftness, they struck the white bone monster bird. Rumble. The fire lotuses exploded, transforming into rolling waves of flame that instantly engulfed the white bone monster bird. Rumble. The aftermath of the fierce battle scatters in all directions, crumbling the earth and debris in its path like paper. In an instant, the area surrounding the mountain peak is flattened, riddled with pits and craters. The white bone monster bird was swiftly slain. Zhao Sheng collected the monster bird's heart core, a skull-sized jade bone bead imbued with the essence of white bone. Then, Zhao Sheng flew back, his gaze fixed on the half-collapsed mountain below. Even after 1,000 years, the mist still lingered with a faint fragrance of elixir. And in a patch of broken remains midway up the mountain, a golden flame blazed with boundless light and heat. Looking at the flames, Zhao Sheng's eyes became scorching, and he murmured to himself, "See you again, old friend." Chapter 373 Continuous Killing. Zhao Sheng extended his hand, and the ball of golden crow true fire suddenly soared from the ground, slowly soaring 2.3 inches above his palm, where it hovered in midair. Recalling his previous life, he had dedicated decades to obtaining the golden crow true fire, mobilizing the entire clan's resources to gather the 7-colored spiritual fires and the bipolar primordial magnetic divine light, ultimately refining it into a single flame. But in this life, he hadn't expected to ever again acquire this extremely rare celestial fire. However, as the world changes, on a treasure hunt, the golden crow true fire unexpectedly appeared before him. "This is truly a case of searching for something without effort," Zhao Sheng exclaimed with delight, and was about to retract the true fire. Suddenly, a ball of red gold molten magma, as big as a skull and as swift as a meteor, shot out from the mist, threatening to strike Zhao Sheng in an instant. In the nick of time, Zhao Sheng swiftly retreated 3 feet, dodging the sudden attack. Boom! The molten ball crashed into the ruins, exploding with a resounding explosion, sending up a vast expanse of crimson gold lava. A sea of fire immediately erupted, and the ground burned, sending plumes of black smoke billowing out. A pool of lava, over 10 feet wide, was visible to the naked eye. "Who dares to attack me from behind? Put down that ball of golden crow true fire, and I'll spare your life," 2 voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, using his spiritual sense to discern the incoming figure. At that moment, a slender and graceful figure slowly emerged from the mist. The person who emerged was handsome and slender, with long, fiery red hair neatly tied up with a sparkling white hairpin in the middle, giving him a carefree and unrestrained look. Behind him, a golden sea of fire emerged, and within it, the illusion of a gigantic fire phoenix loomed. Its 3 tail feathers stretched out like 3 waterfalls of fire, swaying and dancing, casting a dense cloud of golden sparks. Zhao Sheng looked at the newcomer with a cold, indifferent expression. "3-tailed fire phoenix? So your fellow Taoist one of the Chizhodao. You want the golden crow true fire? Come and get it yourself." "Oh, really?" Wen's Hongfei took a few steps forward, then stopped 9 feet away. He ignored Zhao Sheng's questioning and declared with a haughty expression, "Boy, you dare call yourself a demon star? I'll give you one last chance to live. Hand over the true fire and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll turn your demon star into a death star." This man was a Yuanying true seed of the Chizhodao, whose cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the golden core, and whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary true persons of the same level. Wen's Hongfei, facing Zhao Sheng, who had only recently gained a bit of fame, didn't take him seriously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly flipped his wrist, and the golden crow true fire vanished in a flash. Seeing this, Wen Zhongfei's glared sternly, and without further ado, he pointed his finger. Cry! Suddenly, a long, clear, phoenix cry echoed from the sea of fire behind Wen Zhongfei. Immediately afterwards, a massive phoenix soared into the air, then materialized in an instant, carrying a billowing wave of flames as it charged towards Zhao Sheng. Wherever it passed, the fog incinerated, and vast swathes of flames rose from the ground, molten into a river of fiery red lava a foot wide. This testament to the astonishing power of this three-tailed phoenix. Seeing the phoenix approach, Zhao Sheng remained calm. A crimson glow blazed between his brows, and a crimson lotus of karmic fire instantly shot out, meeting the swooping three-tailed phoenix in midair. Boom! The golden and red balls of fire collided, exploding with a bang. A vast cloud of fire rapidly expanded, filling the sky for dozens of feet and incinerating the surrounding fog. Wen Zhongfei sneered, his hands forming hand seals, unleashing a series of magical spells. At this moment, golden flames surged from the three-tailed fire loon, its body rapidly expanding into colossal form. It emanated increasingly terrifying blazing power, distorting even vision and igniting a vast void around it. Whoosh! The next second, 12 crimson rays of light emanated from him. They were none other than the 12 mysterious phoenix fire banners, each a magical weapon. Wen Zhongfei's eyes flashed with 2 streams of divine light, and with a swift movement of his fingers, the 12 mysterious phoenix fire banners flew off in all directions, emitting a dazzling white light and a terrifying array of vibrations. In a flash, the 12 mysterious phoenix fire banners flooded into the ruins, forming a high-level fire formation. But at this moment, Wen Zhongfei's expression changed. The opponent didn't attempt to stop him from setting up the formation, merely manipulating the fire lotus to fend off the fire Luan's attack. According to the information, this young Jiangdan, known as the Demon Star, should be so slow to react. It's even possible that his full potential hasn't been fully revealed. For some reason, Wen Zhongfei felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could utter the word not good, Zhao Sheng vanished from thin air right under his gaze. Damn it, Wen Zhongfei's eyes flashed with anxiety. He thrust his hands outward, and a circle of flames rapidly expanded. Golden flame shields formed around him. At the same time, a flash of white light appeared above his head. The crystal white hairpin transformed into a 3-foot-long white dragon, circling rapidly overhead. Thousands of white rays of light emanated, filling an area 10 feet in radius. Each ray was incredibly sharp and brimming with murderous intent. Wen Zhongfei blushed slightly as he finished this. Arm the formation, Zhao Sheng still hadn't appeared. Wen Zhongfei calmed down a bit, pointed his sword, and shouted urgently. Buzz, 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 the 12 phoenix fire banners suddenly began to hum. Blazing white phoenixes, each over 10 feet long, flew out from the banners, quickly converging into the body of the 3-tailed fire phoenix. The fire Luan's body rapidly expanded, quickly transforming into a colossal being 100 feet tall. Its wings resembled clouds of flaming flames, and its 3-tail feathers shimmered with a shimmer of purple flame. As the flames surged, they left streaks of violet light in their wake. The very void trembled slightly, as if unable to withstand the burning purple flames. With the aid of the formation, Wen Zhongfei's golden core magical power surged in power, even possessing a grandeur reminiscent of the nascent soul realm. The 3-tailed fire Luan's spirit body grew increasingly solid, practically becoming a physical entity. In particular, a faint gleam of spirit lingered in its fiery eyes, as if a hint of intelligence had emerged. Cry! A high-pitched phoenix cry erupted, and a violent force erupted from the fire Luan, sending billowing waves of flame surging in all directions. In an instant, the karma fire red lotus was blown away in front of him by the intense flames. Even so, Wen Zhongfei remained gravely stern, his face devoid of a smile. Even though his spiritual sense was energized to its peak, encompassing everything within a radius of 2 or 3 miles, he still couldn't pinpoint his opponent's hiding place. Could it be that this person is so cowardly that he's disregarded even the karma fire red lotus? Has he already fled? As this thought flashed through Wen Zhongfei's mind, a flash of thought flashed through his mind. A 3-tailed fire phoenix suddenly unleashed a golden-purple web of fire, enveloping the karma fire red lotus head-on. In that instant, a figure clad in emerald wooden armor suddenly materialized from thin air above the red lotus. As Zhao Sheng appeared, His eyes instantly blazed with two invisible sword beams. Demon Star, you, ah! Wen Zhongfei's cry was barely finished when a scream erupted from his lips. But he was a veteran, possessing immense practical experience. Despite the damage to his soul, Wen Zhongfei endured the excruciating pain. A flash of thought flashed through his mind, and a white dragon-like lightning descended, emitting countless piercing white rays that blocked Zhao Sheng's path. At the same moment, the three-tailed fire phoenix transformed into a massive meteorite of fire, slamming into Zhao Sheng. With a swish, Zhao Sheng advanced instead of retreating. The heavy willow armor on his body glowed brightly, forming an emerald shield over a foot thick. He bravely and fearlessly charged into the white light. Countless white rays pierced the shield, rapidly thinning it and rendering it extremely fragile. A second later, the shield shattered, and the crystal white hairpin, swirling with the remaining white light, slashed through the heavy willow armor. Bang! The white light shattered repeatedly, the lower half of the white treasure hairpin piercing deeply into the wooden armor, but ultimately unable to stop, it stopped. But then, a miracle happened. Incredibly, the meteorite of fire, having arrived first after being launched from behind, crashed into Zhao Sheng's back with a loud bang, then exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of golden flames that rained down like rain. Before Wen Zhongfei could even rejoice, Zhao Sheng, using the force of the thrust, burst forth from the flaming cloud at unimaginable speed. Without giving the other party time to react, he opened his mouth and violently unleashed a stream of flying fire meteors. The flames, like swords, emanated a sharp sword intent. In an instant, they streaked past Wen Zhongfei's neck. Then, the shooting star swirled and circled, darting back from afar, piercing his entire body. With a gentle swirl of sword light, the flying head was instantly reduced to pulp. Wen Zhongfei's soul howled before disintegrating into dust. 2 breaths later, Zhao Sheng's face paled slightly, the wounds on his cheek, neck, and body rapidly healing. With a flick of his sleeve, he sheathed the sword pale. At that moment, Zhao Sheng abruptly turned, his eyes blazing as he gazed due north. There, thick fog was slowly surging back, and a deathly silence reigned within the depths of the mist. The next second, a sudden change occurred. The mist suddenly swirled violently, and beams of blinding black light burst forth from within, like razor-sharp blades, making it impossible to look directly at them. With a loud boom, a wall of earth burst forth, blocking Zhao Sheng's path. The black light, unable to stop in time due to its immense speed, slammed headfirst into the wall with a resounding thud. The wall trembled violently, trembling slightly before being corroded by the black light, crumbling into a pile of mud. But it was enough. Zhao Sheng stepped back, waved his hands, and 9 Zhengjin sword pills swam out like tiny fish, swiftly circling their owner, trailing streams of star-like sword light. If you wish to be the fisherman, then show yourself, Zhao Sheng shouted into the distance. You are worthy of being the demon star Taoist of the Heavenly Dao sect. You can actually kill Wen Zhongfei. Truly impressive, a cold voice echoed from the mist, though it came from nowhere. Zhao Sheng remained silent, snapped his fingers, and one of the sword pills instantly transformed into a torrent of sword light, surging into the western mist. Before he could launch another attack, the mist surged, suddenly forming a thick, clear, pitch-black barrier. Zuanin Jilinguang. You are a member of this Hiran sect, Zhao Sheng revealed the newcomer's identity. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a flash of light and charged forward. Countless dark arrows flew towards Zhao Sheng, fiercely piercing him. However, as soon as they reached 3 feet from Zhao Sheng, they were intercepted by the sword elixir and dispersed, posing no threat at all. Instead, the dark arrows seemed endless, constantly condensing and forming, continuously shooting towards Zhao Sheng like an endless rain of arrows. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and the star sea sword formation was formed. Countless sword lights surged and swirled around him. Braving the endless rain of light, he flew towards his target. Slow down. I'm just passing by. I was just joking with you, fellow Taoist. Please don't take it seriously. The sneaky golden elixir seemed frightened and quickly pleaded for mercy. However, Zhao Sheng paid no heed, his gaze fixed on his target. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. A moment later, Zhao Sheng snorted coldly. A massive, 5-colored palm suddenly extended from his chest, instantly expanding 1,000-fold, grabbing a patch of empty mist 7 feet away. Boom! A 10-foot-tall, pitch-black giant emerged from the mist, reaching up to the sky with both hands and exerting a sudden force. With a crack, the giant's arms shattered, disintegrating into a vast expanse of black air. The five-colored palm clenched inward, unleashing an indescribable restraining force that instantly froze the pitch-black giant, rendering him motionless. Zhao Sheng's face darkened upon seeing the pitch-black giant. With a single thought, his Jingjin sword pill condensed into a massive lightsaber, slashing down fiercely. 9 massive lightsabers, like a divine axe splitting a mountain, descended, slicing the pitch-black giant into 17 or 18 pieces. The giant screamed, its massive body shattering, revealing a bloody mess of flesh and blood. Blood splattered the ground. For Zhao Sheng, cultivators below the late giant stage were barely a match for him. Like the fisherman who tried to steal an advantage, not only did he gain nothing, but he also lost his life in vain. His spiritual sense expanded, instantly reeling in 5 thumb-sized nakung seals and a 3-inch-long crescent-shaped knife. A black light reflected from the knife's surface, and a faint aura of power emanated from it, suggesting it was a low-grade magical weapon. Zhao Sheng vanished in a flash. He returned to the scene, looted Wen Hongfei's corpse, gathered the 12 mysterious phoenix fire banners, and finally, carrying 8 or 9 nakung seals, flew deep into the thick fog. After a long moment, a slender figure suddenly emerged, his face sullen as he gazed upon the shattered corpse. Rumble. In front of a 9-story building shimmering with spiritual light, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the surroundings. Waves of immense earthly power surged in from all sides, pressing down on the 2 green-robed giant and cultivators, preventing them from escaping. One of them roared furiously, attempting to dodge, but the overwhelming force was too overwhelming, even he was powerless. He felt as if he had fallen into the depths of a bottomless quagmire, and even moving was difficult. The other's entire body was rapidly transforming into sand and stone. Every movement sent a torrent of sand and stone cascading from his body. His body quickly became pitted and cratered, his bones exposed, and his internal organs turned a dark yellow like dirt. Zhuo Lingxin, you shall die a horrible death. Just turn to ashes and die. You too, Zhuan, dared to peek at junior sister Xiao. You deserve to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, a short man slowly emerged from the ground. His face was as tender as a child's, and he was less than 3 feet tall, but he was as fat as a ball. His round belly stretched his robes tightly, like a round tumbler. This person is Zhuo Lingxin, a petty, jealous, and narrow-minded person. He is the grand elder of the Taoist sect, and he and his junior sister, Fairy Xiao, are also a pair of dual cultivation Taoist couples. Chapter 374, Master Banquet. Buzz! The spiritual barrier enveloping the 9-story building suddenly cracked, a passage appearing. A tall, graceful figure flew out, landing in front of Zhuo Lingxin in an instant. At first glance, he saw a stunning beauty with a cool, ethereal demeanor. Upon seeing his junior sister emerge, Zhuo Lingxin immediately stepped forward and asked flatteringly, "Junior sister, how was your haul this time?" Fairy Xiao frowned slightly and said calmly, "It's full of useless items. This treasure house seems to have been ransacked long ago. There's hardly a single treasure worth appreciating." Zhuo Lingxin rubbed his hands together, then smiled comfortingly, "Don't worry, junior sister. If this place doesn't work, let's try another." Zhuo Lingxin, will risk my life to get you a transformation pill. Fairy Xiao nodded gently, a rare smile breaking across her flawless, fair face. Seeing this, Zhuo Lingxin was overjoyed. At that moment, Zhuo Lingxin's face changed, and he suddenly roared, "Who's there?" Before he could finish his words, a massive yellow light suddenly erupted from the ground beneath his feet, rapidly sweeping in all directions. With a swish, the yellow light surged like a tide, instantly crashing into the dark haze a dozen feet to the east. A hissing, corrosive sound echoed, and a humanoid black aura emerged from the tide of light. "Yes, you're qualified." As this cold, indifferent voice reached Zhuo Lingxin's ears, the plump, ball-like Taoist prodigy's face suddenly changed, turning pale. For now, the humanoid black aura had condensed into a lifelike person. This person possessed all 4 limbs and torso, its face shrouded in thick black mist, its features obscured. Only 2 eyes, pierced through, were visible, their pupils as red as charcoal, their breath flickering with light and darkness, as if about to reignite. Nascent Soul Ghost King, Fairy Xiao, upon seeing this person, paled with fear and cried out in shock. Zhuo Lingxin stepped forward, blocking Fairy Xiao's path. With a determined look on his face, He shouted, "Junior sister, go ahead. I'll hold it for you for a moment." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu erupted in a shimmering purple light, and she attempted to flee. Wait, these two words echoed like lightning, carrying with them a powerful pressure that instantly transformed an area several miles in radius into a ghostly realm. The ghostly realm immediately thwarted Zhuo Lingsun and Fairy Xiaoyu's escape plan. However, the suddenly appearing nascent soul ghost king didn't kill them, but instead remained gentle. "Don't be impatient, and don't be afraid. Since you're qualified, I won't attack you. Instead, I cordially invite you to a banquet." Zhuo Lingsun paused for a moment, then exchanged a glance with his junior sister before probing, "I wonder what kind of banquet you're talking about, senior." "You'll know when you get there," as Zhuo Lingsun was taken to the unknown land for the banquet. Run. Above the shattered ruins of a building, a green-robed elder clutched a jade Buddhist whisk, his entire body awash in a cloud of green light, supporting his form as he desperately fled into the distance. His speed was so swift that he could cover 100 feet in an instant. However, barely a mile from his flight, a wave of black light suddenly surged forward from below, swallowing the green-robed elder whole in the blink of an eye. Southwest of the killing sect, outside the Sutra Library, an extremely imposing, half-armored man with a resolute expression stared sternly across from him. A monster with the head of a human and the body of a python floated there. "My nickname is Venerable Dingshan, and I've come to invite you to a feast." Xian Luozi, expressionless, asked, "Lead the way, He." "Lingluo, hand over the infant transformation pill. Or today will be your death." Dong Qingyang flipped his hand and produced a small, exquisite alchemy furnace. No bigger than a fist, it resembled an incense burner, but the lid was carved with a grinning, roaring ghost. Spiritual patterns covered the surface, and wisps of green smoke drifted out. Far away across from him, above a collapsed cave, the Saint Lingluo stood in the mist, her tall figure radiating a fiery brilliance that made Dong Qingyang squint. Dong Qingyang from this higher sect? What a boast. "The infant transformation pill is right here, do you dare to take it?" The woman's eyes flickered past Dong Qingyang, then glanced around, as if sensing something amiss. At this time, Tian Xingzi did not follow him and had disappeared. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished." Dong Qingyang's face turned stern, and he opened the lid of the furnace casually. A large amount of smoke gushed out and turned into countless bright lights. At the same time, he shouted anxiously, "Lingluo, I called you, do you dare to answer, idiot?" The female cultivator took a step forward without saying a word, and instantly came in front of Dong Qingyang. She punched out, and the fist light was like a tide, and blasted past with a devastating force. The fist light was dazzling, like a beam of light across the sky, which was visible for 10 miles under the dark haze. "Take the soul-slaying furnace for me." Dong Qingyang's face changed instantly when he saw the fist light coming, and a large amount of true energy spurted out from his palm, pouring into the small pot. The small pot swelled thousands of times, and the mouth of the pot suddenly produced an amazing suction force, which actually swallowed up all the fist light. At the same moment, the smoke suddenly condensed into air blades, and the dark blue electric light exploded with a chili and a series of explosive sounds. The air blades spread out like a rainstorm, and the sharpness of the electric light cannot be underestimated. Seeing that she was about to be cut into pieces by the air blade, the holy lady Lingluo suddenly cried out in surprise. Her body shook, and she suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, she appeared 10 feet away. But she still did not hesitate. Her figure flashed continuously, as if teleporting, and in a moment she had appeared several miles away, as if she was going to escape without a fight. Seeing this, Dong Qingyang was about to open his mouth to sneer, but his body suddenly froze, and his eyes showed panic. At some point, the surrounding fog had been stained with a layer of darkness, the void was as dark as the abyss, and the malice was like the sea. At this time, the holy lady Lingluo was also forced by the surrounding darkness and had to retreat. "Sir, my master invites you." At this time, a gloomy and indifferent voice suddenly came from the darkness. Bang! Deep in the mountain of the refining peak, warehouses were neatly arranged one after another. A steel wall of one of the warehouses suddenly turned red and shiny. And then a wall of golden real fire gushed out. A large hole was burned out on the wall 10 feet away, which was visible to the naked eye. Zhao Sheng emerged from the cave entrance, a look of slight confusion on his face. His search hadn't been satisfactory. The vast warehouse held few items he could find. Not only were there no magical weapons, but even the high-grade precious materials needed to refine them were woefully scarce. Back then, the killing sect had been one of the expeditionary army's main logistics bases, and they should have stored a wealth of rare treasures. But he searched numerous warehouses, and none of them satisfied him. It seems. Zhao Sheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing. With a sudden wave of his hand, the Zhengjin sword pill vibrated with a humming sound, and a dazzling sword light burst forth. Wherever it passed, the mist was torn apart like silk, and its sharp edge pierced the void. The void suddenly surged with circles of black light. The sword light collided with the black light, instantly annihilating it, dissolving into nothingness. The attack had been effortlessly neutralized. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes. The one who took the sword strike was a ghost. Over 10 feet tall, its features distinct and vibrant, its eyes like charcoal fire, radiating a faint crimson glow. The powerful ghost took the blow but didn't attack. Instead, it let out a low roar that shook the walls. "You've discovered our family, proving you're worthy. We've received a decree from the headmaster, inviting guests to a feast." Zhao Sheng felt relieved upon hearing this. The ghost cultivator before him was truly formidable, at least at the nascent soul stage. He was no match for him. In any world of immortal cultivation, once a ghost regains consciousness, it is considered a ghost cultivator by cultivators, distinguished from those who are muddle-headed and act solely on instinct. Ghost cultivators' intelligence allows for communication and a basis for peaceful coexistence, while ghosts, on the other hand, lack any rationality. Zhao Sheng's face was solemn. The ghost cultivator before him, calling himself Venerable Dingnan, possessed nascent soul-level strength. The mysterious sect leader must have surpassed him in power. How many such nascent soul ghost cultivators were there within the killing sect's mountain gate? Could this place have become a haunted den? These doubts flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind, and he quickly became calm. If he wanted to go, he could go. Was he still afraid of falling into a haunted den? With a magical skill of phase shift, he feared no danger. With this thought, Zhao Sheng bowed in return. "Your Excellency, I am honored to receive your kind invitation. I am willing to attend." As he finished speaking, the old ghost praised him. "You are so courageous. If you possess great fortune, perhaps the opportunity to attain enlightenment will fall upon you." An opportunity to attain enlightenment, Zhao Sheng pondered. "Your Excellency, are you seeking an opportunity to attain enlightenment?" the old ghost asked instead of answering, surprising Zhao Sheng. Hearing the old ghost's words, he became curious. "Excuse me, Your Excellency, what does that opportunity to attain enlightenment refer to?" "That depends on what you seek." The old ghost's attitude was quite approachable, lacking the fierce and sinister temperament of typical ghost cultivators. Zhao Sheng pondered this for a moment. Then suddenly asked, "Please lead the way, Senior." "By the way, what is your name, Senior?" the old ghost replied. "The headmaster once gave me the nickname, Venerable Dingnan." Venerable Dingnan was a man of few words, and seldom communicated with anyone along the way. Moreover, it was Zhao Sheng who asked the questions, and he did not respond much. Of course, Zhao Sheng was not discouraged. Seeing that the other party was not angry, he repeatedly tried to ask. Not long after, a man and a ghost came to the edge of a huge dark and gloomy pit. The evil and deathly aura here gathered into clouds, which were extremely dense. Zhao Sheng sensed the darkness below from a distance, and felt vaguely that there was a sense of danger below, as if it was a dead end where there was no chance of survival. "We're here. Let's go down." Oh, in the blink of an eye, a black and a white light had rushed into the bottomless pit. A moment later, dozens of miles underground, there was a dead silence all around, and corpses were everywhere. Zhao Sheng stood on the pile of bones and looked around. What came into view was an unusually empty and huge cave. Spacious corridors were opened up on the surrounding rock walls, which seemed to lead in all directions, deep and winding. Could the banquet be held here? Zhao Sheng was shocked and doubtful. He didn't think this was a good place to hold a banquet at all. He looked carefully again, and when his eyes fell on the surrounding rock walls, his heart skipped a beat. There were actually densely packed, strange and complicated array patterns engraved on the rock walls. The patterns were deep in surface, and you couldn't see the beginning and the end. They extended to every corner of the cave, including the ground and the top. These array patterns looked weird and strange, like words but not words, like pictures but not pictures, occasionally decorated with dragon, phoenix, loach and insect patterns, and a lot of tadpole characters. Zhao Sheng looked at it for a long time, and suddenly realized, is this an ancient magic array? He looked around again, and when his eyes looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank. The cave entrance that originally led directly to the outside world had disappeared at some point, and was replaced by piles of soil and rocks, which were also covered with array patterns. The entire cave became integrated, as if it was formed naturally. Zhao Sheng slowly turned his head and looked at Venerable Dingnan, his eyes flashing, and said in a serious tone, "What does this mean? The guests will know later." This old ghost. Zhao Sheng was speechless for a moment. This old fellow deliberately remained clueless, irritating him for no reason. But other than that, the old ghost was extremely polite and didn't push anyone too hard. At that moment, a chime echoed from the opposite rock corridor, followed by a gentle glow. Venerable Dingnan, unfazed, reminded him, "Guests, please proceed. The banquet will be held in the Rebirth Hall at the end of the corridor." Rebirth Hall? What a prestigious name. Zhao Sheng remained silent, following him into the corridor. He wanted to see what the headmaster was secretly planning. Entering the newly opened corridor, he saw lotus lanterns lining both sides, each blazing with fist-sized flames. The lotus lanterns were magnificently elegant, with a distinctly ancient style. Zhao Sheng followed Venerable Dingnan for 2 or 3 miles before reaching the end. As he emerged from the corridor, the view suddenly opened up. But at this moment, Zhao Sheng, as if sensing something, suddenly glanced up, a thought stirring within him. Saint Lingluo also noticed Zhao Sheng. After a pause, she spoke, "You're here too?" "Yes, I had to," Zhao Sheng replied, glancing at the Ghost King beside him with a deliberately subdued air. "Guests, please proceed to the main hall." Zhao Sheng looked out, beholding a magnificent palace towering in the center, shrouded in a gentle, aura-inducing light that emanated from nowhere, accentuating its grandeur. Clear, spiritual clouds swirled and billowed, surprisingly devoid of a hint of sinister, deathly aura. And Zhao Sheng peered closely, realizing the palace nestled against a jade stone hill, hundreds of feet high. From the rocky peak, 2 massive horns, like towering trees, soared skyward, threatening to pierce the heavens. The horns, silvery white like diamonds, shimmered with a dazzling aura and emanated a formidable aura, making them a striking sight. However, due to the obstruction of spiritual consciousness by the spiritual cloud, his vision was blurred and unclear, making it difficult to see clearly. Seeing this astonishing scene, Zhao Sheng glanced at the nearby Saint Lingluo. Coincidentally, she also stole a glance over, and the two of them exchanged glances, their minds conjuring a single thought: could this be the forbidden side of the killing sect, the Chu Emperor's tomb? To clarify, the name Saint Wu Iong has been changed to Saint Lingluo. Wu Iong has become more masculine. Chapter 375 Three Treasures. Venerable Dingnan led Zhao Sheng and Saint Lingluo into the main hall and quietly departed. Upon entering the palace, the view was dazzling. The hall was exceptionally grand and spacious, yet its decor was surprisingly simple, reflecting an ancient style. The vast palace contained only thousands of low tables, beneath which lay apricot yellow cushions. However, most of these cushions were unoccupied, and even the main seat at the top was completely empty. Zhao Sheng glanced around, finding only 11 or 12 people seated in the hall. He saw many familiar faces. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng and Saint Lingluo enter, they all regarded them with curiosity, indifference, resentment, and wariness. Xiao Jiuk, Zuo Lingxin, Xian Luozi, and Zhequang are not here. Besides these renowned giant and masters, another figure made the greatest impression on Zhao Sheng, a man whose appearance was too delicate, too handsome to be considered a man. The man sat closest to the center seat, clad in a long, abyssal-colored robe, shimmering with rich, precious light. Countless beasts, birds, insects, demons, ghosts, and other creatures of the universe constantly emerged from the robe, encompassing everything. Upon seeing the two men enter, he didn't even glance at Zhao Sheng, but instead stared at the nearby Saint Lingluo, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, his gaze fixed on him. The Saint Lingluo couldn't help but hum, and Zhao Sheng, struck by this, sent a telepathic message: "Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him before?" The Saint Lingluo hesitated before replying, "That pervert is Xin Bacon of the Ghost Witch Cult." Oh, Zhao Sheng had heard of Xin Bacon, even the witch god cult was renowned. The Ghost Witch Cult originated in Shizhao, founded on ancient tribal incantations. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Ghost God realm was also known as the Celestial Witch Realm. Ancient priests worshipped the way of heaven and viewed the heavens as ghosts. Therefore, the ghost witch cult was actually the celestial witch cult. Today, the celestial witch lineage has long since declined, and the ghost witch cult can only linger in a corner of Shizhao, barely surviving, never to recapture the peak of its power over 100,000 years ago. Zinbacon is the ghost witch cult's most outstanding and gifted disciple of the past 300 years. This is not only due to his immense strength, but also primarily due to his unbridled lust and his penchant for cooking and eating his loved ones, claiming to be one with him. No wonder Ling Luo loathes him, calling him a pervert. Zhao Sheng's thoughts raced, and after a brief glance at Ling Luo, he said nothing more and stepped into the palace. Thousands of low tables came into view. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over the crowd, only to see Zhao Jiuk nod slightly. His eyes flickered, and he approached the man, randomly selecting one and sitting cross-legged. Saint Ling Luo hesitated, finally moving to the cushion next to Xian Luozi and seemingly reluctantly taking the seat. Although she and Xian Luozi were not on good terms, they were both from the Black Sky sect after all. In the face of an unpredictable future, they could only unite like Zhao Sheng to prepare for the future. At this moment, Zhao Sheng turned to look at Zhao Jiuk and whispered, "Senior Zhao, you were also invited here, but why don't you see senior brother Zhaikong? Could he have had an accident?" Zhao Jiuk replied, "Don't worry. Junior brother Zhao. Zhaikong is a cautious person and whose strength is considered high. Nothing should happen to him. In my opinion, not just anyone can enter this rebirth hall. They must have been carefully selected. Perhaps it's a good thing that Zhaikong isn't here." Zhao Sheng sneered inwardly at this, but said nothing else. He simply asked casually, "Senior brother Zhao, what are your plans? The situation is uncertain right now. Don't act rashly. Let's first see what kind of person the headmaster is. Once we understand his intentions, we can make a decision. Junior brother, be careful. If something unexpected happens later, I might not be able to take care of you." Zhao Jiuk's bluntness surprised Zhao Sheng slightly. He nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, and then said nothing more. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The number of people in the hall had increased by only 1 or 2, and the 13 seats were barely full. Zhao Sheng observed with a cold eye, noting that everyone who had reached the rebirth hall possessed remarkable strength. Most had reached the great perfection of the Golden Core realm, while the others were at least in the late Golden Core realm. Only Zhao Sheng, publicly listed as only in the middle Golden Core realm, had become the subtle center of attention. Many astute individuals had already guessed that someone, seemingly concealing their abilities, was actually more advanced than they appeared. A moment later, the seat at the head of the main hall suddenly shone with a spiritual light, and a figure suddenly appeared before the crowd. Everyone looked up, but the figure was hazy and indistinct, as if cut off from the world, not of this world. Only a pair of eyes, pitch black and abyssal, shrouded in a gray mist, seemed to contain all the evil and deathly aura of the killing sex mountain gate, and as if they concealed countless secrets. Only a clear voice in their ears awoke everyone from their reverie. "Very good, both of you are outstanding talents of your time." The figure slowly sat down, mist pooling in their eyes. "I have been in a deep sleep, lost in age, and the sect has long been isolated from the outside world. Waking today, I see the mountain gate bustling with activity, and I am overjoyed." The man spoke slowly, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, but the entire hall suddenly fell into deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The giant and true immortals present were all experienced and knowledgeable. The newcomer looked anything but a living being, and the gap between their strength and the sect leaders was so great that they couldn't tell his realm level. Nascent soul? Or perhaps divine transformation? Awe seized everyone, afraid to act rashly, and they could only listen silently. The mysterious master's words echoed in their ears. "I have prepared a little wine and specially invited you, the heroes, to the rebirth hall for a chat. Now we have finally witnessed the rising stars of the nether god realm. Let's drink." With that, the eerie figure raised his voice slightly. "Come, serve the wine." As soon as the words fell, a terrifying array of ghost cultivators suddenly appeared in the hall, including Venerable Dignan. Zhao Sheng's heart sank as he counted them. There were 4 nascent soul ghost kings whose auras were no less impressive than Venerable Dignan's. The remaining ghost cultivators were equally powerful, rivaling everyone present. Instantly, these ghost cultivators, each holding an inch-tall silver wine cup, dispersed to the seats. After handing the cups to everyone, they stood aside in solemn silence. Zhao Sheng glanced at Venerable Dignan, who stood nearby, and took the opportunity to survey the surroundings while holding up the cup. At first glance, the other three nascent soul ghost cultivators stood beside Zhao Sheng, Xian Luozi, and Xin Bacon, respectively. This didn't seem like a coincidence. "Everyone, please drink this cup to the full." As the headmaster spoke, the 13 giant cultivators in the hall rose, raised their wine cups, and emptied them in one gulp. For some reason, at the headmaster's words, "Drink this cup to the full," everyone's minds went haywire, and they involuntarily emptied their cups. The whole process was smooth and natural, like a nightmare. As soon as the wine was consumed, the azure liquid transformed into countless wisps of mist, dispersing through every orifice in the purple palace, leaving one feeling incredibly comfortable and relaxed, akin to entering a state of blissful freedom. At this moment, it was clear who possessed the most profound concentration and the most unwavering will. Zhao Sheng's body swayed slightly, and consciousness instantly returned, and he sat back down. Zhao Sheng and the other 3 or 4 others also quickly regained consciousness. On the other hand, people like Zhuo Lingxin and Saintess Lingluo were completely intoxicated and dazed, taking over 20 breaths to emerge from their blissful state. Suddenly, everyone's expression dropped, their hearts filled with shock. "Alice, I have guarded the mountain gate for countless years, and I can't think of anything to offer you." In desperation, I gathered some Qianglong essence and combined it with Zhuan Yuanqi to form the spirit cleansing dew. This dew is extraordinary, cleansing the internal organs of evil spirits and eliminating the demonic essence in the soul. It is most effective when consumed in its initial stage of dew. Of course, if one's state of mind is extremely high, immune to external and internal evil, then this dew is fine. It can also be used to brew wine, which tastes delicious. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was convinced. For some reason, these giants Henren seemed unwavering in their belief in the master's words. With that, the master slowly sat down, one hand on the table, and gazed down at the giant masters from above. From this single action, it was easy to discern the nature of this mysterious sect leader. Zhao Sheng felt an inexplicable pressure, a pressure that stemmed from both the sect leader and the instincts of all living things. Then, sect leader Chu Ling spoke. "This venerable one knows why you have come to our sect. There's no need to hide it, my friends. While our sect may not possess many other treasures, we possess a wide variety of natural resources, magical tomes, and elixirs. While obtaining 1 or 2 of these is not easy, it's not difficult either. At least you won't return empty-handed." Another silence fell within the hall. Xin Bacon, observing this, smiled and said, "Senior, you have opened your gates to us, allowing us to come and go as we please. You truly possess extraordinary grace and noble character. We, the younger generation, are deeply grateful. If you have any requests, please let us know, and we will be able to repay you." Xin Bacon's words were cheesy, yet they held a profound meaning that compelled deep reflection. "Xin Bacon, what are you talking about? Senior, we weren't invited here to hear your flattery. You're hoping to escape unscathed by saying a few soft words. That's wishful thinking. Sir, please tell me what your purpose is. I'll do it if I can. If I can't, even if you kill me, I won't." Zhao Sheng looked over and saw the speaker, Zhuo Lingxin. His portly figure sat behind the jade table, resembling a meatball, a laughable sight. Among the many giant cultivators in the hall, Zhuo Lingxin's strength was low, and his cultivation was at the bottom. However, his courage was truly remarkable, and he dared to speak harshly to their faces. He was truly a character. His words struck a chord with everyone. After all, their presence here felt somewhat coerced, not to mention that normal cultivators were naturally wary of ghost cultivators, and therefore sought to understand their intentions. Whatever the Keeling sect leader's scheme, his power was clear. With multiple nascent soul ghost kings at his side and countless ghosts at his command, his own strength was unfathomable. If he harbored ill intentions, Zhao Sheng, with a possible exception of escape, would have stood no chance against him. Now that Zhuo Lingxin had dared to question him, he immediately earned respect. Under the gaze of the crowd, the sect leader replied nonchalantly, "I had intended to treat you all to a few rare delicacies, but I didn't expect someone to be so impatient." Zhuo Lingxin was about to speak, but the sect leader glanced at him, intentionally or not. Zhuo Lingxin's face paled, and he was speechless. Seeing this, everyone knew that Zhuo Lingxin had just suffered a significant loss. A hush fell in the hall. Anyone with a discerning eye could already see that the Keeling sect leader was generous on the outside but jealous on the inside, a man of little means. Zhao Sheng remained silent, observing the unfolding of the incident. Seeing no one object, the killing sect leader tapped the low table with his fingers. A flicker of light revealed a white jade tray on the tabletop, upon which rested a 3-foot-long sword in a pitch-black scabbard. The sword's sharp edge was invisible, but the scabbard was inscribed with dense, ancient, and intricate spiritual patterns. A crimson talisman affixed to its end exuded a startling aura. Zhao Sheng immediately knew the crimson talisman sealed the mysterious sword. The more this was revealed, the more curious he became about the incredible power the sword would possess once unsealed. However, the killing sect leader's voice remained calm, unperturbed. The dragon-toothed sword, its seal is broken. Forged by our sect's founder, it has been sealed for 10,000 years, barely qualifying as an ancient treasure. With this, he flipped his hand, revealing an object, an apricot yellow jade slip, plain and unremarkable. The leader of the killing sect still had no intention of exaggerating the fragments of the Horanjukseo Sutra. Before he finished speaking, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Which Horanjukseo? Are there other Horanjukseo? It must be the Horan sect of the Shyenshu realm. How could such a precious and authentic scripture be lost? Don't forget, this is the mountain gate of the killing sect. And don't forget, this was once the logistics base for the expeditionary force. Zhao Sheng's mind raced as he silently recalled. During the war between the two realms, the Horan sect, known since ancient times as a touch of Horan Ki, a 1,000-mile breeze, once drove meteorites from outer space to rescue the human race of the Shattered Star Sea. However, they were ambushed by the gods of the Nether God realm, and their mountain gate was breached. The Horan sect's meteorites fell into the sea, resulting in countless casualties among their disciples, a tragic end. By now, the Horan sect has long since declined. Normally, few cultivators in the Nether God realm know of the Horan sect, but those who do know admire its steadfastness, unwilling to surrender to this realm even at the cost of their entire sect's life. The Horan Nine Heavens scripture is the Horan sect's crowning jewel. Cultivating it can lead to the divine transformation realm. Its unrivaled Nine Heavens divine escape is renowned across both realms. The Jinan cultivators present were all prominent figures and well-versed in the inner workings, so how could they not recognize the immeasurable value of this fragmented scripture? No one cared that it came from another world, everyone was solely focused on its potential to reach the divine transformation realm through cultivation. Even if it were only a fragment and couldn't serve as a primary cultivation method, it could be used as a reference and a testament to the overall purpose. Remember, this is one of the supreme scriptures from the Shyenshu realm, containing countless profound principles and truths. Ignoring the heated gazes of the crowd below, the killing sect leader produced another object and held it in his hand. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. This token, roughly a foot long and brass-colored, slowly shimmered in ripples of light. Within the glow was a faint ripple of thunder and fire. An indescribable divine might emanated from above, gradually spreading throughout the palace. Everyone looked at each other in silence. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.